Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Mordex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Mordex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
It's day 2 of Brawlhalla's Mammoth Invitational, brought to you by Omen Oasis. And today is going to be a good day because it's North America, one of my favorite regions to watch. And of course, Sparky loves it too. Sparky, how excited are you for today?
It's an A day. It's always the best day. It's my favorite day by far, my favorite region. I will always proudly wear that on my chest. I will show the biases, my favorite players in my favorite region. And we're at the Mammoth Invitational. That means it is the top 32 players in one of the best, if not the best region on the entire planet. Like, this is basically as good as it gets at this point in the season. Maybe only second to the World Championship. So I'm super stoked for this weekend.
Yeah, I love an invitational. There's something special about the way that there's a different type of pressure, and things just don't always work out the way that we predicted. I mean, even just yesterday, you and I had some very clear-cut predictions of who we thought were going to make the top 3. Did not happen. So it's going to be an exciting day at the very least, and we love North America. Some of my favorite sets of all time in Brawlhalla have been North American players fighting against each other. So today's going to be good. Let's talk about some of the players that we're going to be watching today, starting off with the #1 seed. Of course, the big dog himself. Can't not talk about him, Sandstorm.
I think nobody is surprised that we're coming out of the gate talking about this player, because guess what? We basically do that every single pre-show. And that's what's tough, because like, I know y'all are tired of hearing about it, but the man is just too good. Like, if you look at his stats over the year, like, we've seen all the numbers, high placements, we know all that by now. But he has, in singles, double the gold medals of Boomy, who is PR2. That is a staggering number. We already knew it's high, but double the golds of Boomy coming in PR number 1 here with Sandstorm. But if you look at his ranked, he doesn't seem to be a huge ranked monster. He's really maybe more of a customs monster. He's stuck in that queue instead of the actual ranked queue. Only really at a 2,350 peak, just under that actually, at 2,342 this season. Not very many ranked games from him compared to some of the other players that we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, I was looking his stats up, and it's like he's played less than 100 ranked matches this year. But that's okay, because he has some of the best pool of players to compete against in North America in terms of custom lobbies. Like you were saying, he can hit up Boomy, his longtime 2v2 partner, and just say, hey, let's play some custom matches, let's get some practice in, play some of these characters that we might be busting out today with the Mammoth Invitational. And a lot of North Americans have been hinting at some different character picks. What are some we expect from Sandstorm?
He did tweet recently, I'm sure a lot of people at home have seen it, we've been talking about it a lot, as he talked about possibly going into this weekend with the Magyar, then he said Cannon looks fun, and then he also said Scythe is fun as well. So I think something very interesting about Sandstorm is there probably will be some experimental picks, but if you compare that to a player like Boomy, Boomy will play something like Yumiko and play that throughout the entire tournament, whereas Sandstorm, I think, is maybe more starting with that experimental pick. If it doesn't work, spoiler alert, a lot of times it actually does work, but if it doesn't work, he's the guy who will go back to more decks. That's my standard, that's my meat and potatoes, and I can win tournaments with that. So I think the experimentation will come in for Sandstorm, but I don't know if it will stay throughout the entire tournament like some other players, notably Boomy in that sense.
Yeah, I really want to echo that idea of Sandstorm. He has tried other characters in the past, but then when push comes to shove, when he's on that game 3 or when he gets knocked down in the loser's bracket, how rare that happens, he'll go to that Mordex, which he firmly believes is an undefeatable character. I do also want to mention that with this whole Sandstorm storyline, where we are right now is that Sandstorm is in the unbeatable stage, right? Like we talked a little bit about this before we started the show today, is that Sandstorm generally starts off a little rough for the season. He'll lose Winter Championship, that's fine, but then he'll just dominate the entire year, and then he'll maybe drop a set in Autumn Championship, maybe won't get that first place finish that he had throughout the entire year. But right now, we're in the thick of it. We're right in the middle where he's looking unbeatable.
And if you look at all of the 8 tournaments that he's played in this year, one is that Winter Championship. That's the starting off for the year that you talked about. That is his rough patch. Didn't come in first place on that one. And then if you look at one other of those 8 tournaments throughout this year, he DQ'd out of it. It was a community tournament, not an official tournament, but he DQ'd out of that one. That leaves 6 other tournaments. Guess. I'm gonna let you guess on this one. Everyone in chat can guess as well. Where do you think he came out on the podium in every single one of those?
I could go for the safe answer and go for top 3 as kind of a general bubble.
Be bold.
But yeah, I'm going to be bold. I'm going to be bold and brash, like my friend Squidward, and say first place every single time.
And that thought certainly does not belong in the trash, because it's absolutely correct. I'm sure you and every single person at home nailed that one, because it's not a surprise. We've seen that over throughout the year, and even though we don't have Sandstorm coming in and grinding out these ranked games, I think that's actually a really cool contrast that we saw from yesterday with like Pavelski, who has the most ranked games in almost all of EU, but you have Sandstorm here, obviously does the custies, and then he also comes in and plays these community tournaments. The absolute best player in the world still plays community tournaments, and he plays them with some frequency. He'll play in one Moose Wars, like sometimes every 2 to 3 weeks, so he's still frequently playing in these community tournaments. Most recently won the Cyber Showdown V2 from Moose Wars, and that was like September 5th, so not too long ago.
No, not at all. But if there is one person who I think can put a dent in Sandstorm, who can make him sweat a little bit, let's talk about the 2nd seed for the tournament, none other than Boomy, who took Sandstorm to game 10 in the Summer Championship. One of my favorite sets of the year for sure. Absolutely amazing. What do people need to know about Boomy?
You talked about some of your favorite sets in all of Brawlhalla have been in North America, and literally that set in Summer Championships for North America. Boomy versus Sandstorm, truly an incredible set. Probably one of the best of our kind of terminally online era for Brawlhalla. What a storyline that was. Seeing these two players who have been locked in battle for so long, even though Sandstorm wins basically the entire time, it's still so fun to watch, and you truly never know what's going to happen. It could go one way or the other. I think this tournament could be one of those because it is an invitational. It does have that sort of special status of things are a little bit different. The stakes are a little bit different. For Boomy coming into this, he sort of is more of a ranked grinder. Coming out 2770 in the peak. He's currently number 11 in the North American ranked ladder right now. But we talked about the experimentality of an invitational could be for Boomy as well. We saw him play the Val previously. Don't know if he's going to bring that one into this after she saw a little bit of a nerf there. Boomy is someone who will move around. I like to call him a chameleon, but also a peacock, because sometimes he'll blend in and play something super meta like a lot of people are playing, like the Val, but then also we'll see him stand out like a peacock, and he'll come in with the Yumiko pick. Not a lot of Yumiko players. He'll come in with maybe an Onyx pick, maybe a Petra pick. Some people play Petra, but not a lot of Petra players out there. So it's like these two sides of this Boomy coin, and I don't know what we're going to see today.
Yeah, I really love to think of Boomy as a bit of an innovator, right? He'll look at the meta, look at the entire state of the game and the balance and say, you know what? Everybody is on this state of looking at, Val or what have you, and say, I can either push this Val farther than anyone else can, or I have the perfect counter to how much Val is being played right now. I mean, if we go back into the history books, when he busted out the Isaiah, no one has been playing the Isaiah. Still no one is playing the Isaiah. But when he was on the Isaiah, he was looking absolutely dominant, and I love to see that kind of stuff. All right, we got to go into the third person on the list. Number 3 seed, currently Faison. What do people need to know?
Man, I don't know what Faison's going to do today. I'm just going to be real. Like, we've been talking about it. I'm going to keep it a 100 with everybody on the desk and out there in chat. I don't know what Faison's going to do today. Man is insane. He's such a good player. We know that. He's come out on top in so many different tournaments. Most recently at Summers 2021, just a few weeks ago, 3rd place. Could come 3rd place this time, but I always have a hard time like putting my confidence into Faison on what he's going to do, because we've seen him in the past do incredible things for 2nd, 3rds. We've also seen him bust her out a little bit, hit that 9th place, hit that 7th place, kind of just have a rough day. So Faison is an incredible player. Like, everybody out there loves Faison. Truly a fan favorite out there, and probably one of the biggest fan favorites of someone who isn't like Sandstorm and Boomy, who are coming out regularly on top.
Yeah, Faison's an interesting one in the sense that, like, he can look absolutely dominant. His gauntlets can pop off. And then there's two people who just make it look like he's not even playing the game. And those two people are Sandstorm and Boomy. I'm talking about the fact that Faison got 3rd in the most recent seasonal championship, which is a really good placement. I mean, it's the summer championship, thousands of people competing, but at the same time, when you watch those sets where Faison, like, goes into Boomy, it's a struggle. When he goes into Sandstorm, it's a struggle. And that's what I'm worried about as a fan of Faison.
And if I'm looking at Faison's bracket right here, he doesn't necessarily have the most confident push into that top 6, into that top 4. If we're looking at it, like, yeah, I expect him to beat Taffy, but then he could run into Pierre. Pierre could be playing really well today. Then after that, let's just say he moves on through that, which isn't a guarantee by any means. Could run into Hardy, could run into Noelle, could run into Meg D. Who knows? Maybe even Luna might have a crazy day that just catches Faison off guard. So it truly don't know if Faison really has what it takes to make it into that top spot. At his absolute peak, he certainly does. Could make it into the top 3, could make it into the top 2. Who knows? We can have a Faison victory today, but we also could have, outside of top 8, Faison.
Yeah, it's definitely a volatile person to watch, but still a good one coming in as that 3rd seed. Now, we're going to go down further into the seeds a little bit and talk about someone that you've got your eye on. What do we need to know about Pierre?
Pierre. I'm expecting big things from Pierre today. Coming in PR 10 for this 2674 ELO, so pretty close to Boomy. He's going to be number 15 in the US East ranked leaderboard. That's going to be just a little bit 4 down from Boomy, but he also is kind of one of the lower ranked players from like a lot of the big names that you're thinking about today, other than Sandstorm, of course, who's down in the 2300s. But with Pierre, he's been on a Fate run lately. We've seen a few Fates coming out. We saw Acno play Fate yesterday. I do think Pierre might go a little bit further with the Fate than the Acno did yesterday. But if I'm looking at his bracket, he has the potential for a really good run into top 6. He's looking at Faison, he's looking at Hardy, he's looking at Meg D, he's looking at Luna. He either has beaten all 4 of them or can beat comparable players to those, and then he's at top 6 winners side.
Okay. I'm very excited to see Pierre. Of course, I'm a big fan of the Pierre Taros whenever he's on it, and it can be an incredible pick. He's definitely one, again, North America, like outside of the top couple players, can be a very volatile place. And he is going to be fighting against some serious contenders there. But in your opinion, like you said, he has a pretty decent chance to get far. He's going to run into Faison for that spot into the top 8, I believe, which is going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
But he's still a strong contender. Of course, he was one of the favorites for the Pro Series Team South.
Yeah, he ended up being the team captain for Team South,
yeah.
I believe. And in recent community tournaments, came out 3rd in Cyber Showdown V2 just a week ago or so. He lost to Koslix 3-2, so took Koslix to Game 5. And then Sandstorm beat him 3-1. So again, that's sort of a more confident set for his opponent. But he won't have Koslix, and he won't have Sandstorm for a while in this bracket. And he might not even see Koslix at all, even if he stays winner's side.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that I think have a lot of eyes on them right now. In particular, there's someone who a lot of people want to know how well they'll do. The fact that Anonymous Alex did very well in the Summer Championship, was a burst-out player, completely surprised everybody to the point where people were like, this guy has got to be like a Smurf or something. Like, something isn't adding up. And it's really cool to see, but the big question is it going to be a one and done? Is that 5th place going to be the highest he ever does, and then it's going to bust her out? This is a great place to prove it. Of course, I went into the history books, tried to see what they did in PR, have played in 3 PR tournaments, of course, only one of them getting top 32, which ended up being in the top 8, which was a 5th place finish in the Summer Championship.
Yeah, definitely not a lot on the board from Anonymous Alex coming into this. And you know me, I'm a naysayer. I will truly say every time that this person really has the chance to be a one and done, could be a one-hit wonder. We've seen those players in the past who come out on top and then can't sustain it, and then other players like the Boomies, like the Sandstorms in the scene, they just are able to sustain so much better. So I'm a naysayer today on Anonymous Alex, and I would love to be proven wrong, because I love being a naysayer, but I love being proven wrong and seeing people succeed. That could be fantastic for him. In the Summer Championships, he beat Stingray in bracket, and that's when like everybody was like, oh, okay, who's this guy? Then he beat Zakoi. Okay, who's this guy? Then he beat Pierre. Oh, okay, who's this guy? Then he beat Zinker. Then he beat Hardy. Then he beat Cody Travis. Uh-oh, who is this guy? It's Anonymous Alex. So we'll see what he has today. That's sort of the big question mark on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, another big Taros player, of course, did very well for himself. Like you said, took some very big names. Even if you want to go back, he took out Faison, which, like, I guess isn't exactly the highest PR name, but at the time, right, no one would have expected Faison versus Anonymous Alex to go that way. My big concern, as a person who's going to be keeping my eye on Anonymous Alex, is the fact that in Summer Championship, a lot of the people he beat were in the best of 3s. Today, in the Invitational, it's all best of 5. So it's going to be a little bit harder. He doesn't have that guarantee, because when you're coming in as that new blood, as that kind of surprise pick, people are going to sleep on you. People are going to not expect you to do well, and that's where you'll thrive, in those best of 3s, where you just got to catch them off guard 1 or 2 times, and you run away with the set.
And that's super important. I'm glad you bring that up, because that shows the kind of 2 sides to this coin of why Anonymous Alex is such a big question mark for everyone, because he won those best of 3s, but if I'm looking at who he beat, Zinker and Cody Travis, who is in his bracket today that he'll run into, Zinker and Cody Travis could beat him again, but like you said, this time it's a best of 5. So we have like things that are just kind of swapping hands that work in favor and maybe against him this time. His bracket run's going to be really interesting, and I can't wait to see that on stream.
Yeah, that'll be fun to keep an eye out for. One more person that we want to talk about before we get into our predictions is none other than Zinker. Zinker was someone who still kind of flies under a lot of radars, in my opinion, but the fact that he was able to do so well in the Pro Series for North America is one reason why I want to put him up here. Of course, absolute rank nutter, but the fact of the matter is, when in the Pro Series, he was the front line for Team Northeast in the crew battles. Time and time again, he would put them up, going positive in the crew battles, setting them up for victory. Sure, they had Sandstorm in the back line, but Zinker was really there to set them up for victory time and time again. So I'm keeping my eye out for this Koji.
He came in clutch so hard in Pro Series. That's where we really saw him break out of this. If we're looking at his ranked elo as well, that was something that a lot of people were saying. We were on the commentary desk and we were being like, who's Zinker? Who's Zinker? And everyone was saying like, oh, he's this absolute ranked nunner. Right now, currently ranked 2,800 elo, number 3 in North America, behind Blazy, who's in first, and Experience, who's in second. So I think that ranked experience is really going to help him today, coming in with like 800 games. The only thing that I hate about where Zinker is in the bracket right now is it's like Anonymous Alex and then Zinker. So the next round, even if they win their first set, they're going to end up running into one another, and one of them is going to go down into the losers bracket so early. I hate that the two players we're so curious about, and we just talked about, one of them's going down so early.
I mean, that's what's rough with this Invitational, is there's so many people, anybody can win. But on that note, it's time to get into the predictions. So I'm going to kick it off this time because I let you go yesterday.
Absolutely.
Only fair way to do
Go
it.
ahead.
I'm going to kick it off. Number 3, I think Taza was talking with us just earlier, and I agree with this kind of phrasing that he had, which is that it's a coin flip. It is a 30-man coin flip for number 3, because literally any of these people could be the person in that number 3 spot. But when it comes down to that, I got to play the odds, I got to play the numbers, and I got to play the seeds. I'm going to say Faison for that number 3, hoping that he is on today. Number 2, of course, got to give it to Boomy. Guaranteed top 2, absolutely amazing player. And the only reason why I'm saying he's number 2 is because we're right in the cusp, in the middle, the eye of the tornado of the Sandstorm, and he's going to be going home with that gold medal. Yeah, eat that pun. How do you like that one?
Can we just cancel the tournament? I know we're here. I know we're excited, but after that one, dude,
Didn't even have that one ready.
Sandstorm has been around for literally
right in the
years.
middle of
The
it.
amount of times we've had to deal with
who's come up with that?
a
Come
lot.
on. I think that
All the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Someone.
We
send me
just
a
haven't
clip.
done it in a while because
Hashtag
it's
BHE
so
sports.
bad. Coming in 3rd place, Pierre. Pierre is here, and he's ready to come in with this bronze medal. I think we're going to see some good stuff on that freight run. Could see the Taros coming out from him as well. I'm putting big ups to Pierre today to come in that 3rd spot. In 2nd, I'm putting Boomy. I'm going to come along with you on that one. We're going to hold hands and put Boomy in the silver medal place. And then in 1st, I think Sandstorm's going to take this one like he's taken so many in the past. But honestly, I don't care if my predictions are right. I don't care if 1 and 2 are flipped. It doesn't matter to me because I'm going to get to watch a Boomy and Sandstorm grand finals, and that is always a treat. It's always a pleasure, and I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, that is going to be a set time and time again. They're my favorite matchup to watch when they run into each other. It's going to be an absolutely amazing set. But on that note, I think we want to hear from y'all at home. Tweet at us, hashtag BHE Sports. You can tag me at DukeXFam, at WhoIsSparky, or go over to bald.pizza to find that Twitter a little bit easier. Again, tweet at us with your predictions because we want to know what y'all at home are thinking.
We've already seen a few of them coming out, and some of them don't look too bad. Can't wait to see how that shakes out for us and all of you at home. And also, if you just want to tweet in general, maybe find your tweet showing up down below on the stream here. Hashtag BH Esports on that one, and you might see your tweet pop up. We want to hear people talking about this one. We are absolutely loving the chatter out there. Who you're rooting for, maybe who you're not rooting for. Who do you think between us has the better predictions? Who do you think is the best predictor out there for Brawlhalla Esports? I'm looking forward to this weekend. It's going to be a fantastic day today. Sunday, baby. It's North America, and I'm ready to go. Take us home,
Absolutely love it. Again, we are currently in the middle of the Mammoth Invitational, sponsored by Omen Oasis. But we're going to be taking a short little break, and when we come back, we will be bringing you the top 32 of the Mammoth Invitational. Stick around.
And we are back. The bracket is starting right now, or actually already has started, Tazza, here at the Mammoth Invitational North America portion. And I'm just going to get this out of the way right now. Bombshell just happened. Breaking news. If we could get a banner at the bottom that says breaking news, big things just happened, alarms going off everywhere. Tazza, you told me this right as you walked out from the green room. What happened? I'm going to let you tell this.
Okay, well, so I'm going to put a little bit of information before this. We were talking about on the pre-show, right? We were like, okay, first and second, sure, we know it's going to be Boomy and Sandstorm. The third place, though, we could basically flip a coin. Anybody could be in that position, but you stood with Pierre, and then Duke chose Faison.
Crazy.
What I wasn't expecting going into this was to see Boomy getting 3-0'd by Zelchi in basically the second match that concluded. I was looking at Smash GG. I was like, okay, I'm going to go on for a cast. I'm going to see, what's happening here in the bracket. Some matches are going to be on Brawlhalla. No, there have been some crazy upsets already, and that means that with Boomy in lower bracket round 1, he's going to be fighting the loser of Java and Pugsy, which means either Java, Pugsy, or Boomy are going to be on 0-2 at the Mammoth Invitational, which is
crazy.
It's a little crazy.
That is incredible.
And we didn't even get to see any of these things. They're not going to be the matchups that we're going to get right on the stream, but man, does that mean our results are going to be a little wacky really early on into the bracket. So, Sparky, let's talk a little bit about the first match that we've got coming up on stream, because this is between two players that I'm actually excited to see, because I don't think we got to see them play at all or even have a chance to interact in the Summer Championship, and that's Ethan and Anonymous Alex. And Anonymous Alex on the Taros made such a splash in the last official championship, whereas Ethan, I feel like, is actually in a position where the meta really reflects how great, just Spear is so favorable right now. And a Toria Mirage from Ethan's definitely some of the best Spear play we're ever going to be seeing. But look at this. This is definitely, I mean, he's PR 18. He had one top 32, one top 8 place.
It's humble beginning.
It is.
This is going to be the from rags to riches story for Anonymous Alex. But then look at Ethan. We see a lot higher numbers here. Much more storied player coming out. 20K on the earnings. PR 19 currently. 3 silvers, 2 bronzes, 13 top 8s. He's going to flip that number around for his top 32s, coming in at the 31 top 32 placements. We saw some great Spear play specifically yesterday. I'm looking at Blaze. His Spear on Bryn was looking fantastic. Don't think we'll see specifically the Bryn from Ethan. You see the Hattori right there. A regular staple from Ethan for, literal years now.
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned Mirage for just a point that he used to play in the past, and I'm really just expecting some sort of Spear Legend to come out here. But with Anonymous Alex in particular, with how great the Taros looked and just how unready much of the North American competition was going up against him, I'm wondering if he's going to have that same surprise factor going into Mammoth Invitational, or is it now in a position where it's like people are like, okay, we've seen you play, we're ready for you. Although, to be honest with you, once we get below Seed 2, in North America, I feel like anybody there is a potential third place player with just how this region has been shaking up and how crazy it is with the new blood, the old blood, and everybody in between. I mean, looking at these results, I think there's, for winners round 1, there's basically one match that went 3-1. Everything was 3-0s. People are just destroying each other, and there's seed upsets, and there's things that are expected to go right away. And what do you know? It is actually the Mirage being locked in for game number 1 with Ethan versus Anonymous Alex, which I'm very surprised by, although happy to see, because this is a legend that I was thinking, Ethan, you have this. It works so well. Scythe and Spear are doing so well in the current meta for Brawlhalla, and you are so good at both of those things. And now he's going to be opening up with game number 1 against Anonymous Alex on Small Brawlhaven.
Yeah, this is sort of a vintage pick for Ethan, and he even told Toast that today he is coming out with the Mirage and the Mordex pick, so literally stepping away from the Hattori that we've seen him do so well with in the past. One thing I am worried about is he's going right out of the gate into a Taros player, which that's not how I want to wake up in the morning. That's going to put you on the wrong mood for the rest of the day. Just like that, it's less than 30 seconds, Tazza. Why are you going with a Taros player to Small Brawlhaven?
You wake up. You're getting ready for your Brawlhalla ranked game, so you get Taros side 6 face out of
and he just beats you down. That's not how you start. That's so rough for Ethan.
No, that's not great. And Ethan falling into the neutral lane there from Taros there is going to mean that he takes on even more damage after losing that stock in light orange, mind you. It was side stick from the right side of the stage from the hammer. Side air hits. The down 6 slide charged and held long enough to where the second swing almost hits Ethan there. but Ethan avoids that heavy-hitting move. But man, Alex is still just going in here with the Taros. Weapon throw forward. Going to be making a lot of use of those re-grabs, and Ethan trying to counter himself with his own weapon throws and just getting the basically not getting rewarded for it. Alex is getting his weapon a lot faster. Ethan keeps having to switch off to a new one. Oh man, it's about to be a 2-star.
You see how far behind Ethan is. He does find the KO there, but even when Anonymous Alex went in with a neutral signature over the side, was like the easiest punish in the world for Ethan, but all he could get off of it was an unarmed D-Light into the ground pound. Not a huge difference maker in that set, because Alex is so far ahead. He was just in the orange. Not a big deal. One hit, I think, from Anonymous Alex, now actually one more hit probably now, is going to turn Ethan red on his second stock. He's finding some strength potential here, but again, that's all it takes. Ethan literally woke up, his feet hit the floor, and then he stubbed his toe. That's today. That's walking in to Alex's Taros here in round 1.
Well, let's see if he's able to recover from that injury because, downer comes through, stops some of the neutral airs, but Anonymous Alex takes to the ground, downlights him down, Sigs, hammer picked up, another down, Sig comes straight through, and Ethan is just doing everything he can not to get hit by every single one of these attacks, and that neutral light air will be some damage, but the Scythe is really about getting those dodge reads and taking them the furthest way you can possible, and Ethan hasn't gotten a single one of those yet. Side aired away means that Alex just has to get one solid hit on the axe, and that's going to be game number 1 going over in his favor. Let's see. Oh, that patience was crazy.
He was waiting for it. He wanted the KO move. Maybe was waiting to get a recovery. D-Light saved from the middle of the stage, though. Really not even going to send Alex off screen whatsoever. There is a weapon spot in the middle of the stage. Weapon toss comes out. That's a nice side air. Ethan has a chance to take off the second stock. The recovery isn't going to be a hitting move here. DC gets away. Easy punish for Alex on that one. Just hit the falling side air. Alex takes game 1, and one thing you will notice from both of these players is they are in the same clan together, and that clan is Get Well Santi, who was recently in a car accident. That's why Sandstorm actually gets a bye in round 1 today, so we wish the best for Santi. Everybody here today wishes the best for Santi, and Alex wants to make sure that clan comes out on top, and specifically that the person from that clan that comes out on top is certainly him.
Yeah, so taking a look at the damage per engagement here, not too wildly different. I think the big difference here is that the huge signature count from Alex, and even though the accuracy was low, I would like to say that imaginary statistic, which we don't have, but
that just means you can make it up and no one proves you wrong.
All right, yeah. I think that Alex did a much better job punishing the 2 whiffed signatures from Ethan. In fact, those 2 signatures I can remember, there was a neutral sig on his last stock. He didn't get punished for it, but when he put out the down sig, he immediately got stared to his death. Every time that I saw Alex whiffing a down sig, he wasn't getting hit by Ethan. It was just one of those things where he was putting in a position where Ethan was so focused on getting away that there was no chance to hit him. And now Ethan has, is this actually the Hattori?
No, this is Mirage.
This is Mirage.
This is the first epic skin that came out from Brawlhalla with like the animated flames on it.
Yeah, they both got animated flame skins now, though. I get it mixed up. Just
but this is certainly Mirage.
It's definitely still Mirage. Okay, so going into game number 2. Oh, I thought that downlight was going to hit for sure. Anonymous Alex is going to hit towards the top. Double downlight. No need for the double downlight. He just hits him with the cider off the right side of the stage, and Alex is deleted in that first stock.
So Ethan stubbed his toe right as he woke up in game 1, but he sort of he held it to the chest. He held all of his anger and pain in from from hitting his toe on the side table. And he's coming into game 2, and he is crushing it so far. Already has the stock, already in the damage lead now as well. 50 seconds into this game, we could see a KO here. He actually goes for the sidelight into the neutral air. Not sure exactly what that option was there. You saw the down signature, but it's not a huge punish this time. It was just a weapon toss. He's adding this one up.
What? Okay.
If I woke up and stubbed my toe, I would not be able to do this in game 2.
What is it about
turning it around
North American players and having like the skin change be like the raid boss thing? Like when Wubbs went from default Azoth to his amazing skin, and now all of a sudden he's playing so much better here on the Mirage. Hits him with the D-Light Cider, but man, you're right. He's channeling that anger into something. That down sig hits, and Anonymous Alex I was gonna say even after the stock. No, Ethan took 2 stocks in under a minute there. So Alex taking that stock isn't even an even game, but Sidelight Cider is a great way to start off the second stock. If Alex can get through it without taking any damage at all, that'd be pretty great. And a Pogo's not too much, but whenever I see Spear players able to get in with like 2 neutral lights in a row, just off of footsies alone, that makes me go like, oh, they've got a pretty good read on their opponent. And I know that, at least for me, when that happens, it feels bad.
It's tilting. It's so tilting and frustrating.
Because
I hate it when that happens.
it's like that cliche when it's like someone's like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you,
Yeah.
but they're like right next to you, but they're actually poking the heck out of you with a spear, but it didn't really like do anything towards losing your stock besides, I guess, putting out a ton of damage. This doesn't actually make that much sense. Ethan, what a great job in game number 2. Really changed how he played it. He didn't get, he basically just didn't get hit that much that game, is the way to look at it. Alex was having so much trouble landing anything 70 damage per engagement from 25,
That's
think?
extremely impressive. That is
Wow.
so impressive. And think about that. A lot of that was like off of the side light, which doesn't have the true combo follow-up. Like you see spear players, they'll hit the side light and then they'll just pray. Everything that they have that they can pick up the D-Light Stay or the D-Light Recovery or something off of that. But this is Alex taking out phase 1 of Ethan in game 1 and then wondering, why is the boss music still playing?
Right.
As he swaps over to this other skin of the Mirage and enters boss phase 2.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to highlight too. Nothing changed from game 1 to game 2 other than the way Ethan played the matchup. And now Alex has to adapt the same way Ethan adapted after game number 1. Although, unless they're like getting out of bed analogy, is literally exactly what happens.
It was a really good analogy.
It did work.
Like,
I mean, it would make the most sense that he just woke up, and then game number 2, he was kind of like, what am I playing again? Oh yeah, that's right, I'm playing Brawlhalla.
now we're seeing they're actually slowing this one down quite a bit. You see a huge whiff signature from Alex, but Ethan was over on the left side of the stage hoping for the weapon toss. They're going much more even. Ethan's actually behind right now. There you see the side light. He's hoping for the D-Light after. That's the classic spear player move, which is why it's so surprising that he grabbed 70 damage per engagement. Like, nice spot dodge, fantastic punish as well.
And that was off of him falling for that maneuver in game number 2. That time he spot dodges it perfectly, which takes a lot of courage as well as proper reaction time to be able to then pivot the stomp, get the cider, right? If he just stomps ciders right away, he's bouncing him off Miami Dome. He's living. But by turning that around, that's a stock lead for Alex. And now he's getting even more damage to that side light now, and he tried to chain it by landing on that platform and getting a second dose. Ethan, however, avoids that punishment. Avoids the hammer toss as well, but those weapon spawns are just in favor of Alex. Throwing that axe away, picking up the
they
hammer.
just switched
Look at that, look at
position
that, look at
right
that.
as that spawn
He
comes in.
knows. Weapon throw side
my
like
gosh.
Oh, the down stick came so close to taking Ethan out there, but Ethan gets the punish on that signature that time and evens up the stocks. But yeah, these weapon spawns, he's got a radar.
What is
He's got a
going
radar
on?
for it. I'm telling you, he knows exactly. He's gonna go right in position. Oh, but Ethan doesn't get the side air, and that hurts.
That's what's so scary about being at a lead disadvantage, or I guess being behind a Taros player. It's like, oh, I'm doing cool sight on stage stuff. Ooh, down air. Oh, turn around, nair. And then he just hits you with a side air, and you're in orange to red, and you're totally gone.
He just tried to down sig, slide charge, down sig. It almost worked. Ethan fell with the nair and stopped it, but oh man, kicks him out of the way. Oh, that's not good. Alex falling a little bit farther than he'd like. Nice job at the back end of that scythe recovery. Catching Anonymous Alex on the way down, but the gravity cancel neutral sig doesn't hit, and lights are hitting as well. Finally, first time of the game, Ethan gets a weapon spawn to guard, right? They've all been working out so well for Alex, and this could be the edge guard that evens the game up here. If he gets that downer, but the dodge is a little weird. Sidelight hits, chain dodges down into the ground, and Anonymous Alex hits even more damage through that side air will do it, and Ethan is at least not a down sig away from losing a stock. I'd say.
Well, it depends on where you hit it. It depends on where you hit it, Tazza.
Oh.
Look how far that side air almost sent Ethan off screen. Ethan's just in orange.
Oh, get off that side of the stage, Ethan. I can't
That would
believe
have been
it.
so. See? He got hit with one side air and then the down sig, and he was done.
That's not. That. Hold on, how much damage did he? We're gonna see how much damage. Look at him. He's like, look how much more. Wait, he had that much damage on him. He hits one side air.
Still orange.
He's what?
He died in orange. From a grounded down signature, 496 damage. I gotta pull out the calculator for this one. It's a little too much for my brain.
What are you trying to calculate?
496 divided by 3, 165 average damage per KO.
Sounds about right.
That is no, that's fantastic. Because you turn red at 150.
Yeah, I know.
And think about from an axe player, which
Yeah.
Alex really is. He doesn't seem like he's too much of a hammer player. He's an axe player.
You see that we were talking. I mean, I think he's a Taros player, is what I would like to call that, because he has the maneuvers on hammer to be able to look like a hammer player. That pivot down light sider. I mean, at the very least, he has the fundamentals to know how to position himself to get as early of a knockout as possible. That stock could have gone an extra 100 damage if he didn't do that. And now we're back on Miami Dome, much of my supplies, and this time it's Satori for sure. waiting for you to try to fight me on that, Sparky, but you're just looking at the screen.
No, this is Hattori
Okay,
for
all right,
sure.
good. Yeah, I saw a sword picked up this time. Oh no, Ethan! Oh, he's gone!
Alex is ready for it.
Oh, he touched.
It's
Okay.
so hard.
I thought that he was going to get Miami domed there for a second,
yeah?
but he did touch, and he made it back. But that weapon throw into dive kick made me think that he was gone, and that D-light and recovery doesn't actually connect, and he gets a nair for that. You don't like that. Not if you're Ethan.
So knowing Ethan, and knowing that he said, I'm going for the Mirage and I'm going for the Mordex today, it's actually, that was super clean.
Beautiful.
I might be changing my tune after seeing that one, but knowing he was not really going to go the Hattori today, and then he runs into a Taros player, is getting clapped up, and then all of a sudden turns around and picks the Hattori, that would worry me going into this one.
Well,
as we cue the game and see the loading screen, but now I'm kind of feeling good about the Hattori.
Yeah, it surprised me as well when you mentioned the Mordex, because I was expecting the Mirage. But if I looked at Ethan's playstyle, right, and I look at Mordex, he's like, okay, he's going from Spear Scythe to Gauntlet Scythe. The only reason why I would think he'd switch is if he was struggling on the Scythe to begin with, which what makes the Hattori switch that make the most sense to me. So here we are. He's a whole stock up and some change. That side stick, however, will even that up pretty quickly. Ethan's been getting a lot of these downlight side airs, both on sword and on spear, right at the edge of the map, so he's been capitalizing on these early knockouts. Let's see if he can do that again, as that Pogo will eke Anonymous Alex to the side. But man, those down sticks, they're for damage building and taking off the top. I mean, oh no. Okay, nicely done for the recovery from Ethan. He takes that stock, but he's a side air and a down stick away from losing this stock.
That's what's so scary. Lower defense legend coming into this, playing against a Taros, who we've already seen KO in orange from basically the exact center of the stage. Ethan had some good sword damage, though.
Yeah, that was a lot. And all these downlights are off of gravity cancels, too. That side stick from Alex, good job of the wake-up, delayed it just long enough to catch Ethan off guard, but the ground pound misses, and that neutral stick means no dodge, and that's a ground pound and a down air. Oh, no, Ethan doesn't hit the second one, but the ground pound almost stacked, doesn't actually connect. I think he's gone.
Oh, man, he was actually really close to getting the touch on
He didn't even get credit for that knockout, Sparky. Ethan just watched him flail around.
Yeah, that's where you see the accident coming up. You see one KO, 2 falls, 1 accident.
Yeah, a few of those ground pounds could definitely be described as accidents. That D-light side air from Ethan, though, really great job. That set the tone for the entire match. And I think that the majority of that game was played with sword from Ethan. That spear knockout on the second stock really working out. And then Ethan's superior mobility, literally, like statistically, he has more mobility than Taros in that situation under the stage. Proved to let him be out on top. With the damage per engagement being at 54 is even surprising to me. I guess it could have been a lot lower if he actually hit Alex during that last edge guard. But, you know,
his sword momentum was looking pretty good, though. This Hattori switch is fantastic. Normally, I get worried when I see sort of like a radical change of plans. That can be a little bit scary, and especially like Ethan.
It wasn't radical.
Ethan can be prone to. Well, look, his plan for
his
the
plan.
day.
This is plan told to somebody else who told you.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
But still, the plan for the day was specifically not the Hattori. So that always worries me a little bit. Even though the Hattori, of course, is always in his kit. Like, we literally talked about it before we got that information from the
totally.
So, like, it's not the scariest thing, but I am always worried when there's a change of plan from what players originally go into. We're in Game 5 here. Alex taking Ethan all the way to Game 5, and Ethan answering back after we saw that absolutely catastrophic first game.
This is I'm really excited about this too, because that side stick, man, Ethan has just annihilated Anonymous Alex with these gravity cancels. Side sticks, downlights, picking him up always in the midst of a recovery, far before he could touch the stage. And he's been really capitalizing it when he switched over to the Hattori as well. And this is a matchup that I'm so excited it turned out this way, because Ethan and Anonymous Alex, at least in the last official championship, did not meet before, where Alex had that amazing run.
Their entire career, you saw it in the beginning, it was 0-0.
Yeah.
So we've never seen these players in tournament, even on stream, but like completely ever. This is a brand new matchup.
Yeah, so this would be a pretty big win for either player putting out here. And Ethan with a huge start with the side stick. And he's just been moving so much that Alex has been struggling to get hits with either of these heavy weapons. A lot of these moves are going forward. And Ethan gets the recovery, stops his recovery in the middle of it. And sure, the side air hits, but man, Ethan still evened up the damage. Oh, that's a good punish. But Ethan's more than ready for the small amount of...
Okay, Ethan's dialed in. Already up 2 stocks now. It is 3 stocks to 1, coming in at about 1:40 on this game. Ethan might be making quick work of this one.
Yeah, quick is the key word there. Alex cannot seem to keep up with how Ethan has been playing the Satori ever since he swapped over to it. Yeah, he did a great job adjusting with Mirage in game number 2, but once he switched to this Legend, man, it looked like something else. And that recovery, great job with the edge guard there off of a very seriously damaged Ethan. But now he's got 2 stocks to cut through. Let's see if he can do it, because he's got 1 stock left to his name, and there's no more games after this for best of 5s.
And even before that, we saw that spot dodge from Ethan on the right side where Alex went for the gravity cancel side signature.
Yeah.
He did the exact same thing in basically the exact same spot on last game, hit Ethan. This time it didn't happen. He's gonna yoink that stock away. He actually scammed Ethan out of that one.
Yes, he
got
did.
It, got the KO in orange, and we're down to final stocks here. This is where Duke in the pre-show was talking about how Alex won a lot of victories in the best of 3 before, and this is a best of 5.
Oh man, this is bad. And Ethan's definitely the kind of player that's gonna let that last stock get to him too. At Miami Dome, he missed like 3 of those ground pounds in a row, but that time it was precision accuracy, and sure, those snares are hitting, but a down air from Alex means that side air, if he gets like a stomp side air, he's going to have a damaged lead here. Ethan gets the double sidelight, D-line side air. That's huge. He's going to go for the gravity cancel signature edge guard here, I think. No, falling for the side air instead. Nice job with the weapon toss on the way back, but Alex still fighting back. Oh no, Duke. Or Sparky.
You're calling all the way to Duke in the green room here.
I'm worried for Duke. Yeah. Sparky, I feel like he's going to hit a side stick or a down stick here at this point. That could be bad.
I don't know what it's going to be.
Okay, there we go. Ethan gets the ground pound and Alex is out. That is a 3-2 for Ethan off of what could have been such a crazy comeback from Alex towards the end there. That ground pound really changed everything. It was looking so great. Look at those signature punishes from Ethan that didn't come out from games 1 and 2. Really shining in game number 5, but that recovery and the ground pound that we're about to see. Oh, beautiful. But at the end, Ethan was able to seal the deal. There's that ground pound to end it and get that revenge knockout. And a really great job from Ethan, meaning that Alex is in the lower bracket a little bit earlier than some people might expect.
Literally round 1.
I mean,
what a set that was.
Yeah.
For winners round 1 from both of these players, all the way going to game 5. They really went the distance on it. You see the damage right there. 507 from Ethan. So really solid KO efficiency on that one. Not taking too much damage, even though he's sort of a lower strength legend, and we're on Apocalypse. So he made sure not to attempt all of those KOs off the top, because you even saw when Alex was hitting these vertical signature options, or even like a D-like dare or something, they weren't KOing off the top like we saw the orange KO from the axe down signature on Miami Dome.
It's because I said something about it. That's why that
going
had to
to
happen.
Apocalypse was actually a really good play there for Ethan.
Right, yeah, and sticking to those maps that the ceilings being a little bit higher and not having to worry about that, and also just being in a position where I feel like Apocalypse, Mammoth Fortress, with Ethan, it didn't really matter how large the walls were for edge guards, where he's like, we might say that Demon Island works better for a Qatar player or something, because he was getting those edge guards long before their opponents could even touch the wall, and getting those D-light side airs from the gravity cancels or the side signatures on Spear with the gravity cancels as well made it look so great, and Ethan's going to be moving on to fight against Zinker in winners round 2. But Sparky, the matchup that we got coming up next is one that I'm excited for very silly reasons, because we were talking about this before this. It's going to be Pierre versus Radish, and this is because Radish had some interesting results in a community tournament recently that was brought up to you by Pingu, I think. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, Pingu was trying to I love to outsource all of my jobs here at the Brawlhalla desk, and that includes gathering data. Polymonto, thanks, brother. You saved me a lot of time on that one. With a beautiful spreadsheet worth of data. But Pingu wanted me to yoink his predictions for today. And we were actually pretty close with one another. But he had 3rd place. That's where we differed. He put in Radish on this one. And he was trying to get me to go for like the big brain play. So if Radish came out of top 3, Radish is just a Humegalol. Nobody knows who Radish is. You would look so smart if you did this. And then the next thing he said is sort of justified, which is crazy.
Okay.
Is
let's hear it.
He beat Sandstorm in a community tournament.
Well,
so,
I mean, that's pretty huge.
That's huge.
Right?
And that's why, I mean, you saw in the Discord, my original 3rd pick was Radish.
Yes,
I yoinked. I
do.
straight up yoinked, but then
I
I looked into it.
Yeah.
And it was a best of 3 set in a community tournament. And yes, Radish beat him, but then he lost 0-3 to Kosalix, and then fought Sandstorm again and lost 0-3 to Sandstorm in the best of 5. So yeah, he took a set off of Sandstorm in a community tournament. That's cool. I don't want to take anything away from that, but that is way too far away from me putting him into my top 3. Let's see some stats for these players, because we're going to have some very solid stats coming from Pierre, although they are a bit humble. Humble's not a bad thing. It's just the humble beginnings for Pierre. Coming in PR 10, no podiums today from Pierre, though I do have him. I've seen it in the future. They call me Sparkstradamus for putting him on the podium today. 2 top 8 placements, so still regularly new-ish to being a stream player coming out from Pierre.
Yeah, taking a look at the Summer Championship myself as well, Pierre did actually drop down out of the lower bracket to Anonymous Alex, who we just saw get knocked out. So getting this win over Radish would be really big for him, because that means that he gets to really take leaps away from having that rematch if he was afraid for it, unless he was looking forward to it, in which case too bad. Meanwhile, we got Radish here. There it is, top 32 placements, 2 of them. Very recent player, even though the power ranking is pretty up there for 32, just because of how well he's been doing when he's been placing in that same event. Radish did drop down to Snowy 2-0, fighting against Snowy's Rayman in the last official championship, but he did take down Snipe Sox to be able to get there in the lower bracket, and these 2 players are going to be going head-to-head, and they're both players who I think we could expect to see in a lot more top 32s, potentially even top 8s, but this is the matchup that I'm excited to see really develop them, because it's kind of difficult for me to say who's going to be coming out on top here, and it's going to be a real playstyle difference, because Pierre's been really focusing on the Fate. Radish has been playing Petra almost primarily throughout his entire official bracket runs, and if they bring out any other legends, it will be a surprise to both of us. So
Radish is certainly one of the outliers here in this tournament in terms of you're looking just at the raw numbers. Like even Pierre, who doesn't have the most earnings in Brawlhalla by far, you see he has 5K to Radish's 125. You see those 2 top 32s compared to the 18. That's a huge difference there. But if you look at the 2 top 32s, they were recent. 17th in Summers and then 13th behind that in Springs. So still solid placements, and they're recent solid placements from Radish.
So let's talk about, I was talking about that Spear meta where a lot of Brawlhalla Pro players are favoring Spear. And you look at Fate, and yeah, Fate has Orb and Scythe, but there's a lot of different reasons for people to be playing Fate in general, especially the signature kit. But no, in fact, a very rare pick in Brawlhalla Pro history in general is going to be Dusk as the legend lock-in, one of the first Orb legend released in the game that has Spear as a secondary weapon. Dusk, very unusual when it comes to his signature kit as well. You have to be incredibly precise with it, but if you're good at the signatures, you could cover options that no other legend in the game really can. And now he's going to be going against Radish on this Petra on Demon Island for game number 1, and I'm excited to see Pierre's Spear play out in this best of 5. And look at that neutral sig reaching so high into the sky after the delay on that cast, catching Radish off guard and tacking on some extra damage.
So you're mentioning this Spear, and I want to provide some context to this Spear play coming out, because we just saw Ethan. So much experience on the Spear. Now we're looking at Pierre that, even though his name is most of the sounds that are in the word Spear,
it's very close.
Doesn't have a lot of Spear experience. Hattori is his highest Spear legend, coming in at level 37. Dusk is kind of way down there. I had to scroll a little bit on Brawlhalla. Only level 25, so not a lot of experience specifically on this Spear. We'll see how that comes into play. He might have to lean on the Orb a little bit as he has all that.
How many times can we say Pierre Spear experience today?
I'm very angry that you pointed that out, because now it's going to run through my brain, and I'm going to have
I listened to you say it 2 or 3 times,
but
I was like, that's pretty impressive that you didn't notice that there. And look at this. You know, else is having trouble against that Spear experience. It's going to be Radish going down that first stock to Pierre in game number 1. Let's see if he can even things up as that silent comes through, and that chase dodge pivot nair means that Pierre gets a lot of extra credit here. And that dive kick, or slide kick rather, going a little too far over the edge, catching the end of that uppercut from the recovery on the gauntlets. Means the stocks are even up 2-2. And Radish tries to deny that weapon, and now we got an Orb Ditto between these 2 players.
Now we're about a minute and a half, a little bit over that, into game 1. This is one of the first times I've ever seen Radish play, but Radishes specifically, they're a little bit spicy, Taz. I like them in a salad. They have a nice little pop to him.
Right.
We'll see if Radish can get a little bit spicy on this Petra. He's not too far behind here, but Spear is coming in with, I just called him Spear. You called it out, and it's going to be a problem.
He was using Spear at the time, to be honest. He misses that signature, and he can't make that back. He throws a weapon all the way. You know what? Radish got the heck away from that weapon throw. He was not going to let that one damage him. He goes all the way to the top of the stage and throws the weapon up to the top of the stage. Now, those of you watching, sometimes we talk about these fundamentals, sometimes we don't. I like to bring it up. When we see players use every single one of their jumps and recovery to get to the top of the stage just to throw their weapon in the sky. The reason they're doing that is because the amount of weapons physically on the stage will change how quickly the next one spawns in. And you do that to deny the weapons from your opponents. And that can give you those slight advantages to maybe get that unarmed versus weapon matchup that you need to take that advantage. And now we're here in a dead even game, Pierre versus Radish, and the weapon spawns in. Well, one of them switch. Radish looks perfectly comfortable in this orb ditto, and Pierre picking up the orb. Does that downlight, sidelight, tries to pick him up, gets some more damage in, but Radish is doing a good job holding his own, and he still has that damage lead, but that sidelight misses. No punish from Pierre.
This game is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth as we're coming in 3 minutes here.
No dodge. That's so huge.
That burns his dodge.
He's got like one
It's going to come back up. There it is. Oh,
okay.
He should have recovered so high on that, barely getting away from that signature from Radish. Didn't even attempt to go over to the wall. He like ground pound and the recovery, adding up some unarmed damage. Here comes the spear from Pierre.
And he got around the neutral sig, adds to sight. And what, Radish? You're crazy. Gravity cancel, neutral sig, D-light recovery. Done. That's it. And Pierre steals that one away from Radish. I really feel like Radish got a little too antsy with some of those signatures towards the end, and Radish just punished him for it. Gravity cancels neutral sig off the edge means that's 3 seconds where your opponent can basically just chase you down. You have one less option than they have. Really great, really close game one between these two players.
So I'm looking at Radish's behavior towards the end of that game, like you pointed out. And so I see kind of two roads diverging into a wood, as Robert Frost would have said in the past.
Of course.
There's the one side that could be tournament inexperience and sort of like that panic moment of like, oh, it's time to knock out my opponent. They are in red. Let me use my finishing move. Here it comes.
Is this the mental processes of you playing Brawlhalla, Sparky?
This is the mental process of a lot of players playing Brawlhalla.
Right,
but
sure.
then on the other side, it could be some sort of like 4D chess where Radish sees, okay, Pierre's the more experienced player here. He's going to think he's more confident in this. I'm going to throw out my signature, and hopefully he's going to run into it while he overextends. So I think there's like a 4D chess metagame, and then there's sort of like a tournament inexperience side. And I think Radish could be on either one.
Those are some excellent points to think about as we're going into game number 2 and see if we'll continue seeing some of those habits, because that was game 1. It was game 1 between both of these players, and just barely was Pierre able to win that there. As that gravity cancel highlight comes through, and he gets the downer afterwards, but man, Radish not waiting at all on that recovery, hitting Pierre with it, getting him off guard, and now switching back over to the gauntlets as he just continues to keep him denied, and that neutral sig will punish that spot dodge perfectly as Radish takes the lead in game number 2.
And that is a nice big lead for Radish. You saw him jumping all the way to the top of the map before he throws that weapon. He's going to make it nice and high. He goes back to the main platform, picks up the orb. It's now Orb the Orb, which was kind of favoring Radish in the past. You see the signature coming out from Pierre. One thing I do want to note is Sandstorm on September 7th, when the new patch came out, he said, disclaimer, that Dusk has the best SIGs this patch.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
And we've seen a lot of signatures coming out from Pierre.
I've always viewed Dusk's signature kit as something that is quite good, but it takes a lot of time to master, as opposed to some other legends where the signatures feel like they could just be part of the weapons kit. Like when I think of Mordek's downsig on gauntlets, that might as well be, you know,
it's so user-friendly, it's so good, it's strong in so many different
ways.
ways.
We just saw Pierre use the side stick on the orb there. A lot of range, a lot of reach, but a lot of lag on it as well when it comes to acting out of it if you miss it. So being able to see players utilize Dusk's signature kit is going to be very exciting. We're seeing it already here with Pierre against Radish, but he just can't end the stock from Radish, and Radish tacks on so much more damage to that silent side air, forces the fast fall after the weapon throw, and now he's a neutral sig away from basically being 2 stocks up over Pierre. And I feel like he's searching for it. Weapon throws are coming through. Okay. Little crazy on the haymaker there. Punished pretty quickly for it, but it would have been pretty sick if it hit.
It might have been the KO option there, and that would have given Radish a huge lead. We just got a little bit smaller, but still a very big lead. Has the orb in his hands. You see the recovery coming out.
Oh.
Kind of doing the same thing that he did in game 1 that didn't really work for him. That is a nice cleanup on that one, because guess what? Pierre overextended.
Yeah, I feel like that ground pound was not great. That's the best. I was trying to say not intentional. Maybe it was. There's a lot of things that can go around with the ground pound, right? You could be like, oh, I meant for a recovery, or I held that too long. Either way, you got to put it in a position where Radish was able to have a great orb edge guard. That neutral doesn't hit. That hits. That's sure, it strikes upwards, but it spikes people away, and that can be very terrifying. But oh man, Radish just really running away with game number 2. As that sidelight hits through and that downlight just barely misses, and Pierre can't get the stock finished off. Dodge away, side stick doesn't hit him on the ground, but that was close. And And credit to Radish for spacing around that. That just shows how much distance you can have on Dusk's Orb side stick if you use it correctly. And that side air, oh, that's funny. I wonder if he was trying to see if Radish would react to the weapon throw animation when he threw the orb straight down before throwing it again. I don't see many players do that.
It is something that some players do. You're right that not a lot of people do it, but it is an interesting choice because you can get that. Oh no, he hit him with the what's that one called? I'm not a weeb. That's a spirit bomb, right, Tazza? Okay.
That's a spirit bomb. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for putting me on the spot like that, Sparky. Yes.
Look, I only really know
also
the spirit
is known
bomb.
as a Petra down signature.
That's true.
Held slightly so that the orb grows. But that is, I will say, for all intents and purposes, the way that move was imagined to be used, right?
Yeah.
You stay at the ledge, you hold down.
I don't know why you're acting like my lawyer here. Like I said something illegal and Foda's gonna come in here and slap me for it and replace me on the desk for that.
That is not. Is that how I'm coming off? No.
Yeah, a little bit. You're like, actually, what he allegedly what he really said was, if you look at the details of the way the move was designed.
It's all because you caught me off guard by saying, well, I'm not a weeb, so clearly, Tazza, you have to be. You know what, Sparky? I do enjoy anime from time to time. But yes, it is a spirit
That's
bomb.
fine. You're the one getting defensive right now. It's more of a self-report on you and how you feel about weebs.
All right, Sparky.
Than how I feel about weebs.
Sparky, the set. The set's not even finished yet.
That's true, and this one's going to be a crazy one. I'm loving it so far, though.
Going to be. I feel like
3, 2,
I'm really giving Radish the edge here, I think.
I kind of am, too.
And it's, we were talking a little bit about the inexperience in game number 1, but like if Radish can stop doing silly gravity cancel neutral sig stuff when he's like in red, right, trying to catch people off guard, going for dash jumps, he's just winning. He's beating Pierre in all of these exchanges right away, and he has also forced Pierre onto the legend that we both expected, right? Fate. Oh no. Ground pound comes through, downer as well. He's going to go for the second downer. No. Oh, that was clever.
See, he doesn't extend too much either, so he literally did the opposite of what you wanted him.
I swear that ground pound wasn't Pierre's like entire game.
Yeah.
I do get what you're saying. I know by comparison, yes, he is doing a lot better with that and not overextending with it. And now we're seeing where Pierre's got more damage on him. Pierre spent most of this game unarmed, much of it. Wow, that was... He hit only the top ends of the neutral light on orb. There's a lot of things happening in this game that I don't see that often.
Also, Taz, I was literally pointing out that he did what you wanted him to do.
Oh, yeah.
And you, again, took it defensively. We're on the same team here, bud.
Are we on? Okay. All right, Sparky. I won't take it defensively.
I was saying he listened to you because you had a very wise analysis on this one. And look how even this game is. It's going to be a nice side light, side air for the punish, the true combo option. A little bit wild for Pierre to go for that down signature, just kind of in the middle of the stage. It's very reactable.
I think I've seen one Fate down sig on site hit in like my entire time watching Brawlhalla Esports. It's not even like Koji down sig on sword where you can like use it as a mobility tool. I just feel like it's got a little bit too much end lag to it. But I guess you could catch people off guard. It could work, and that orb recovery coming off the top means that Pierre evens up the game 2-2 relatively quickly, despite how chaotic the early exchanges were off the left side of the stage. Radish picking up the orb, nice neutral light, tries to downlight him, and Pierre turns it right back around, and the scythe working out quite well for Pierre so far on the second stock. Oh, looking a little bit like a guitar player there with that chase dodge down. That was
nice chase dodge right over the corner. A lot of guitar players would follow that up with like the immediate side
air,
air or something like that.
I was expecting it.
Dude, you gotta stop doing that. That's 2 in a row that he's punished like so easily now. It's not even like Radish just being super clutch in the moment.
Yeah.
That's just kind of an easy thing to punish if you just throw it out raw.
Oh, and the side light. He gravity canceled that side light so well, I thought he was still on the Mammoth Fortress platform, but no, he just catches Pierre off the top of the ground, now hitting with the side light cider, and now waiting for a weapon to respawn. Neutral sig into spot dodge means that Radish gets a nice easy punish with the cider, and he waits now, trying to read the fade away from the wall, but Pierre holds strong, avoids that ground pound. The neutral doesn't hit either, and both players are looking for this stock lead here as Pierre gets a slight edge guard opportunity.
Weapon spawn actually came in. Radish grabbed that one. You see the orb in his hand. I believe it's going to be a scythe for Pierre, but he might not even get the chance to grab that one because it's actually gauntlets for Radish. Oh, how did he get away from that downlight, Tazza?
I think he neutralized it. I'm not really sure. A jump input didn't happen. That's for certain. And now, with that weapon throw upwards, he's going to go for these dare edge guards. He's been good with them so far. Nice! Radish has been beautiful with that all throughout the set. Getting the gravity cancel sideline as his opponent tries to cross him up, and getting it right at the spacing to where he'll catch his opponent if they're on the ground, or if they're going for a dash jump. He always follows up with the sider right afterwards because the sideline just perfectly combos into it. And now he's got a stock lead against Pierre again in game number 3.
Yeah, you're right. His sideline siders have been a great punish tool for movement like it was there, and then also in the past for moves that actually come out from Pierre while he's still in that in lag. We're going to see the answer back from Pierre. He is behind.
Yeah.
I think weapon starving game could be really important. You see him immediately zoom to that one, even though Radish was kind of around there as he spawned back in. Oh, that one goes directly to Radish on the right side.
Yeah, and it's the orb, and Radish gets that sideline snare, bread and butter once again. Down airs are coming out from him as well, trying to zone Pierre out of his space. Neutral air into recovery. Means that Pierre's in a position where a really well-placed neutral sig or side sig, I'm not so certain.
Interesting that we see the weapon toss.
Oh!
That's going to catch him recovering high.
Yeah.
Radish was ready for that one. Little bit surprised that he swapped out the side for the orb when he's losing the orb mirrors.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he's going to be playing out and going into game number 4 now. That his back is against the wall. If he's going to be sticking on the fake, go back to Dusk, what have you. Because the one win that he did have was on Dusk. And you're right, the orb mirrors have been almost completely in favor of Radish. So we'll see how that plays out here as we've got relatively close damage per engagement. But man, Radish just putting out way more attacks. I mean, he's got 90 light attacks compared to the 70 from Pierre, and he's got 30. He's got higher accuracy with them connecting as well.
Higher count and higher accuracy, and that's why you see such a huge difference in damage there. Over 100 between these two players. Pierre coming in at 492 compared to Radish's 609.
Yeah, so really great play from Radish so far, and he's just been getting better and better on the Petra. And I don't know, Sparky.
I didn't want to say it,
You don't want to say it.
maybe I should have listened to Pink.
Maybe you should listen to Pink. Who's he going up? You know who's going up against after this? Faison just barely 3-2'd over Taffy.
Yeah.
Right. And Faison's currently in the PR ticket, right, to be in 3rd place in this this tournament. So if Radish is able to take down Faison, I mean, he's basically already there.
It was basically
Right?
like, who do I think can take down Faison? When I was looking at the bracket, I was specifically looking at that chunk of like 4 different players: Faison, Taffy, Pierre, and Radish, because that's like basically how you get into your top 6 or so. And so that's what I was looking at, is like, who can take down Faison? Because for me, Faison is a coin flip. A lot of the times we're going to talk about coin flips literally all day today.
All day. Wow.
But that's who I was looking at. I was like, okay, who can do it? I think Pierre can do it.
And that's what's interesting about the analysis too, is that because if I looked at Pierre and Radish by themselves and they didn't have to fight each other, I think I would agree with you. And it's one of those situations where, oh, well, Radish happens to be taking down the person that can take down Faison. We got a weird little triangle situation going on here. Let's see how this plays out. As Pierre's now on the Rayman, which is a little confusing because Radish, but you know what? It's fine. We'll just say Pierre instead.
As long as I don't have to talk about Pierre's spear experience, then, then I'm good, dude. I'd much prefer this.
Oh my god, the newest arcade machine coming to a arcade near you. Here we go. In game number 4, Radish. I had to be careful. I had to be careful. I think about it really hard now. Is against Rayman from Pierre, and the axe is working out so far so good for Pierre. As the side airs are coming out, Radish can't get those punishes back in, and a few downers here and there are giving him the damage lead. And oh wow, just picks up the gauntlets, charges up that punch, sidestick comes through, and that's a good amount of damage. That ground pound was so close, and he's got to be careful about that spirit bomb, Sparky, because that could take out that stock really early on if he doesn't space around how long Radish charges that, because the distance it travels and the size of the projectile is based off of that charge. And
he's dodged 2 of them. That's 2 of them now that he's gotten
2.
away from really well by just falling off of that wall and fast falling down away from it. So it seems like he's figured that one out a little bit. Now, one thing I really like about his Rayman over his Fate's fantastic. I really do like it. But I think his Rayman is just a little bit cheekier just because of the character. Like, you think about that side signature when he's charging up that fist. I'm talking about Radish's lack of tournament experience. He probably has even less experience against a Rayman. So he might not be ready for how quickly you can full charge like the distance without having to fully charge the sig on that side.
And we haven't even seen any of the axe down sig shenanigans off stage yet.
Or the side signature as well. He gets really cheeky with the axe side.
Yeah, Rayman in general is just a very goofy character to fight against, and that's what's so terrifying about it, is because it's goofily terrifying. he can take you out so quickly with it while you're going, oh my god, that hit me, and then your stock is gone. So we'll have to see how that works. There's a lot of charge mix-ups coming out from Pierre and the Rayman, and so far so great on the second stock. He's been getting a lot of damage in unanswered. Side air punishes the neutral light, and he's no longer in that
was so cool.
Cinematically,
that was
very,
so
that was
cool.
very neat, right? Yeah.
We need to slow-mo that one. That was awesome.
Yeah, the down stick fighting against the neutral stick, they both come out unscathed. That's like the perfect
that could like legitimately be like an anime poster. If you super stylize that of both of them using like one of their trademark finishing moves.
Well, if
BH artist out there, please.
And there's the down sig catching him off guard into immediately full hopping a ground pound. Downlight hits through. Pierre just demolishing Radish with the axe so far, and that side stick he just barely runs out of the way, but that down stick works. And I think what's amazing about Rayman in particular against Radish here, oh wow, that was the game. Oh, I feel like that was so close indeed. But yeah, like he can keep doing this down stick here, and because Radish has shown he has a tendency to gravity cancel neutral stick on Orb when he's off the side of the stage, he can just do that safely, and he's never going to get punished for it.
Dodge through that weapon toss as well. That punish is not going to come through, but here comes the D-Light ground pound. That is going to take away the stock. We haven't seen too much clutch factor from Radish yet of like hitting that 0 to death now that he's so far behind. Pierre's going to easily grab that weapon. It's going to be the axe. You see him, he's just doing that to scare Radish. And it is, like, it's successfully scaring me.
Well, because he successfully hit with one of them as well. Pretty terrifying. Cider hits, he spot dodges, no nair hits, but that means he's low on dodges. Oh, he hits him with the recovery into the axe. That's fine. I think Pierre was just focused on surviving in that scenario, but man, would it have been great if that recovery was able to take him off the top. Pierre, at this point, to toss the weapon away, go for the unarmed recoveries, you might have a better chance of getting that stock, because Radish is starting to come back in this game, and if you lose this...
He's dead.
Okay.
Well, that's really all it took, but you saw how many of those side airs that normally would have been the killing blow that Radish was able to dodge. So his movement and dodge usage towards the end there was really good, even though he did come out on the losing end of that. And remind me, if I ever say I should have listened to Pingu again, just send me to jail. Straight up gulag me, Tazza.
Well, I mean, it's not that... there's still time. There's still time for Pingu to be correct. Okay, we have game 5 on our hands, Sparky.
That's true.
And we don't know. We haven't seen Radish make the legend swap yet. Pierre's been on 3 different legends throughout this set, and we're on game number 5 here. And the Petra could change, although I'm not thinking so. I think he's going to stay on this character going up against Pierre and just change a little bit. It was really the Orb Ditto that I think that Radish shined in this matchup against Pierre. He was winning him against him every single time during that, and now going into game number 5, it's going to be Apocalypse, Petra versus Rayman. So let's see if Radish is able to adapt properly here as we move on. The winner of this goes on to fight against Faison.
Rayman coming in here. Now, you mentioned a possible character change from Radish coming out, but it seems like a lot of Radish's experience in the past is on Gauntlets. Again, doesn't get hit by it. It's so close to hitting like 3 different times now, and Pierre has gotten through all of them. So I am fully confident in Pierre's ability to get away from that Spirit Bomb now.
Definitely one of those one-and-done things.
If you look at Radish's character picks in the past, or most played Legends on Brawlhalla in general, Petra, Mordex, Val. 3 Gauntlet characters. 4th is Taros, but then Core right after that.
Yeah, well.
So a lot of Gauntlets, even though the Orb was certainly favoring Radish.
And because the Orb was favoring Radish, it would make no sense for him to switch, I feel like, to any other character here. And he's got a good lead going into game number 5. Side air hits, though. Pierre can even this up with a nice slide kick grab pound. He just goes for the grab pound broad. Radish makes it back, weapon throw straight up. Cider almost catches the recovery, and Pierre with that pivot, neutral light, and a weapon throw still can't get it. Oh man, both players so heavily damaged. Who's going to go down first here? Radish with the Gauntlets is trying to get that pickup recovery, and Pierre's just sliding across the stage. What? Okay, there we go. Recovery hits, lots of whiffs from both players, but Radish comes out on top, albeit barely, for game number 5. Let's see how long he can survive.
I do like it when Pierre gets cheeky on the Rayman, but I don't want him to get too confident after last game, because this is a game 5 situation, and you see he's starting to take damage. He does actually pull out of that one early, because we've seen Radish just straight running away from it to outspace it in the past when he holds it, so that was a little bit different, but again, Radish was ready there to punish it this time.
I can hear Pingu cackling evilly right now, Sparky.
I shouldn't have said that. I do that for the content. I do that for the
oh, okay. All right, Pierre gets that down sig. I think it was a down sig. I was looking at you at the time, but it sounded like it. And he goes out to the right.
Was it a down sig? I actually thought it sounded like a dare.
Did it? Well,
it sounded just like a light attack accident. I'm sure we're going to see that replay. Can't wait to see that one.
He was probably a ground pound. You know what? It's fine. He hit a downwards hitting move off the right side of the stage. You know where Radish went? Off the bottom of the stage. Now it's 2-2.
Very good analysis,
Thank you, Spring. I do this all the time.
Oh, no.
This is my first time casting Brawlhalla Esports.
This is looking tough for Pierre in this one. I might have to eat my words a little bit.
Oh, but there's a chance here. Pierre's able to get him off the side of the stage, but that's side air. Can he get another one nair? After he gets those nairs, he always gets the follow-ups, and for some reason, it conditions Pierre to just want to use even more jumps when he gets hit by the nair, which is like...
And he's still getting hit by
yeah.
it. He's in orange on his final stock. Like, he needs a big clutch here. Gonna come in with the gauntlets against Radish. Does hit the side air, but it's gonna be a bounce off the stage. So no edge guard situation set up imminently happening.
Oh, side stick time? Oh, he just jumps up for the side air instead. No dodge means he gets kicked in the face by that orb, and that is gonna come through. Side light dodged out of the way. No, Pierre gets a slight punish, but this is, you can tell that Pierre's looking at this game and going, oh no, I don't have really any more health to play with here. If I can hit one more time, every signature in Petra's kit is available to knock me out. So he's really trying not to get hit, and that's not the gamble he was looking for.
Pierre knows he's behind, and Radish also knows that Pierre knows he's behind.
Yes, it's a great way to summarize this situation, actually. That weapon throw comes through, and
he's done.
oh, that's
He's done. And Radish coming out on top.
Yeah, and he gets him with the sidelight cider that we were highlighting since game number 1 that worked throughout all of Pierre's legend swaps. So the entire game, Radish was just able to catch Pierre trying to cross him up with a dodge through, gets him with the gravity cancel sidelight cider to take him off the right side of the stage, and he wins the set 3-2. Really well played from Radish.
That Petra, man, it turned around really in that last game, and we talked about all of the gauntlet experience from all of the top-level characters that Radish plays being the gauntlets, but then we also brought it back to his orb was working specifically in this set against Pierre, definitely in the orb mirror, and then you saw so much orb play that game. You're pointing out all of those nairs, while Pierre was just like being an axe player and floating high above, punished so many times for just being up there.
What was wild about that, the orb nairs as well, was that Pierre was jumping out of the hit stun off of it.
Yep.
And he's already low on jumps because he's coming from a position where orb nair hits you in the first place, and then you use any of those jumps away, all you have left is a dodge, and it gives Radish so much room to be able to punish him whatever way imaginable. And we just saw that not work out for Pierre as the game went on. Radish, and this time around, right, game number 5, we didn't see what happened in game number 1, where Pierre was able to steal away a game at the last second because Radish was grabbed to cancel neutral sticks for like hours. He played really solid. He stayed at the neutral game in center stage, and he secured the game with the maneuvers that I don't think are gimmicks, right? That gravity cancel sidelight on Orb, the way that he uses it, is very clearly a reaction or read or both to Pierre trying to dodge through him for safety. And he succeeded with it so many times. Really well played. He's going to move on in the winner's bracket to fight against Faison. And that means that we've got a lot of winners round 2 matches coming up. Some already underway, some that we're going to be seeing here on stream, Sparky. And I'm seeing a scary statistic right now. Blazy's up 2-1 against Sandstorm.
This is a kind of wild bracket, much more wild than I would have expected. Sandstorm getting that bye in the round 1, that might have set him up maybe a little bit too comfortable.
You think so?
Now that he doesn't have anybody coming for his neck until round 2, and Blazy is really bringing it to him here. It's at least in game 4. So that'll be a curious one to see. That is, of course, happening off stream. Man, I'm on pins and needles to see the results of that one.
Well, I mean, we might be in a situation where Sandstorm and Boomy aren't in winners' quarters of any championship whatsoever, and that's a little wild considering that best of 5 has been going on the entire time. But maybe you're right. Maybe the bye was something that changed up a little bit about how he approached the game. But Blazy's also just one of those players that, if we're looking at previous events or the Pro Series or beyond, he's a character that he's a player that people would pick for him to go up against Sandstorm, take stocks, take even games potentially, and we're seeing him do that right now in that winners round 2 match. Stingray just beat I'm Llama 3-1 to go against the winner of that, and the matchup that we've got coming up next on stream is going to be Cody Travis versus Wrenched. And these are two players that once upon a time, and they were in every top 3 winning every event that they entered in, and they could still potentially do that, and here they are fighting against each other in winners round 2. How do you do it? How do you guys get predictions through these matchups? Because man,
I'm telling you, like
every match that we cast, I'm like, this guy's gonna win.
People at home literally don't understand how difficult it is. Like, we talk about 30 coin flips today, and it's literally like, okay, Sandstorm and Boomy likely going to be in the top 2. So let's just say right before this tournament started, and Boomy got destroyed and sent down in the losers bracket. That was easy, but there's still 30 other players. That's lining up 30 people, asking them to flip a coin all at the same time, and saying, heads, tails, heads, tails, heads, all the way down
All right,
the
so
line of people.
so let's
Crazy.
Let's
So
minimize
hard.
the amount of coin flips we've got here.
No,
and
it's
let's
30. Go ahead, though.
and let's take a look at the matchup that we got coming up next specifically.
Yeah.
And we're going to look at Cody Travison versus Wrenched, and we're going to look at this, and I want to, between us, decide who's going to win this matchup. I would say that too. Cody's been doing quite well. Let me take a look at some. I mean, go ahead and look at the stats right there. Talk about that a little bit while I.
It is surprising, though, that this could be, because based on what we've seen today specifically, this could honestly, wild stuff happens in bracket. You see those stats, the almost 50K earnings coming out from Cody Travis. 3 golds, 3 silvers, and 1 bronze. He's going to be fighting for that top 3 and that gold medal today. Coming in PR5 here. So very strong 1v1 player. Of course, a very strong 2v2 player as well. You see the Barraza on screen. But look at all those top 32s. That is a long career from Cody Travis and a lot of top 32 placements.
Yeah, Cody Travis coming out of PR5 is going to be going up against Wrenched, and we've got a really cool matchup of a Blasters main versus a Guitar main that we get to see here. And we're not going to be seeing nearly as much Blasters if we were going to see any at all, because Boomy got knocked out so early on. But here's Wrenched with a slightly more winning record than Cody Travis's. Wrench's reign was much longer than Cody's was. Cody's coming up a little bit afterwards, but 5 golds, 5 silvers, 3 bronzes, 50 top 32 placements. He's halfway to 100. He's halfway to 100 top 32 official Brawlhalla tournaments.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of tournaments, and Wrench is continuing that streak here, and he wants to take it even further by getting in the winner's quarters over Cody. But we both looked at it. We talked about it. If we're looking at recency, all right, Cody was in top 8 of the Summer Championship not too long ago, only going down to Sandstorm and Anonymous Alex.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at lifetime score and I'm seeing 0-0, and
I don't think that's no.
There's no way.
No, there's no way. It's okay.
I don't know.
It's one of those.
That is straight up throwing me off. So I didn't even hear what you just said.
Oh.
Repeat that one for me and maybe for the people at home who might have missed it as well, because I'm
So,
sure you brought out some knowledge.
I was highlighting that for the Summer Championship, Cody was in top 8 and only going down to players like Sandstorm and Anonymous Alex. And Anonymous Alex really had that crazy performance in that bracket where I think a lot of players were expecting him. And Sandstorm is just, well, an opponent that anybody can go down to or has lost to at some point in their competitive career. But we're going to be going into what is remarkable to me is not the first time that Wrench has been on this Lucian, but he's willing to bring out Blasters versus Cody's Blasters for this game 1 of the best of 5 set. We're going on to small Brawlhaven, so it's going to be a crazy matchup where defense and force, which normally is quite a opposite disparity here, right? With Lucy with such low force and Barraza being such a tanky character, isn't going to matter as much with a stage that's this small. And opening up the Blasters, Wrench gets a nice, solid D-Light sidelight nair onto Cody Travis at the beginning of this matchup, and damage is already back and forth.
Coming in with this Lucian pick, one of his higher picked legends in terms of like overall career. Nice ground pound there. He tried to like stick to Cody, maybe come out with that unarmed ground pound once his weapon was gone, but Cody was able to immediately hit him away with that axe recovery as he came back to the wall and ended up coming out on top in that edgeguard situation. And he's only in the orange.
Yeah, that was very surprising because the nair hits the gravity cancel side stick. D-Light starts acting as an anti-air. Wrench now on the back foot, and Cody is like, this is a great position for me to be in because you're just going to be trying to approach with sidelights, D-Lights, neutral lights, whatever have you, and I have an axe. One of my favorite things about the axe versus guitar matchup is I feel like axe neutral light very, 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 very good at stopping every ground option that guitar has if you react properly. And axe down light, if they're trying to approach you with a down air, that's the perfect anti-air.
It's like those two moves were made in tandem of like, here's the down air, and this down light is going to beat the down air.
Well, it's a very straightforward matchup to play for the axe player, which means that Cody really only has to worry about this Blasters versus guitar matchup where guitars could really get in between the shots that the Blasters puts out and get him an advantage here. But Cody so far really taking the lead here, and Wrenched unarmed picks up the guitars once again to fight against the axe, and Cody's like, no, go back to the Blasters, I liked it better that way, hits him off stage and primes him up on that weapon.
Nice big Sarah. You see him throwing out that side signature, sort of in celebration as Wrench was responding back in. It's now Blasters v Blasters. This could be an interesting matchup between these two. You mentioned earlier we might not see as much Blasters, at least on the winner side of the bracket, now that Boomy went down to the bottom.
Never
but
mind.
didn't really expect this Wrench Lucian to be coming in. Been playing a lot of Mako recently, so that could be an option that Wrench might stick to. or may just go with these blasters, with this Lucian pick. A little bit slow sort of between these two players in the blasters matchup.
Yeah, and Wrench, I think, was thinking the same thing. Tossed those away, picked up the guitars right afterwards, and the neutral sting in the wrong direction means he gets down here for his troubles. Neutral on the way back up, sidelighted, nared. Cody, just a beast on the edge, and that nair comes through.
So much punishment for that neutral sting.
It was one neutral sting, and he went from white to orange. It was like, but we are on small Brawlhaven. Wrench on the guitars. Did he prime it? I think he did. And that means he's going to be on guitars for the bulk of his last stock. And Cody onto the axe here could have a heap of trouble if Wrench is able to get him off the side of the stage. Neutral six could be huge here. Being able to get him with sidelight dagger ground pounds is pretty big as well. But so far, Wrench can't get a single hit in.
And he's been really careful about how he initiates because of that axe guitars matchup, like you mentioned earlier.
Oh, okay. Ground pound comes through. Cody has to recover the other side of the stage. Wrench can't chase him in time, but he's fine with that. He got the damage through, and he's continuing to attack on Morris. One nair to two. Downlight, down air. Oh, he tried to get the read, and Cody huge at the Sayer clash there. Wrench could have been flying to his doom if that actually connected in favor of Cody. And now Wrench has an edgeguard scenario where I feel like he's got the advantage. Cody goes through a crazy recovery, and then nair hits. Oh, Wrench, is he going to bring this back? Oh, the pivot neutral stick, the classic Barasa finisher. Slide charging it, getting him with that spike, sending him off the left side of the stage. Takes game number one over Wrench, but Wrench really did a good job coming back at the end of that game.
And it was so close. It was 509 damage to 500 damage. Yeah. But the one thing, even though it was really even, we are on small Brawlhaven, depending on what win condition that Wrench is looking for, he could have to put, actually it was 501 to 510.
It's very disorienting looking at those numbers left to right. Just a bunch of 5 ones and zeros. Wow, that was a very closely damaged match. And we're going right back to small Brawlhaven. No breaks at all in this matchup. And Wrench sticking on the Lucian, starting with the guitars, and the nairs are bouncing Cody all around. Double D-line goes for the triple. Why not? You keep going until that move doesn't hit. Cody, oh man, downlight again, but the nairs this time. Cody's connecting with them instead of Wrench, and the damage really going back and forth. Downsig not punished by the downer, but Wrench doesn't care. He is just flying off the rails with these attacks, and now Cody, with that nair connecting, means that Wrench really has a solid lead, but man, the pivots from Wrench. I don't know what's going on there. He's getting such amazing reads, and then randomly in the string, he'll pivot the attack in the wrong direction, and that gives Cody a ton of room to work with. And if he can stop that from happening, Wrench could be destroying Cody right now in game 2.
Blasters coming out, Cody over on the far left side. Wrench, even this little weapon toss down. I think he meant to do that one, hopefully baiting out a dodge, but then he could immediately grab his weapon since it didn't go anywhere. Nice side air. Wrench finding himself with a beautiful lead on this one.
Yeah, remarkable to me that Lucian side air on Blasters was able to knock out, but that's just how much damage Wrench really backed on that stock number 1. And Cody, switching over to the Blasters, going to be fighting against the guitars, but a lot of great damage buildup coming out from Wrench and the guitars. And much to my surprise, the Blasters are actually being the weapon that Wrench uses as the knockout finisher, and that recovery the nair. Cody! Man. Really going for the read there. That downsig would have been huge. Doesn't quite connect, but another downsig would almost certainly be enough, at least on Brawlhaven, to take Wrench off the top.
Wrench being very careful how he initiates. He's getting caught in the air with these jump side airs from Cody. That down air is going to be the spiking move. Yeah. Cody's going to have his choice of weapons. There you see another celebratory side signature. Even had time for the neutral signature. Didn't make too much of a move to get over to that weapon spawn because it came right on top of Wrench while he still had iframe spawning in.
That's what those are. There was no reason for those signatures for any other thing, right? And that recovery coming through from Wrench. We've actually seen a surprising lack of amounts of Blasters recovery in this set so far. I think even when recovering, they have not been using it too much. And now that I've said something, Cody trying to get that down stick up the top right away, and Wrench doesn't fall into it with the neutral light. Slide charges the neutral stick off the stage, and Wrench gets the ground pound punish. Let's see, can Cody get this edge guard? He's been so great with the neutral lights and the side lights off the side there, but Wrench is adapting pretty well now. Can he get a side light this time? He went for the side air read, and Wrench gets right underneath it.
You see him going for that GC downlight, sort of turning that one around as Wrench might normally move through him. Didn't end up making contact. Now nice. Cody is the one with a really nice lead here as he takes out Wrench on the right side.
You rarely see those side air and side air strings, but Cody was able to side air him in a way that he bounced off the stage, and he was able to side air in the opposite direction, get the knockout as well. Now the nairs and downers are really flying wild from Cody as downlight side air catches Wrench on the left side of the stage, and that's a huge lead for Cody, but side sync with the reversal into side air means Cody has to recover super early on. No jumps, no dodges. Can he make it back? He doesn't even get a chance. Wrench didn't let him have a second to breathe, and that was a huge stock from Wrench because he was getting He's getting shot up in that last stock, and that means that he's already in orange here. But Lucian, yes, low force, but a very fast and very beefy legend. He can be able to hold his own against Barasa here, but I mean, one axe neutral sig. Oh no, I can almost feel it happening already. Cody's only put out one of those neutral sigs so far, and it hit.
Oh, he's adding this damage up. Wrench is already in the red. Side air gets spot dodged by Wrench.
Oh, he's been staying on the axe the entire time here, too. There's blasters. He can switch. He has a choice. He chooses not to. That recovery being gone means he gets the nair through, no side air afterwards. But Cody, with the axe, gets the neutral light, and that is more than enough force to send Wrench flying off the left side of the stage. And that means that if Wrench wants to switch legends now's the time. 2-0 lead for Cody Travis in this best of 5.
And you talked about him having the option to swap off to the blasters and staying on the axe towards the end. And I think that's him wanting more numerous and more easy to set up KO options. You saw him hunting for those Sairs. The only time he's like stopped doing the Sairs were when Wrenched was above him. So he's like, well, if I throw a Sair, like that's not going to hit. That's just a waste. So I'm going to throw a Nair, add up a little bit more damage, enough for the in-light kills. Now we're seeing that Mako coming out from Wrenched.
Yes, I'm very excited about this because you were talking about it at the beginning of the set, right? Wrench has been focusing on the Mako a lot, both in his ranked matches, as community tournament play, official tournament play, and now he's actually bringing out as the break glass in case of emergency legend against Cody Travis in game number 3 here on Small Brawlhalla, which means Katars, a great sword, are going to be coming out against Cody. So far, only Katars, but that means the signature kit is also very, very much different. Lots of mobility coming out from Mako's signature kit on the Katars. Side sig can travel as far as Surrey side sig, basically down sig with the steerability, and the neutral sig to be able to dunk them in whatever direction you choose.
And that's going to be something that we didn't see coming out from the Lucian pick. Not too much movement on that signature kit. There is a little bit, but not too much. Definitely nothing compared to the Mako coming out here. There you see, even that one, that's not the most moving signature. It's still a lot of movement on that one, and jumping high into the air, coming into that 45 degree, but it's not enough to catch Cody, who still has the lead.
Yeah, the least, the signature with the least amount of mobility is the one that also takes up over half the stage, which is down sig on Greatsword. So, the ground pound comes through, and Wrenched evens up this game pretty quickly, and opts to stay out of the Katars, priming the Katars as well. Going into this game number 3, back against the wall, Wrench is keeping it even, but Cody is still at a very advantageous position as these nairs are coming through, and Cody keeps fighting back with the sidelights and recoveries. Oh, great streak! There's the neutral active input to the right. Wrench tries to go for the side, but Cody gets the recovery to activate that chase dodge, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Wrench's Mako.
Now, he did only hit that signature in yellow, but that did put him in a good spot. Oh, he's going for another one. That one would have put some hurt onto Cody because he is in the orange now. Wrench doing a great job adding up this damage. Finding such a good way through Cody's blasters. The signature missed. Cody tried to punish. That missed, and Wrench got in for the counter punish and the KO.
Yeah. An interesting recovery option from Cody. It's very rare that I see Wrench successfully get neutralites and the recoveries on the edge where it stuffs the recovery, but Wrench was able to get it, and now he's got a really solid lead. Okay, that axe grab pound actually almost knocked out. It was that close. That is a very hard angle to get, but he manages to connect with it, and Wrench now fighting back. Oh, the silent, he tries to get the reverse down air onto Cody, but he doesn't quite connect with it. But so many unanswered hits from Wrench and the Mako means that we might be going to a game number 4 off of Wrench's Mako, but that side air makes me eat my words. We're now in a 1-to-1 situation, and Cody is barely damaged by comparison. Let's see how this plays out, as Cody has been really favoring this axe in his last stock situations.
Wrench was looking for that weapon spawn. He's not putting a lot of space between him and Cody. Grabs the Katars. His Katars on Mako have just looked next level compared to what he has. He fixed it! There's going to be a big edge guard situation.
He gets him!
He ripped the ground pound really
There
early.
spikes, and Cody has... Does he have a way to make it back?
Oh, he still had the dodge in time!
Oh, Wrench almost lost that. He almost lost that.
That was so close.
If Cody hit anything on Wrench there, Cody comes back, Wrench can't make it back. That was terrifying. What an amazing... That is the sign of a Katar master. We're going to be seeing that Katar Nair off the right side of the stage that spikes Cody directly downwards. And that is huge. Look at this. Beautiful. It doesn't get any better than that. And Cody gets the actual recovery, poorly spaced, hits the bottom of Small Brawlhalla, probably curses the stage, says, why isn't it flat under here? But you know what, Cody? You just didn't play around.
That's why it's not flat.
That's why
Literally
it's not flat.
that right there, that's why they did that.
Exactly it. And Cody is now going into game number 4 against Wrench, where Wrench on the Mako is showing that he's got signs of life and could potentially bring it to Game 5. Man, we're getting the closest matches of the day, because every other match in the bracket, Sparky's been 3-0.
Yeah.
we got pretty lucky with these.
We've been getting lucky with these. Specifically, man, this turnaround from Wrench, his guitars just look so much better on Mako, even aside from the signatures that he's using pretty darn well. Just his regular neutral guitar play is looking just another level from his Lucian that we saw previously that Neutral Light's going to catch, but no immediate follow-up, and Wrench gets an answer back. I think he's a little bit behind maybe in terms of damage right now, though. Actually, he's ahead after that side air. Cody find a nice two-piece. See if Wrench can land. He can't. He gets hit by a side light and the turnaround neutral signature from Cody.
That's pretty huge, and Cody went for one of those in one of the earlier games as well and missed it, but that time it connected. Even though it slides a little bit underneath the stage, still plenty of force to send Wrench flying to his demise off the top of the stage, and Wrench swats the blasters out of Cody's hands, but Cody kicks him away, picks up a new pair, and neutral lights him immediately, and Wrench can't get anything started here on this second stock. Let's see if he gets this knockout. He's looking for that delay recovery potentially. Any dodge read that he can get off the top, sidestick the reposition, and Cody just stares him away and tacks on more damage, and Cody really put on the hurt in the game number 4.
Cody's movement is stepping it
Oh,
up. Even the moves that he misses,
no.
he's able to get away in time. His damage output is incredible. Completely gets away from that. Didn't want to even deal with a follow-up, didn't try to punish it or anything. Just immediately got away after those 2 hits from Wrench.
Let's see if Wrench is able to get the knockout here with the Greatsword. He has certainly not been favoring it in this matchup since he switched over to the Mako.
Ooh.
Dodged barely through that weapon throw. That would have gotten me for sure. Sider hits from Cody, and Cody's almost ready to get an unarmed Sider for the knockout here. Wrench Sider's down to the ground. Unfortunately, gets the landing animation of that. Stuck in the ground a little bit too long. Recovery hits, and Wrench is now done 1 stock to 3. This is a tough matchup indeed. And Cody already gets 2 hits and side sig. You know what? Why not? Right? That would have sealed the deal. I feel like if that did connect. But good punish for Wrench. Good punish.
Now, one thing that I like about Cody currently is he was dealing with the Greatsword pretty well. Now, Wrench isn't necessarily like the goated Greatsword player.
Yeah.
And
you
definitely
could say
wasn't coming out like the best Greatsword player at BCX, but Cody had to miss BCX. So
Oh!
yo, the guitar players!
Side airs him. Can he even make it back to the stage?
Oh,
he can!
it's
Wrench,
like
let's go! The neutral six zoning Cody away from the stage. Side airs him into the stage so he doesn't get his jumps back, meaning that he has 1 jump left after hit stun, and then maybe a dodge if it comes off cooldown. Guess what? Didn't come off cooldown fast enough. Ground pound connects. Wrench brings it back. It's now 1-1, and Cody has to fight against Wrench in this situation where Wrench is trying to bring it to a game number 5. Let's see if Wrench can get something started off the sidelines. That neutral stick misses, but Cody's getting a lot of good hits in.
It's that Cody axe. It's the thing that's been ending these rounds so well. Could be a neutral signature.
Okay.
Gets
All
punished
right,
on that
down air,
side
sidelight,
Wrench!
downlight. Wrench tries to get the ground. He gets a downlight. So much damage coming from the guitars. The guitar is still picked up, but oh, that's it. Side air hits him. I was thinking it was just going to knock the weapon out of his hands. No, it knocked him off the screen, and Wrench goes down to Cody Travis, 3-1, but man, he was making the miracle comeback happen, Sparky. It was so close at the end of that game there.
That's what's so scary about end games against an axe player and a really good axe player. Even when you're just a little bit behind, because they're finding that nair every now and then. Okay, maybe you get 1 hit as an answer, but they're going to outpace you in terms of damage. And talk about outpacing in terms of damage. 585 from Cody Travis compared to the 412 from Wrench. 49 damage per engagement. Every engagement you have with an axe player, they're grabbing 49 damage, and then all it takes, like at the end, they're hunting for that side air, but all it takes is that 1, they end up cleaning that 1 up.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I really wanted to see that go to a game number 5. Wrench was trying so hard to make it happen, but really good on Cody Travis to be able to take that 3-1. Aligning with their expectations as well, being able to go through winners quarters and taking a look at the bracket. He does have to worry about Sandstorm on winner's side because Sandstorm did come back 3-2 over Blaze. He was looking a little scary. It was 2-1. It was 2-1.
I was a little nervous.
I mean, that would be a really fun
Sandstorm
bracket.
and Boomy down in the losers bracket that early, that would have been
I wonder how
very volatile.
It's something that I'll definitely want to look at after the tournament to see where they would have met if that happened. But that's not what's going to happen. Cody Travis moves on, and now we've got, speaking of Boomy, a matchup that a lot of people were probably expecting to be differently. I was thinking it was going to be Boomy versus Java coming in here, but no, it was Zelchi 3-0ing Boomy in winners round 1. That means that Zelchi is going to be going up against Java, who took down Pugsy to get into this position. So we've got a very different flavor of winners round 2 matchup here, with the winner of that going up against the winner of Snowy and Costelix. That's going to be happening later out throughout the day.
And I'm looking at this Zelchi versus Java, and I'm just seeing more potential from Java coming out here. Because, man, let me see some stats
Go
on
for it.
Zelchi and Java. This is going to be an interesting one because there really isn't, I think, too much on Zelchi. You're seeing it right there in front of your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking today is all about the humble beginnings, Taz.
It is.
The beginning of a story. $60 in earnings, 2 top 32s. PR29 almost didn't make it into this tournament. Almost was in the Arcadian that was just a week ago for the PR33 through 64. So he's just barely making it into this one. And what a way to just skate in and then 3-0 boom. Sitting him down on the
Yeah, it's like, what PR is he, 2? Well, it's not PR1, so it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, right? It's just 3-0. And then we got Java. Talk about humble beginnings. In Java's case, it was at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
Right? And he has done well throughout the year, as to say that in PR8, right? Top 8 placements. He's had one of those top 32 placements. He has 8 of them. Did incredibly well representing Team West in the Pro Series, and now he's here after taking down Pugsy 3-2. Really close best of 5 happening there. Shame. I'm taking a look at what happened in the lower bracket. Yeah, the Boomy and Pugsy was lower bracket round 1. Insane, right? And that ends up going 3-1, and now Boomy is just making a rampage still in, and he's taken down both Pugsy and Ethan. But that's not the match we got coming up next. It's Zelchi versus Java, and both of these players are really just hungry to get those statistics even better going on throughout the matchup. And that means that one of them is going to be going into winners quarters finals, who are going to be fighting against Snowy, who just 3-2'd Coslex in winners round 2.
Java's had a good year in 2021, but also even the end of last year, if I'm looking at BCX, coming in 17th place. So almost top 16 in the World Championship. Fantastic work on that. But then he continued that, got second in Winter Championships, fell behind a little bit in Springs, going back to sort of that 17th place, right outside top 16, but then improved that, made it into the top 16 here at Summers, and got 13th place on that. Going to be that Bodvar player. You see that coming up on your screen right there. He is hugely the Bodvar player. I would be very surprised if we saw anything but the Bodvar on this. On the other side, Zelchi, we're seeing that Val. I want to look at some of his other place or highest rated characters.
Well, he's reported with the Fate is what he took down Boomy with.
Okay.
Going 3-0 there. So we might be seeing some more Orb and Scythe play, or just Orb play in general, which is really nice. It's a weapon that I think has been very good for a very long time, but not represented professionally for a very long time at this stage of the game. And now we're seeing a lot of players primary the Orb. We just saw with Radish earlier on in that matchup against Pierre, where it was Orb Dittos up until the very end. And now we're going to be seeing potentially Zelchi playing the Fate as well up against Java.
That Fate is going to be his highest leveled character coming in, but still a little bit of a low level 46. Then his highest level character, like you might think maybe a level 89, maybe a level 100 even, but it's actually a level 58 Asuri. So his top 2 highest leveled legends, not necessarily as high as you might expect. I'm not sure if Zelchi is maybe a newer player, certainly new to stream, so new to me a lot, but I'm not sure if Zelchi maybe was like a PS4 player that has an account on like PS4 or Xbox or mobile or any of the other myriad of platforms that Brawlhalla.
How many level 100 legends do you have, Sparky?
None.
None?
But I have a very highly leveled Vrax.
You do?
And I'm working on the Reno.
Okay. All right. I like that. What level is the Vrax?
Don't make me look it up.
You don't have to look it up. You just have to say like between 70 to 80. Or like 80
I think it's 80s.
You think it's 80s? 80s? Around 86?
Maybe?
We're gonna say 88.
Someone can chump check me on that.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Well, you know what? It's only going up. Right?
That's true.
That and the Reno. Well, the matchup that's coming up is going to be pretty cool. Zelchi versus Java. I'm excited to see how Fate versus Bodvar plays out. Java really the remaining high-placing Bodvar player that we have. I know when I'm taking
might be, yeah.
Let's look at that. I was like excited for having a Little Cat matchup on stream. Now Zinker just demolished him 3-0, so we don't really have the Little Cat Bodvar that I was thinking about. And looking at any of the other Bodvar players that usually play in North America, they're either just not here or they're already out of the tournament. They went down. So Java, it's not even Bodvar.
Oh yeah, he's playing the Ada. I forgot he locked in the Ada in a recent tournament and showed that Ada. I was like, what?
All I'm saying is he reported the Bodvar against Pugsy
and then changed his mind. I think it was it in Summer Championships that Java did that maybe? Ada, I believe, is like number 3 legend. I forgot about this. I saw that on the bracket. It was like, what is going on? Who is this Java?
Okay, it's a very different legend from Bodvar. 100%. You know what? I'm just going to go with that random statement I said at the beginning of the save, which wasn't that random, right? Which is that Spear is very much considered a top-tier weapon in Brawlhalla Pro Play right now. A lot of players are saying Spear is in a great place. They're playing a lot of Legends with Spears, Dust, Hattori, Mirage, and now we're seeing the Ada come out, which I think Ada's always been, for Blasters players and Spear players alike, theoretically a very, very good Legend that nobody has really been able to make work competitively. I know we saw Boomy try to do it a long while back, and then just stay away from it. And now we've got Java on it, taking this first stock off of Zelchi like it was nothing with that down signature in under a minute.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it, is that Ada has always had these moments of like possibly being a really strong character. The signature kit, of course, Spear, good weapon. Blasters can be a good weapon. A little bit tough to pick up. Yeah. Really hard to master. You don't see a lot of very strong Blasters players out on top. But you just saw a lot of signatures coming out from Java. He ended up finding a signature KO. You saw him use the side sig, which ended up missing, but still so quick to come out.
Yeah. I think the factor that stops a lot of people from playing from playing Ada is the same reason that people don't play Jala, even though it's Sword and Axe, and there's a lot of Sword and Axe players. Is that when the defense stat is that low, it feels kind of bad to lose those stocks, what you would consider earlier than usual. You end up picking a character that has a weapon that you like a little bit better with a better stat line, and there you go. But here we have Java really bringing out the Ada to great effect, and Zelchi fighting back with the orb. Nicely done with the nairs and side airs. Java falling down that side air, getting punched the sidelight Sarah. Look at that, Zelchi bringing the game back almost immediately after taking that stock off of Java, and could potentially take a lead at this rate.
Now, one thing I'm really liking from NA so far today, and that's going to basically mean double for this set, is the amount of variation in characters that we've already seen in this bracket.
Oh.
Seen a couple Fates, but like
2 in a row.
In Ada, what year is it that we're seeing in Ada this deep in the bracket? We've already seen a Mako, we've seen the Barraza. It's crazy to see someone swapping off of Bodvar onto the Ada in current year.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see it. We've seen two down stick knockouts. I mean, that's as good as it gets.
Dodge?
On Spear.
I was worried that he wasn't going to have that dodge.
Yeah, it was a little scary. I wasn't going to write him off just yet, though. But double downlight, side air, nair. I mean, that's as much damage as you could get off of a sidelight from Spear. And Java's got to be feeling great on game number 1 against Zelchi here. Not to mention that Zelchi just can't seem to get this last stock off of Java. Weapon toss down. Gravity cancel sidelight. Tried it. Looking a little bit like Radish there, except that's not the orb, so it doesn't quite pick up. And Java still holds on to this stock, however, continues getting more damage. And that downer is not going to be enough from Zelchi to be able to take this out. Java's on the verge of a 2 stock at this rate. Oh, wow!
Oh, again! He doesn't get the punish after the gravity cancel sidelight. He's going to have to figure out how to punish that.
Yeah.
We've seen Java use that a few times. That might be something that Zelchi is just not used to, because it's not like that is a major tool in every single Spear player's toolkit. There you see the side signature, super quick, has major KO potential. That's where you're going to see an Ada player shine, is 1, using the signatures, and then 2, having that high strength stat instead of just looking at the really, really low defense.
Yeah, Ada Spear Sig's great. Side Sig very, very quickly. Very, very quick. And down Sig, as we saw there, he would gravity cancel it so that he gets a little bit of the descending motion, covers both the air and the ground. He got 2 knockouts with the down Sig at the start of the match. Right on respawn, gets the side Sig, takes Zelchi off the right side of the stage. We're running it right back to Mammoth Fortress. Java very much in the lead that entire game. Zelchi had this moment where on stock 2, he did technically take the lead, and then Java took the stock and just ran away with the entire game. Let's see if that changes up here, as Java's looking great on the Spear against Zelchi. Lots of nairs connecting.
He's also doing a great job putting a lot of pressure onto Zelchi, like being in his face, being around him, navigating around Zelchi's hitboxes really well. Like, he takes that side light, D-light, but then he backs up. He even catches with that neutral light. He started that one real early, and Zelchi fell into it.
I was about to be like, that neutral light.
Yeah, right?
And then he was like, oh, he's from the future. I get it. Oh, he tried to catch him, but he gets kicked out of the way. I think that's the one unarmed attack that was fast enough to stop that signature from hitting. So Zelchi covering himself quite well, but sideline chase dodge, he delays the pivot on that nair just long enough to catch him off guard. Good punish from Zelchi, but nothing afterwards. The Spear Sarah will just come through, and man, Java's kind of moving around like he's just being like, come on, get this over with. You know, that's how I feel like. He's like, I'm just trying to get these stocks and clock in, move into my next set.
But it's not twitchy movement.
Yeah.
It's really smooth movement that I'm liking from Java on this one. Oh, Zelchi's not able to find anything immediately after that sidelight. You saw him turn around the second sidelight. Does find the recovery. Java just barely touching the wall there. Using Blaster's neutral air. That is such a good move to use on the side to protect against basically anything in the game that's above you.
Ooh, falling side air. Side air hits. And Zelchi takes that stock. And we're in a similar position as game number 1. And this is where Zelchi's going to have to do what he did at game 1, but actually take the stock at the end of it, because he had a really great orb string coming in. Java wasn't able to respond too well, and then Java takes the stock and he just ran away with the rest of the game. But this time it looks like Java just wants to take that stock lead right away. Oh, but that's a great punish. That's where Zelchi's going to have to really come out on top, is when Java goes for these gravity cancel signatures, he has to get 3 to 4 hits off those punishes every time.
Yeah, there's been a few moves that Java's really starting to throw out, and it's throwing a lot of that Zelchi can punish, and he can actually punish them hard because they're a little bit unsafe from Java. He's still certainly in the lead here. Goes for the pogo stick. Zelchi hits one sidelight, goes back onto the main platform.
No dodge.
And chooses to go back in. GC sidelight. Oh, the down air comes in, completely misses. Zelchi gets back to the main platform, grabs a weapon as he was at the disadvantage.
The mistake that Java made there is he dodged back to the stage instead of jumping back to the stage. There's no GC sidelight, and he was in a position for a side air, but he still gets it. He gets the stock. 2 to 1 now, and Zelchi doesn't have Java in a position where he can take that stock very quickly, and Java's just jumping in and out, bopping him with weapon throws, getting the sidelights. We haven't seen him go for those crazy gravity cancel sidelights on Spear so far, but honestly, it looks like Java, at the way that he's playing against Zelchi, can go for a lot and not get punished too hard, as that Nair covers his head and he makes it right back to the stage and knows, man, Java, with the preemptive attacks on the blasters, has been really beautiful. He's like jumping to a position and predicting where Zelchi's going to be a second ahead of time, and then hit him with the gravity cancel neutral stick. That's the dream. But
that one's
Ada,
a cheeky one to use on the edge, especially if there's a lot of distance between you and your opponent who's so far below. That can actually cover a lot of that wall, especially if they think, oh, we're so far apart, there's nothing that's going to hit me. I can dodge in time if there's a weapon toss or anything. But that neutral signature can actually be really cheeky. Pulling out of that one because it was so telegraphed. Zelchi knew it was coming, could react to it, pulls out, and ends up getting the kill. That's a JV2 that game.
Yep, really great play coming out from Java, and I can't shake this feeling that this is the most visual example of like one player just being a slightly higher level than the other at this point. Zelchi's just he's getting the reads, he's getting these exchanges. He's just not getting as much as Java, and that's, I guess it's actually an understatement, because Ada's so low on defense that every win that Zelchi gets in the neutral game means he gets that much more damage than he would against another legend. And we're seeing Zelchi go, yeah, you're right, I do need to hit harder.
2, 1, brawl.
And he's locking in that Taros, and that's going to be scary. Any Ada player probably quaking in their boots at the thought of all of that strength. It's going to be like every 2 or 3 hits is a color change.
Oh,
I swear, maybe every 1 hit is a color change, Tazza.
I mean, Zelchi's already hit Java more of the stock than he has on previous stocks.
Oh
he was on
my
the fake.
gosh, dude.
Okay, all right. Ground pound hits, gets to the recovery. He is now.
You're about to say he's now red? Not anymore.
No, I was gonna say he was now ready to just hit him with anything.
Okay.
But it's just. I mean, it's all the same thing. Zelchi's sliding in there with the down stick. Man, I'm telling you, Taros down stick.
It's great. It's
a very
so
good
good.
move.
It's been great for a very long time.
Wow, Zelchi. You know what Zelchi did? He really did think about the same thing I was thinking. It's like, well, if all I have to do is hit him 5 times, I might as well play a character that gets stocks after they hit him 5 times. And the stocks are evened up, but Zelchi is still in a commanding, well, he has been commanding the lead of this game so far. Let's see if that changes now that Java's gotten some time to recognize, oh, it's Taros. Nice down air so far. Oh, that downlight was actually really nice, but Zelchi spaced around it beautifully.
And he spaced to get away from it, and he was able to get back in with the dash sidelight. So that was really good from Zelchi to not only get away, but also punish effectively.
Oh, man, side air comes through. Down air as well. That down stick, I don't know. I don't think it would knock out, but I've been wrong every time. I'm like, is it Sparky? It's like, yeah, watch this. Okay. Gravity cancel neutral light didn't hit, but Zelchi is just a few solid axe hits away from being able to use whatever the heck he wants in this signature kit.
It's so funny to see like all of the movement that comes out from Java, all of the work that Java is putting in, and then Zelchi just like hits him 1 time, and it's like, yeah, everything you just did meant absolutely nothing.
Wow, yeah,
that's the Taros difference.
And you really feel it when you got one of the highest force legends of the games going up against Ada. You really feel those hits when they connect, but the downer comes through and it really catches Zelchi off guard, and I love that. Blasters have such great potential to dash jump fastfall down air when you're catching somebody recovering low. You'll catch them before they're even ready to react to it, and it sends them straight down. Even if the force isn't enough to knock them out, their jumps are probably already gone. You're going to get that knockout. And Java does even up the stocks, but man, one more stomp there, and he's out of here.
Last time when Java got the stock and basically evened up the game, it was that. It was an evener. In this case, oh no, Zelchi hit the stomp, completely whiffed the maybe side air that I think he wanted to do, but it came out as a side light. Neutral light, that did send off screen, even though it was kind of on the left side of the stage. Not going to take too much to get the KO option. Hammer in hand. You can use your imagination on what you want to knock out.
Yeah, let's play the game where what can Zelchi hit Java with where he won't go away? I think
maybe an axe down light, but even at this point, I'm not sure.
Oh, he's going for an arm now. He's like, oh, the axe is too slow. I'm going to hit you. Oh, but a hammer's picked up. Nair can come through. Side air, down air, recovery. Okay, down sig. Oh, Java's making this work. Oh, no, Zelchi. Are you going to go down 3-0 to Java?
Oh, why would you go for the raw D-sig? Zelchi was so far away. Do you expect him to just like go through the platform and land right next to you?
Well, he's been playing blasters like that a lot, where we're talking about he's positioning preemptively for where Zelchi's going to move, and maybe that was the case with the down sig, but Zelchi got in there fast. And where Zelchi was on the side of the stage when Java put out that down sig, it was the opposite side. I guess he was just hoping that he would get hit by the end of the move. I really don't know.
That's just a really interesting choice to go for there, because it's not like Zelchi was super fishing for like a recovery or any other unarmed move. If he wanted to hit the unarmed move, of course, you would have to be like right next to your opponent. Yeah. But Zelchi was like giving space to Java and really like looking for the opportunity where a move might be the option instead of forcing an opportunity like, I'm in panic mode, I need to get the KO.
Right. And, well, it looks like we've got Java forced over to the legend that we were both expecting at the start of this game based off what he reported, and that is the Bodvar. I don't think he was quite happy with losing the hammer. He's going to show Zelchi how it's done. At least that's what I'm thinking, but much to my surprise, we're on small Brawlhalla here, Sparky. This game's going to be done in a minute and 45 seconds. We're in for a heavy hitter, that's for sure, as Zelchi opens up the axe, and the stop sign picked up from Java as he hits one there and tries to go for a second one, but no, Zelchi's actually getting the hits in well on his own. Oh, but that's 3 hammer nairs now. Stop side air. Okay, Java side lights up recovery. Yep, that's it. Oh, but the recovery comes back and Zelchi gets the turnaround. Java trying to go for the early knockout, doesn't quite get it. Oh, and Zelchi's so damaged. They've just been nonstop hitting each other, and that D-Light recovery will do it as Java takes the lead in game number 4.
Now, you talked about Blaster's Dare being that, like, send down, that sort of spiking option on the edge, but now that he has Hammer in his hand, we've already seen it initially down on the bottom left side, is like you have those off-stage engagements that you could just send your opponent the complete opposite direction. Already saw the Hammer recovery going in with the ground pound.
You're trying to do it again.
If your opponent is above you, hit that recovery, possible chance you're going to get the KO. Love the down coming out from the sword. Java is very confident in his ability, going to take that stock. He's going to fall there, but look at that,
if that haymaker hit when Zelchi lived, I'm not really sure.
I don't think he
tried to punch him towards the stage. That was so funny. Java, you know what? I love this vibe that I'm getting. I feel like Java lost the hammer that game, and he was like, hold on. You should not be playing this weapon. Let me show you how this is done, because he is just rolling over Zelchi in game number 4. Stop, side air, weapon throw, tries to kick him off the side of the stage, and Zelchi trying to make it back as he kicks him out of the way, and Java so far in the lead. Let's see. Can Zelchi get the neutral sig to even the game up and bring it to a game number 5? Oh.
Java's feeling himself so much here. You can even see his movement right there, going back and forth, almost hit that side signature. Zelchi did find the punish and a neutral light as well.
Nice,
pretty good job coming back. That's going to send far. Okay,
let's go, Zelchi. D-Light ground pound evens up the game, saying, all right, Java, I see that you're going a little crazy here, but it's not over yet. Axe picked up, weapon starved out of the way. Hammer versus Axe. Can Java get that one solid? Oh, yeah, of course he can. It was just one win.
That's going to be a JV2, I believe, again for Java coming out here. That swap to the Bodvar might make you wonder why he was playing the Ada to begin with, but his Ada did have some good stuff.
Yeah,
we were seeing like a lot of the same stuff in terms of like the pressure he was exerting onto Zelchi. You were seeing that almost double with his Bodvar, but you were seeing it on the Ada as well, which I liked.
Well, I think the most important thing for Java as well as a player is that it opens up so many more options for you to approach future matchups, whether it be players or legends. When you have a character that you could play competitively like the Ada there. And I think he was really stress testing it there, did an amazing job, forced Zelchi onto a legend that was essentially a counter pick to the Ada, and then he brought back the Bodvar and was able to do a very good job fighting against him with that. And you know what? Great sets, 3-1. Java moves on to fight against Snowy, who's been on Rayman the entire time, and that really fleshes out everybody in the winner's quarter side of the Mammoth Invitational.
Yeah, we have some interesting sets coming up ahead. This is just, man, what a great bracket today. We've had some really good matches that we've called. I love that we've gotten to see some new players on stream. Like, that's all what the Arcadian is about. It's like seeing all of these players you're not used to seeing, but we're seeing it today as well. We got to see Radish on stream. I can't wait to see some of the players that we have coming up for you here. I'm looking at the bracket to see our winners quarterfinals. We have Sandstorm versus Stingray, Cody Travis versus Zinker, Java versus Snowy, Faison versus Meg D. I want to look at the losers bracket, Tazza, for just a second and give some updates on that.
Faison with the 3-1 over Radish. Couldn't make it happen. But you know what? At least he got a little bit further than Pierre, which, as far as predictions go.
I don't know why you said thankfully on that. We're supposed to be on the same team.
Are we on the same team?
On that one. Meg D actually took out Hardy MJ.
Oh.
That was a 3-1-2. If Meg D was going to come out on top of that, I don't know if I would have expected it to be a 3-1 in that, maybe a Game 5 situation. That was also a very interesting part of the bracket, is those 4 players down there, Hardy MJ, Noel, Meg D, and Luna. Hardy MJ took out Noel 3-0. Meg D beat Luna 3-1, and then Meg D completely destroyed Hardy, who was going to play some Magyar this tournament and did report Magyar. That was one of the tweets.
Oh, that's
exciting. We're curious about seeing some of that this tournament. Unfortunately, if it happens, it'll be on the loser's side of the bracket. But I do want to give an update on maybe the bottom side. That's the top side, the winners quarterfinals that we just laid out. There were some really good sets there. Faison versus Meg D is going to be an interesting one just to get kind of the gauge on what Faison is doing today and how Meg D is doing today. Because Faison versus Radish, I would expect that definitely to go in Faison's favor, which of course it did, kind of regardless of if Faison was like really on today.
Yeah. I'm also excited about Cody Travis versus Zinker as well.
That'll be an
matchup.
interesting one.
3-2 over Ethan. There's a world here where Anonymous Alex could have been against Cody Travis in winners quarters finals, but because Ethan did so well against him in that matchup, we're not seeing that. But instead, we have a different matchup that I was expecting. Zinker going against Cody Travis. That'll be a fun winners quarters as well. Java and Snowy. I mean, you were talking about the Arcadian, right? It does feel like the lower below top PR24, maybe even higher than that, is a little bit of an Arcadian in itself, with just how much of North America has been a lot of new blood of players that are just really hungry to be able to get these wins and get their statistics up there on the board to say, hey, I have more than 1 to 2 top 32, top 8 placements. And we're seeing that happen here live, and it has been so much fun. Man, that Sandstorm set against Blazy 3-2, that was a little scary there. We could have had a winner's quarters without Sandstorm or Boomy. That almost happened.
That would have been
still pretty wild.
That would have been a wild day for sure. Snowy's actually on a pretty good run so far. Already got the 3-0 over Zexus, then got the 3-2 against Kosalix. We saw a little bit of Rayman play earlier from Pierre, but then we also didn't get to see it, but it is in the bracket recorded. Snowy coming out with the Rayman today as well. Snowy's an interesting player in terms of, like, are they going to make top 3 or are they going to get 9th place? Always one of those toss-up players as well. Today could be a good day for Snowy. It's going to be Java versus Snowy, like we pointed out in that winner's quarters. This could be a really good day for Snowy. That was also one of Pingu's official picks for third place. It was like Radish was like the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, maybe Radish. But really it was a Snowy third place. And I specifically said, like, I put my hope into Snowy too many times. I just can't do it anymore. And I'm sure, Snowy, who is a believer in the Sparky curse, is probably
probably the best thing he's ever heard, right? It's like,
wow,
Sparky finally doesn't believe. Like, there's no doubt in your mind that he's not getting third. This is a Snowy top 3, 100%. You know what? I'm excited to see it. And if he gets that win over Java, then that's absolutely a possibility.
So that is going to be the end of our block. We talked about the bracket. We saw some great matches, but we need to get some new casters here on the desk for you to show you the next sets that we have coming up in the rest of the tournament today. So thank you so much for tuning in for this block. Keep your eyes peeled for some more fantastic Brawlhalla action. Man, what a great tournament. We'll be back in just a few moments.
And we are in the top 16 of the Mammoth Invitational, brought to you by Omen Oasis. We have whittled it down and gotten some pretty good matches in the process.
Yeah. I mean, there have been some crazy upsets to get to this point, things that we didn't expect to be seeing. I know you were talking in the pre-show about some of yours and Sparky's top picks that are now down in the lower bracket, having to make some significant runs there.
Yeah, I mean, it always happens is we set our pre-show predictions far in advance, and then the tournament starts, and things don't always go the way that we're expecting. But either way, Boomy's still making that lower bracket run. That's the person that we're kind of referencing with that statement. He's making that lower bracket run. And on the other side, Zelchi, who was the one who got that upset, obviously very excited to see, but unfortunately they did fall to Java. So Java earned that fight into the top 16 spot. So we are going to be casting some of those matches, those fights to get into that top 8, that winner side, starting off with, of course, Sandstorm and Stingray. That's going to be a really exciting one. That's been a long time rivalry. And let's bring up the stats for Sandstorm, one of our most historied North Americans.
Yeah, I mean, multiple-time world champion in singles, doubles, you name it. Look at that, 19 gold medals to his name, nearing the $200,000 mark in earnings. Absolutely unbelievable.
I'm pretty sure Sandstorm's earned more money than I have working at the company. Like, he's an absolute madman. 19 gold medals. Like, this guy is such a strong competitor. He's earned so many accolades, and he's one of the reasons why he is a household name in Brawlhalla. But he is going to be going up against Stingray, who is a longtime rival of Sandstorm, was one of the few people who really, like, the way that Stingray made his name in the Brawlhalla community was by beating Sandstorm, overcoming this champion.
Yeah, he kind of came out of nowhere and just took some serious names, made massive tournament results. I mean, you see that, 2 silver medals, 2 bronze medals, so he's been up on the podium, he's been deep in the bracket, into those grand finals, and he's gone toe-to-toe with the best, proven that he can beat them. So you definitely can't count him out. He's had a phenomenal year, power rank number 6.
Yeah, of course, still a very strong competitor, yet to get that gold medal, but is going to be trying this time. Currently sitting at a lifetime score of 4-2 in favor of Sandstorm, but still, that's only like, what, a 50% win rate? Like, that's definitely doable.
He can bring this, you know, pretty much even. If he takes it here, 4-3, I mean, that's pretty dead
that's
even.
Basically a tie at that point, but wouldn't even up the earnings. That's for sure.
Jeez. So now I guess the main question is, what legends are we going to be seeing coming out from them? I know Sandstorm, looking at his Twitter, it's always kind of a toss-up.
You can never fully trust his Twitter account.
I know, that's the problem, because he talks about, like, oh, I was planning to play Magyar. Oh, but Cannon looks fun. But you know what? Scythe is really fun. And he's proven over so many tournaments that he can play all those weapons. So I don't know what to believe.
I will say in his matches that he has, he's said what his legends are. He's playing the Mordex so far. So he's just starting out the gates with the big dog, that Mordex, so not overly surprised to see, but interesting in that he was like kind of thinking about it a little bit. And then of course on the other side, Stingray has been hinting very heavily that he's been playing the Ragnar. It's been the popular pick for him so far, but he still has some pocket picks if he wants to go back to them.
Yeah, I guess it's all going to depend, you know, when the chips are down, when you're in a Game 5 situation, or you're down at least 2-0 in a set or something, you've got to find something to change it up. Something new that your opponent's not expecting. And I don't know, every time that these two bump up in tournament, it's electric.
Yeah,
it's just packed full of highlights.
It is for sure going to be exciting. I will say that I just took a glance at the bracket, and he's playing the Zol so far. So that would be a change out. Wouldn't exactly be electric in terms of like signature theming, but still would be interesting to see. Yeah, explosive. That's a better phrase for it.
Oh man, yeah, that would be crazy. Just high octane, tons of strength, tons of force on that character. Especially if you agree to go to like small Brawlhaven, he can take your stock in orange off of just like, one random signature.
Yeah, a good side signature could do it, but we're seeing different picks on
okay,
sides.
I am ready for this. The Magyar is here. His Twitter can be believed.
Maybe that's what he's doing. Is he started off with the Mordex as a bait and switch. He's gonna go to Magyar. Maybe he'll even bust out some cannon. But for now, it's gonna be Magyar versus Stingray's Ember for game number 1.
All right, this one I'm already getting the jitters because Magyar, it's the great sword. We've seen Sandstorm's great sword. Those kind of reads on small Brawlhaven. Stingray playing a low defense legend. It's like everything is just falling in the category of Sandstorm can take stocks in 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're both on opposite ends of the defense spectrum. Ember coming in with the lowest base defense versus Sandstorm on the highest base defense. So it's going to take a lot of work from Stingray, but at the same time, he's getting a lot of damage built up, and Bo's a great option against this greatsword.
Yeah, this is what he's going to need to be doing, using those glass cannon stats. The higher strength, dexterity, speed, everything, all just for the attack and the evasiveness. Hops on the wolf, takes the first stock, 45 seconds in. Stingray playing this matchup so perfectly.
Sandstorm really tried to challenge that wolf with the down air, but did not find that hit. Will get the neutral light, disarming Stingray. Opportunity here, but he makes the swap over to the greatsword.
Ooh, you see that Sandstorm going for the first hit in that greatsword chain. You're able to chain up to 3 attacks in a row, but he wants the full reward. He wants Stingray to spend his dodge so that way he can get maximum damage, maximum punish. Right now, he is looking for the knockout, gets it off the top.
Yeah, that's one thing that Sandstorm's really, really good at is just slowly learning how his opponent reacts and then just adapting as time progresses, and that's going to be something that he needs to do with this greatsword.
Stingray catching these landings and the dodges. That's the second time in a row that he's hit side light, read, and then the side light. The third time's the charm with the signature, and man, this lead is building for Stingray.
Yeah, things looking nice for Stingray. Of course, we are on small Brawlhaven, so despite the fact that Sandstorm's got all that defense, he's still going to have closer kill boxes. Has the greatsword again, but needs to build this damage up.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to get the runway or the dodge reads he needs to get those crazy greatsword strings that his highlights are known for. And Stingray, that's what we're talking about.
Gets a 3-piece, goes for the N-Light finisher, unjumpable, but Stingray already clapping back, putting Sandstorm into the off-screen. Another recovery, yep, and that's going to be a stock.
Yeah, beautiful 3-piece to close it out. Still a significant lead for Stingray, especially if he gets some of these dodgeries. The side light, oh no, Sandstorm getting over that one and disarmed Stingray.
He's going to let Stingray get back to the wall, not seeing a single down sig instead. Waits on the corner for the D-Light side air, but very clearly wants this greatsword. It does even up, so this is very doable on either side.
Yeah, the momentum that Stingray had from the first 2 stocks here, completely gone. Sandstorm showing the adaptation. Man, they are both just looking for that one read that they need. Sandstorm on the greatsword, we've seen what it can do. Stingray on Katar's string-based weapon. If he catches your dodge, that's a ton of damage as well.
Yeah, they're both got these big string setups, but Sandstorm disarms himself with a weapon toss. Stingray going to take full advantage of this opportunity, and it's going to add up more damage, just denying this weapon pickup. Sandstorm picks up the hammer, but this might not have been what he wanted.
Yeah, I have to imagine he's looking for the greatsword in this situation, especially when he's back by so much damage. Okay. Oh, catches the landing again, bit by bit, chipping away at Stingray's lead.
Then makes the swap over to the greatsword. He's playing this so odd. Usually you want the greatsword for the damage build, hammer for the knockout, but instead he just built damage with hammer and swapped to the greatsword.
Oh man, the high defense from a Magyar keeping Sandstorm in play, but I don't know how many more hits he can survive.
Oh! Resets again. Nice dare nair. Could get the stock. A stomp side air could do it, but Stingray just inside gets the gravity cancel neutral heavy.
Yeah, so Stingray now going up 1-0 in this best 3 out of 5. He's looking to, you know, shave away at Sandstorm's lifetime lead over him.
He wants to change that 4-2 to a 4-3. I can't blame him.
Man, yeah, that was just such a weird end of the stock. Building the damage with the hammer, then swapping to the greatsword. He was just looking for any kind of mix-up or positioning. Now, this is going to be a significantly different match. We are not on small Brawlhaven. Oh my gosh, and Sandstorm starting off with a massive lead. He's in his head.
Yo, he has yet to be touched. He's already built up so much damage on the Stingray. Finally, a falling nair from Stingray will at least get some damage onto Sandstorm. Couple more nairs coming out.
Man, even catching with the tail end of the side light there. Stingray deep in the red 30 seconds in.
Dodge through, able to avoid that recovery. The side sig catches the movement.
Let's go.
Still gets the wall touch, recovering very low, and the turnaround. Not dead yet. Oh, yes he is. Doesn't have the movement for it.
Yeah, just shy. Sandstorm knew it. I think he already calculated the distance in his head. Like, the dodge is gone. It's just jump, recovery, and that's shy.
A really good job from Sandstorm recognizing the movement options of Stingray. He just went back to center stage and was juggling weapons. Nice interrupt.
Yeah, that's going to be worth a decent chunk of extra credit. Wow, went for the big signature read. Stingray threading the needle through that one.
He didn't throw any of those out in game number 1, but a weapon toss thrown out from Stingray will even up that stock count. Gonna stick with the bow. You see the way he launched those guitars off the map.
Ooh, anti-air string from Stingray, catching the landing of Sandstorm. That's something that he did a lot in game number 1 to pile on a ton of damage, build that lead. And that's what he's used to close up this gap here.
Soft platform, throwing Sandstorm off a little bit there. He likes to do that backdash as his reset, not always reading forward. Nice turnaround and light, catching the dodge through. Big opportunity here for Sandstorm. Doesn't hit the side air, so Stingray does get the wall touch.
Yeah, and man, he was out of options and just tapped the bottom corner of that wall. Oh, gets away, gets the weapon advantage. It's another great sword. Oh, goes for the recovery again, but Stingray saw it come and dodged through.
Nice D-Light interrupting these landings from Sandstorm. Nice,
there it is.
D-Light Nair. That's what I was calling out the recovery on the last one because it comes out slower. Sure, it might hit a little bit harder, but you have D-Light Nair. Works perfectly well.
Yeah, at lower damage, you know, it's a tight string. You got to spend your dodge to get away. But at that higher damage, when you start getting ricocheted real fast in red, it will actually true combo at a certain point.
There he's starting to hit that D-Light Nair again. Goes straight into the 3-piece. No dodge read needed. Side air. Stingray's got no options. Sandstorm able to put himself on the board, 1 apiece.
Yeah, you saw Stingray just kind of lead himself off the edge there. Yeah. He knew he didn't have enough options, and he's like, let's just get into the next game.
Yeah, the second that side air hit, he was like, all right, we can either watch me slowly fall towards the center of the map, or I can just fall off this side.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that can be the best move to protect your mental.
Yeah.
Just because if you feel like you've got a decent warmed up momentum going on, you just be like, all right, let's get right into the next match before it can cool off.
Yeah, don't drag it out. Just get right on into it, and that's what's happening here. As we go to Demon Island for game number 3, lots of runway. This is one of those maps that you generally don't want to take a greatsword to because of how much runway there is.
Yeah, since all of these attacks keep moving forward with it, the more stage that you've got in front of you, the longer you can extend those strings, because you can do the first 2 hits of the 3-hit chain, dash, and then start a whole new one. Rinse, repeat.
On the other side, though, Stingray does have a lot of range with that bow. Downlight could be useful. He unfortunately wasn't able to pick up his bow again, but still finds one. Has good damage built up onto Sandstorm. I don't think he's in D-Light recovery range just yet.
Yeah, not just yet, especially because this map, you know, it does have a pretty tall ceiling, and Sandstorm on Magyar, that's a lot of defense.
Sigs might do it, though.
Oh, yeah.
The side Sig gives Stingray the first stock.
Stingray, momentary weapon advantage, doesn't pressure the weapon drop there, just kind of let Sandstorm have it. He didn't want to get tagged by being too greedy. Oh, wow.
I like that scoop. Just get him back up onto the stage. Wasn't quite in that kill percent, but Stingray is getting so much damage built up onto Sandstorm.
Yeah, all the extra credit he can get. There's the guitar loop. Oh, read him high. Sandstorm punishes him for it.
Nice weapon toss. Good patience from Sandstorm, too. He didn't go for the immediate dash weapon toss, trying to catch a jump or anything like that. He just waited, saw that Stingray was going to be going along this path, and threw a weapon right along it.
Oh, those big hammer chunks. Oh, no! Toss the weapon. It went a little bit too far away, but here's the great sword. You were talking about he likes to use this to build the damage, especially if he can get those extended dodges.
Nice.
Just like that. 5 hits unanswered.
Yeah, multiple times Sandstorm has gone for that dodge in read. Good dodge out from Stingray to avoid that big swing, that side light closer.
Oh man, Stingray always just at the shoulder blades of Sandstorm. He can't quite find a hit.
Oh, that covered it. The down heavy just in that spot. Had enough range on either side, and it caught Stingray's feet. Stock advantage to Sandstorm.
Oh, Stingray looking to end that stock advantage, the downlight into recovery, but guessed the wrong way on the read.
Sometimes those guesses don't work in your favor, man. It can be a struggle, but the side sig gonna beat out the sidelight from Sandstorm. Stingray evening it up.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. Stingray's been showing that he's not afraid to use his side signatures to get these knockouts. He's done it on the bow, he did it on the guitars, and every time it's been catching Sandstorm.
Sandstorm really interesting on his defensive decision making. Doesn't always go for the dodge at the same point, right? Like a lot of people on the downlight will immediately try to dodge and just change up the way they're dodging. Instead, there was a moment earlier where Sandstorm dodged out after the dare. But still, Stingray's getting this damage.
Oh man, goes for the signature read again, not able to get it, but they're just trading blows back and forth. But the advantage currently is to Stingray. There's the corner guard. Just gonna let Sandstorm
Back up, yep.
punish the landing. Textbook phenomenal. Stingray going up 2-1.
Especially with the way that Sandstorm's been using those air attacks to land. They try to he's trying to cover the landing, but the fact of the matter is, when it hits into the ground, it turns you into that state where you can go for the bridge, but it also puts you in that state where you're just in recovery frames.
Yeah, look at that. Just about the same accuracy on their light attacks, but Stingray, he just threw out way more, so he landed way more, and the signatures absolutely through the roof. Landed 3 times as many signatures as Sandstorm did.
Threw out 3 times as many, landed 3 times as many. Exact same accuracy, and that gives Stingray the advantage in the set. Currently 2-1 over Sandstorm. This would be a nice victory for Stingray if he can get it.
So are you expecting a legend change from Sandstorm? Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Question answered.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I was expecting. I think a lot of people were in this situation, right? That's a Sandstorm classic, is to try something different. When it doesn't work, go back to the Mordex. This is what he's known for, and this is what he's won many tournaments with.
Yeah, he was talking about Scythe being really fun, and those are the strings that we're looking for. You know, no real true combos to speak of on the ground, but man, it can take you for a ride to the tune of a ton of damage.
You know what can be just as fun as Scythe? Winning. And I think Sandstorm knows that.
Winning's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You know, I think he's learned that lesson a lot. Those 19 gold medals. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds like a blast. That's something I would definitely enjoy. But gauntlet play coming out from Sandstorm, but it doesn't matter as Stingray gets the stock advantage. Says, I don't care who you're playing. Play your champion character. I will defeat it.
Yeah, this is why Stingray wants to go into the next match as soon as possible every time that he can, because he's just in that flow state.
Yeah.
And he needs to keep it going, and man, he's looking so strong here.
This whole time that he is in the zone, he's burning calories, burning energy and focus, so he's got to stay in it as long as he can. But Sandstorm, really close to getting this stock evener. He needs that recovery.
Okay, he's going to be looking for the downlight recovery, sidelight recovery. Wow, a little... Okay. Just missed out on the combo from the downlight, but the sidelight read does get the stock before it spiraled out of control.
Yeah, a rare drop from Sandstorm, but maybe just a little bit of warm-up time for this Mordex, because again, he was playing that Magyar for 3 games.
Yeah, significantly slower weapons on most of the gameplay elements.
Yo, but Stingray, with these resets, has a good read on the way that Sandstorm likes to dodge around his bow play and his guitar play. As getting more damage, another D-Light recovery could put Sandstorm in a really rough spot.
Oh my gosh, he did it to him again. The side signature perfectly spaced out.
Stingray about to break a lot of brackets. If he can beat Sandstorm here, final stock for Sandstorm in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, you see Stingray, he's avoiding any of the grounded gauntlet starters. He's always playing at that bunny hop height, using both of his aerial jumps before coming down. That sets him up to come down with either a neutral air or a down air from the guitars, where he can get a ton of reward.
Dash in, dodge out. Sandstorm trying not to over-aggress and find himself on the wrong end of a bow. Down sig connects, not going to put him into the off-screen.
But man, you've got to look at these damage values. Stingray fully lapping Sandstorm, and just thinking, how many more chances does Sandstorm have?
All right, hits the down air. Ground pound will connect. Sandstorm, 1 stock from taking this to game number 5.
I like that he went for it because, you know, he's recognizing he's got to pick up the pace. He needs to close this out fast in order to bring it back against Stingray. Stingray, man, a downlight recovery at this point towards the edge of the screen could just do it.
A side sig most likely will do it. But here comes Sandstorm starting to
Yo.
build up that damage, really shoving Stingray forward.
This is the scythe we've been looking for. He hasn't been able to land any dodge reads throughout this entire match so far, but there were a ton, and the damage is dead.
Oh!
Off the neutral air, Stingray continues the juggle for a 3-1 victory over Sandstorm. That's huge.
That was a great pickup from Stingray. The Nair into the recovery. It was looking like the Sandstorm comeback. He was so close to getting it, but Stingray had just enough on it, and there you see it. Nair into recovery will put Sandstorm into the loser's bracket and break a lot of predictions.
Man, that 50% accuracy on the signatures, Stingray just breaking them out. You know, every time they landed one of them, it was for the knockout. Those side signatures expertly placed at the high damage.
Yeah, those signatures in particular, like you were saying, were so effective. He was using the side sigs, using those end sigs, covering a lot of space and putting out a lot of threat. They were so good at finishing stocks.
Yeah, and I'm just surprised at, you know, the late switch to the Mordex for Sandstorm. It felt like Stingray already had it prepared in his mind.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting caught by any of the dodge reads. He knew what Sandstorm usually likes to go for. He kept all of those starters to just one hit. He kept them very honest, and when a scythe isn't getting more than one hit, it's falling behind almost any other weapon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing that that happens when you make that late swap, especially when you're making a late swap to something that's very string heavy and read heavy, is like you don't have those 2-3 games of knowledge that you were building up with your greatsword, and you're like, well, on the greatsword he would have dodged in, but what information does that give me for my scythe? And so that's a bit of a struggle. But on the other side, Stingray's like, I know that every time I hit you with my bow setup with this sidelight, you're going to spot dodge, so I get a second sidelight, boom, we're going to get this damage. And so that's a really big thing. Now Sandstorm's going to have to make that lower bracket run.
Yeah.
Stingray sitting in the winner's side.
So this is kind of crazy. You know, the Power Rank 1, Power Rank 2, now both down in the shark-infested waters of that lower bracket. Crazy upsets going on. Stingray's got to be feeling phenomenal. I mean, he's sitting up now in winners semifinals. So he's staring down, you know, that nice easy road towards winners finals.
Yeah, he's definitely got a nice run now. I mean, it was rough, right, looking up forward into the Sandstorm, but now that he's past Sandstorm, he's like, all right, well, now sky's clear.
I've got
this
take
good run.
anybody.
Yeah.
Fixing up those lifetime stats. That 4-2, he turned it into a 4-3.
Balanced it out. But next up, he is going to be finding his opponent. Is it going to be Cody Travis or is it going to be Zinker? This is a good one. Cody Travis, we love the storylines of the old people versus the new people. So let's talk about this old head in Cody Travis. Of course, a very established player. Got 3 gold medals, 3 silver medals, and 1 bronze. Currently sitting at PR 5.
Yeah, he's had phenomenal years in the past. This year, you know, a little bit of a shaky start for it, but, you know, still sitting up at power rank number 5. He's been doing phenomenally well recently. 3 gold medals, 3 silver medals, a bronze in there. Tons of cash that he's taken home. But, man, we were watching that set earlier of Cody Travis versus Wrenched, and that one was looking kind of rough in some spots. So I think he was happy to skate on by that one. He had some crazy signature reads, the slide charge neutral signature on the Barraza. So we're going to see how he brings that out against Zinker. Break this down for us.
Yeah, Zinker currently PR number 21. Of course, that means that the favoritism goes to Cody Travis. But, I mean, at the same time, Zinker's like the new blood, right? Only has 6 top 32s, yet to get a top 8. So a win here would give him that top 8. It wouldn't really count because it's not a PR tournament, but still would be a nice ego boost because, I mean, it's Cody Travis. He is, to a lot of people, a household name in North America. Sure, he's been having a rough 2021, and by rough, I mean he's not getting top 3.
Sure, well, he had such a dominant run like last year. You know, it was just tournament after tournament after tournament that he was just always in grand finals. So to see him, you know, not podiuming some of these events, it's a little bit strange, but I'm looking for that return to form today.
Yeah, I think that's what we're excited for, and that's what you were kind of talking about with that earlier match against Wrench, where it was looking like Cody Travis returned to form. It was looking like the good old-fashioned Cody Travis, and I know I was sitting in the back, and I was like, is it finally time for Cody Travis to get a top 3 in 2021?
Yeah.
This might be the one, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one because, of course, we're here at the Mammoth Invitational, sponsored by Omen Oasis, and you never know what can happen with these invitationals.
There's been crazy upsets today. Like, the actual predictions completely out of the window at this point. But I just want that mainstay. I want this Cody Travis. I want to see the match. I want more Barraza. I want more blasters down air. We were watching in the back with Foda. He's just like, oh, I just keep hearing blasters down air, and I just think of Cody Travis. Because he's got the best blasters in the business.
He definitely has some of the top blasters, especially in North America, or I think it's really hard to say that it's not the best blasters in the world because he's just so incredibly good at it. And his axe isn't something to be slept on, but just his blasters just run, they run the show.
He's synonymous with Barraza. As far as Zinker goes, who are you expecting for that legend roster?
Koji, through and through.
Koji, all the way.
I mean, that's been what he's been looking the best with. That's been what he's been playing. That's what he showed up onto the scene with. It's going to be the Koji, at least for game number 1. But here we go. Cody Travis versus Zinker. Cody, not on the Barraza. It's the Reno.
All right, so it keeps the blasters, and there's that down air. True to form.
More down airs coming out from Cody Travis. One thing he was doing really good with the Barraza was that turnaround pivot N-sig. He'll still have a good one with these blasters.
Oh my gosh, recovery up near the top. That actually almost did it.
That'll make you clench for sure because a little more damage on Zinker, and he could have been out of there. That would have been a quick stock loss.
Yeah, you got to work out the glutes sometimes, you know, just in case.
Yeah. Just tense up. Just all your muscles. Got to bring calories where you can. But a nice recovery from Zinker will keep the damage at least relatively even.
Ooh, Cody Travis now. He's got him dead to rights. The signature not enough to knock out. They were pretty low on the stage.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be nice for Cody Travis with this swap over to the Reno is he'll have side light side air, which is a consistent knockout tool, something not as easy to do with the axe, which I know a lot of people are rolling their eyes right now, but true combos.
Oh yeah, and there it is. The side air for the nice knockout. Definitely taking it where the blaster's side air may not.
And he's back to the blasters for that damage build up. Zinker needs to get more damage before we can start thinking about that D-Light into the recovery on either of his two weapons.
Oh man, Zinker doing a phenomenal job of hanging out in the dead zones of Cody's blasters. Because they do just kind of hit pretty far away from you. You need to play them from like a ranged position.
Yeah, that can be tricky, but a nice side signature from Zinker will even up the stocks. And that's something that he's going to have to work on. It's one of the reasons why he's sticking with the sword, is so that he can stay inside of that dead zone of the blasters.
Yeah, the gravity cancel downlights for extra damage, even just the neutral air and down air, the recoveries, everything that hits very well stacked, where Cody doesn't have those kind of options.
Nice side light, going for that pivot and air. So far, damage relatively even between the two. Zinker struggling to get a hit, though.
Ooh, just the tail end of that downlight hitting. I don't think Cody expected it to.
No, didn't go for the follow-up immediately, and instead was trying to get something else afterwards. The neutral sig will catch the jump of Zinker. D-Light into the recovery immediately. Goes for the nair follow-up, still not enough. Would have loved the gravity cancel N-sig, not gonna lie.
I thought he was gonna take him off the
hoping
top
for it.
there. That neutral air almost did it. The recovery almost did it. That neutral signature does.
Zinker gave us the gravity cancel N-sig at least. Damage advantage to Cody Travis though, for sure. Zinker's gonna need a lot more, but he has the bow now to play up into the orb of Cody Travis.
Ooh, getting juggled up. Man, these two love playing so vertical against each other.
I mean, they both have great vertical weapons, right? Lots of nair juggle potential across the board with their weapons.
Oh man, Zinker not able to land there. He was starved of options completely. Cody able to catch his landing. Let's see him do it again.
Falling side air. You see him trying to hop babysit Cody Travis. Gets the recovery from underneath, and it is going to lead to the knockout. We're in the final stocks. Game number 1, Cody Travis versus Zinker.
Yeah, this is where you just can't count anybody out, because as disparate as the power rankings were, this has been neck and neck all the way through.
I mean, it's one of the things people talk about with the North American region is just how close everyone is, how competitive this region can be.
Oh man, they're just playing footsies around each other, getting these hits here and there. It's a little bit of that, you know, just drive-by, tap him, march this game slowly towards its conclusion.
I mean, there can only be so many holes in Zinker's body. Goes for the read. Didn't get the gravity cancel D-Light. Not quite enough damage with the recovery. Gravity cancel N-sig. Zinker just outside of it.
Oh, but the second one's gonna seal the deal. He's got 4 blasters there. You know, if the second one
for each
misses,
hand.
the third one might hit, the fourth one might hit. Who knows?
He does get more shots with each of those blasters, so good damage and good knockout from Cody Travis will give him game number 1.
Jeez. All right. 67% signature accuracy for Cody Travis. And it's mostly that neutral signature on the blasters. Some
Yeah.
serious damage.
That's been the primary signature. Hasn't really
Oh
been
my
throwing out the sides as he gets the Nair juggles immediately onto Zinker to start this one off.
I love Cody has so many different follow-ups off of that down air. He's going to dribble him off the ground, and then we saw him chase dodge down diagonally there. Sometimes he hops up and over to chase you horizontally. He just has so many different mix-ups available.
One thing he's really good at is that rising down air. It's one of the reasons why he's able to hit so stinking many of them. But Zinker, it's his bow versus orb matchup. Starting to get good damage. Recovery will put him off screen. Looking for the recovery, but Cody Travis playing that positioning right to Tommy Matt, not gonna kill.
Yeah, but Zinker did such a great job gravity canceling that right above Cody's side light.
Still though, Zinker struggling to finish it off. There's the recovery. Gonna take the first stock in that stock lead, but he needs this extra credit.
Ooh, Cody going for the big gravity cancel read there, trying to get some unarmed damage and clear the field.
Spot dodge. Zinker was expecting an immediate attack coming out from Cody Travis.
Wow, Zinker trying to just pace Cody all the way, even as they were landing.
Yo, but Cody with the blaster shots, getting good damage built up. These side airs will eventually knock out, but he's likely looking for the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to deal in eventuallys.
Yeah.
You need those efficient knockouts, especially when you're the one sitting at a deficit.
It's like there is some variable force on it. Oh, but Zinker again getting this damage. The D-Light and Light goes for the side sig read. Gonna get punished for it. Will lose the stock, but he had some damage to play with. He's already built up that extra credit.
Cody showing off those blasters down light. You know he wants more of those combos.
Just
Uh-oh.
outside.
Uh-oh.
But he doesn't
Oh
touch!
my gosh! Heartbreaking.
Unfortunate stock loss for Cody Travis. Now he's a full stock behind Zinker.
Certainly has his work cut out for him. Oh, goes for the big read, trying to get some extra combos on that orb.
Yeah, wanted that double down light, but Zinker dodged down outside of the follow-up. Nice
Ooh.
pickup. Oh, snap.
That was sneaky.
And that's
that
gonna be the
was
stock.
sneaky.
Yeah, I did not see that down sig coming. Not gonna lie, like with the movement that Cody Travis had, like he hit the end sig, thought he was gonna maybe play some off stage, but immediate down sig. Gosh,
Dude, every time
back
that
in
he
it.
hits the blaster's neutral air, Cody always gets 2 or 3 more of them. It's kind of disgusting.
he just knows. He's so good at getting that follow-up neutral air. Zinker gets underneath it though. Still could go either direction.
Ooh.
Nice gravity cancel down, like getting over that side light shot from Cody Travis.
Zinker certainly taking control. Now he's got the corner guard against Cody. Options off stage. Ooh, went for the recovery, just missed it as Cody fast fell under him.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice
the
pickup.
platform play. That was so smart.
Oh, he dropped the recovery though. Not able to hit the end sig. Zinker holding on to this stock. D-Light recovery, not quite enough. He could have gone for the dare for the extra damage, but he was trying to go for the consistency. Another D-Light recovery. Zinker might be able to get this.
Oh, falling side air. Now
disarmed.
Zinker's unarmed.
Oh, the D-Light Sair. The eventually does happen. Cody Travis going to take game number 2, and they're immediately into the banning.
Yeah, that was close, man. Zinker had such a good lead because
that
that
right
clip,
there.
that clip, I absolutely love. He hit him with that blast with the orb neutral signature, spiked him down. You expect him to go down, maybe
Yeah.
try and get a ground pound, the down
Maybe
air,
a dare.
chase him down diagonally. But Cody's just like, nah, I'm gonna backflip back to stage with a laser.
Yeah, really good play from Cody Travis. Currently putting him up 2-0 over Zinker. And Zinker now fighting for the game 4, potential game 5 if he can get it. But Cody is already adding up the damage on the orb.
Man, I feel like I want to put like, yeah, it's a 2-0, but you know, with that asterisk, 2-0, but it's close. It's close though. Each game down to the wire.
That's just what Zinker's going to be telling his friends, though. He's like, yeah, it was a 3-0, but, like, I got him to last stocks.
Oh my gosh. Well, you're talking about 3-0, and right now,
Oh, no.
Cody is looking to push it that way. Oh my gosh, 30 seconds, stock taken.
Yeah, that stock is re-wearable. It is barely dirty. Like, don't even throw it near the laundry basket.
Just dust it off, try another, and Cody's just like, yeah, we'll wear it again. New
It's
photo
still
set.
good. Oh, but
Oh
a nice
my
ground pound. Dare stops
Oh.
the wall touch, and Zinker evens up the stocks.
Yeah, not a moment too soon. Brought it back before too much extra credit was done. But man, something's got to change. He needs to get these bigger reads on Cody and put him on his heels.
By a lot of accounts, staying even with Cody Travis when Cody's 20 PR higher than you is great. But Zinker still wants to take these games. He was so close to getting them.
Oh yeah.
See, like ground pound? Goes for a second ground pound. Little early there. Cody able to avoid it.
This is the kind of damage that we're looking for Zinker. Oh, just perfectly hopping right over that downlight. That was sick.
Oh, but the Sayers from Cody Travis. And he's one stock away from going into the top 8 winner side to fight Stingray.
Man, this Reno has been doing some serious work. Has the juggle over to the sword. There's the consistency. Gets the recovery. Not yet enough off the top.
You saw those sweat beats, so Zinker could not continue the pressure, but he does get the recovery. Last stocks here even. Very doable for Zinker. He's got the weapon advantage. Can he contain it? Can he continue it? No, Cody picks up the blasters.
A little bit of a juggle. Zinker putting that damage on. Oh, no, but Cody... Okay, every time that Cody lands those down airs, the potential is there for you to just immediately go into the orange.
He plays like there's a true combo off those blasters, and he always gets it. Like, he is so good at finding follow-ups off of it.
I mean, off there, the neutral air, you know, that's not a combo tool, but he still lands so many of them. Look at it. 3 in a row, every time.
And that's so much damage unanswered onto Zinker's last stock here. This is his winner's bracket stock.
Oh, jockeying for positioning.
Throws
He's
up the
looking
side
for the,
sig.
the neutral signature once again, and that disarm.
Oh!
Zinker caught the dodge. That's Cody with a 3-0.
Really good chase from Cody Travis there to be high enough, be ready, following the movement, and he picks up the recovery. That means Cody Travis is going to continue on, and Zinker now has to go into the lower bracket.
Man, 3-0 and a handshake and a handshake and a handshake, and Reno's got one more.
Yeah, that's really nice for Cody Travis. Of course, yeah, he was the favorite. Like, technically speaking, the numbers said that Zinker was supposed to go down here, but there was always, like, final stocks. There was always that hope.
Yeah.
Zinker's been on the come up. Cody Travis has been struggling a little bit. A lot of people weren't sure, but Cody Travis, like I said, a little bit of a return to form, looking nice.
Yeah, I mean, the blaster's incredibly strong. Even his orb had some crazy plays. That falling neutral air into the neutral signature, then with the reverse gravity cancel down signature. I love that clip. I love that clip so much.
Yeah, I think one thing that he gets with this orb in comparison to the X is he gets that nair consistency that you pointed out with the blasters. He can do essentially the exact same thing with his orb. Is get those vertical nairs and keep popping up the opponent. He'll get 2 or 3, and that's some good damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it cannot be overstated how much that side light into side air gives him some nice knockout consistency, where the axe, you know, it doesn't have true combos into its side air and main killing tools.
Yeah, with the axe, you're generally just like looking for that side air, just trying to jump, find it. We saw him get some N6s, which are always nice, but at the end of the day, you can have that comfort of knowing you've got a side light, side air, that consistent knockout, and that's really nice for Cody Travis. And if I'm Stingray, I'm thinking a little bit about this one. But coming up next, we've got Java versus Snowy. Let's bring up the stats on Java.
All right, Java, the Kingslayer. I mean, this guy has had an absolutely phenomenal year, phenomenal set of tournaments. Yeah, you see, sure, the 1 silver medal, the 1 top 8 there, power rank number 8, though, because so much of that power ranking points has come from who he has taken down on that path to that silver medal.
Yeah, what this stats doesn't show is the dog tags Java has, right? Like, he has taken some dog tags off of some big names, and that was an impressive start. And then, of course, Java was the favorite in the Pro Series, which is one of the reasons why he got picked up so fast, and he did really well for himself. But he's going to be running into Snowy, who, surprisingly, lower PR. Snowy has some awkward runs, but he's such a strong competitor. I did not expect him to be lower PR than Java.
Yeah, I mean, Snowy definitely, I like to call him the wild card of a bunch of these tournaments because not many people play Rayman. He's one of the few Rayman specialists, and it's terrifying watching him play this character where he's just doing down signatures off stage. He could come at you at a moment's notice. He's going to be sliding on that axe like a skateboard right into your face.
And one thing that is very interesting to see on this stat screen in particular is that they've only fought each other once, and it went in favor of Snowy. So despite the fact that there's that PR disparity, it doesn't matter if the fact of the matter is that Snowy has the victory. He has the win percentage.
Yeah, it all comes down to on the day. That is not a large data set, so there can be some high variance going on here.
It's going to be an interesting match, to say the least. Of course, the winner of this does earn their spot in the winner's side top 8. They won't have to run into Cody Travis or Stingray anytime soon, at the very least.
Man, and this is all just to fight into winners semifinals. So as we're burning it up, it's the question. Obviously, Snowy going to be playing that Rayman. Java, I'm expecting the both
Are you?
I don't know. I want to see the King
You
Slayer.
saw the Ada.
I saw the Ada, but come on, man. It's gotta give the fans what they want.
He did switch to the Bode Bar. The Bode Bar is absolutely amazing. Can't go wrong. I don't blame you if you want to see the Bode Bar.
I want to.
Because it's great. But he had the Ada, and it's going to be the Ada
All
for game
right.
number 1 against Snowy.
Here we go. The blasters, the spear. This does give him a little bit of extra range to keep Rayman at arm's length.
That's cool. You know what? All his friends call him Broman, so you were just right along that path.
And now I want just like a Roman gladiator skin for Rayman that is Broman.
Oh, yeah, that could be. Or it's just you being a big fan of Roman Reigns. And you just
Oh my gosh.
putting the
It never
emphasis
ends.
awkwardly. But so far, Java coming in with this Ada, low defense, going to struggle a little bit against this Axe of Snowy. As one more hit, the weapon
Clean.
toss. Snowy.
Wow!
Not able to deny the touch. Java getting enough movement off that gravity canceled signature.
Yeah, he heard the Matrix was coming back, and he's like, all right, I've got bullet time for you.
Just a big Keanu Reeves fan, but deep red, side air, not Snowy.
Clean it up, clean it up.
Charging it up.
Oh, he plays a lot of pool.
I was thinking bubble bobble with that one. Got that wall bounce, saw the dots, you know.
Gotta line it up. Get the clear.
It was like, there's 2 reds in a row. I got this shot. But Snowy feeling healthy right now against Java, who's on the second stock. Has the blasters in hand, has the weapon advantage. But Java picks up the axe.
Ooh, diving off the corner. Yeah, that signature, the blaster's down signature, can be so evasive, especially when you use it to go down around a corner like that. Guess it's going to depend if Snowy can find a way around, but right now, Snowy is just giving the gauntlets to Java.
I mean, this is one of those things that he's got to do with the weapon matchup, right? Blasters again, that dead space, but he swaps over to the spear, goes immediately into the down line.
Wow. Man, Snowy, just, it's all go, all the time.
Just gas pedal for Snowy, but good recognition, and he's going to hit the down air to punish it. You saw the way he was backing up. He's like, wait a second, Java, why are you floating further away and down? You're looking for a gravity cancel.
Oh, man, there it is again, that signature down around the corner. And this time it actually got some damage onto Snowy. But, geez, Snowy is still working on a 3-stock Java with this mountain to climb.
Yeah, Snowy's so healthy. Good down air. Recovery beats out the
gosh.
Sig. But he catches the movement. That's going to be the stock and the denial of a 3-stock.
All right, I mean, that's the kind of change that he needed to stop Snowy's momentum, but I think that was more of like a little bit of a speed bump. Yeah. Snowy still punished him for those signatures, got some decent extra credit, and more than a full stock lead at this point.
But Snowy's getting a little overeager here, I will say. That wake-up side heavy that just got hard punished. Little wild there, but Java on the offstage. What was that side? I don't know what
Snowy is going for crazy gravity cancels. He's scheming on something.
He's just playing with his food a little bit. Still has plenty of health, but the side sig, and suddenly Java might be able to get this one down to final stocks.
Yeah, he is poised for the knockout. The recovery not going to do it. Now Snowy unarmed, but that doesn't slow him down, you know. Oh, slide charge, so sneaky.
Throws out the emote as well, feeling nice, being able to bring this one back. Can he get the reverse 3-stock? Would be huge because he is getting into the red.
I mean, he's been getting the better of Snowy on most of these exchanges, but it's just the question of, is it too little too late?
That was a very interesting return towards the stage there from Java, going for recovery, exhausted recovery, exhausted recovery. You can trade out those jumps for recoveries, but it won't matter as the stock falls and Snowy takes game number 1.
Yeah, and that was a commanding game number 1, too. It looked like he was just so comfortable, just having a fun time.
Yeah.
You saw as soon as he respawned that first time, it's like, all right, I'm going to run straight at you, gravity cancel some side lights unarmed, not even worry about weapons. I just want you.
Yeah, this is Snowy playing a ranked match right now. He's just walking around. But we're going into game number 2, and there's the Bode Bar that we were expecting from Java. This is the classic.
This is what I was looking for. Now, I was kind of half expecting, you know, Snowy to go over to the Raid Var skin, so that we could be like,
We have 2 Bode Bars on the screen.
Yeah, you got to pull out the pistol and just be like, which one's the clone? I don't know.
Tell me something only the real one would know. What's
Raid
the
Var.
bear's name?
Raid Var goes, yeah! You're just like, that's got to be
the other one just got yeah. Nice recovery from Snowy. Can he get the stock? Whoa, he was charging that ground pound, and Java just took it to the face.
Oof. Oh, interrupting the signature. Oh no, but the recovery was caught. The gravity canceled neutral light. Snowy is crazy with his offstage plays. He actually just goes for stuff.
I really like that. The fast
It's
fall
so
down
fun.
into the gravity cancel neutral light, just following the movement of Java.
It's great coverage.
Yeah, long active frames on it too. Can be nice recovery. Snowy not doing as well as he did in game number 1, but still has the lead and the potential to get this stock. No down 6 thrown out from Snowy. Instead, Java fights his way back up onto the stage. The weapon toss. Dude, he's playing with his food.
Yeah, it's like he'll get on just like some sort of kick and go for it, you know, 3 times in a row and just immediately straightforward. More. It's always go with Snowy.
He sees Java's in the red, and he's like, I'm going to build a little mashed potato volcano here for you in the red. Good spot dodge, but he doesn't get low enough for the gravity cancel downlight.
Ooh, stomp into side air, putting a stop to Snowy's movement. Got some of that extra damage that Java needs. Oh. Watching both of these players go down the side, Java tying up the stocks, but both of them just falling next to each other with weapons that are designed to grab somebody above you and dunk them below you.
They both had one shared brain cell in that moment, thinking, do the reversal move. Snowy was looking for the nair, Java looking for the recovery, but Java getting some good damage built up. He's bringing this one back.
Yeah, oh, beautiful platform play. Side light into the extra side light.
It didn't even have to burn a dodge for it, just had that soft platform to help him out. Nice side air, weapon toss not going to land. Gravity cancel downlight doesn't get the opportunity.
Snowy going for crazy gravity cancel signatures. Wow, thread the needle between Java and the wall.
That hammer ground pound can be huge.
Ooh, bounced off the ground. This damage is definitely starting to even up.
It's looking like the first stocks, though, where Snowy had just that slight advantage in the damage department. Neutral light, not going to be enough. Weapon toss, though, reads the movement, and Snowy going to take the lead.
Yeah, Snowy plays a lot of match 3 games. Bubble Bobble or even just Pool, because, man, those projectile angles are perfect.
Probably not Candy Crush, though. You can't really do that in Candy Crush.
Yeah, no, it's just, you know, thing right next to you.
Yeah. Final stock here for Java in game number 2. Has the hammer in hand. We haven't been seeing those big Java plays, especially off the hammer, which has been one of his breakout weapons.
Oh, stomp side air. There's the long toss, forces Snowy low.
Fakes the swap on the sides, and he gets back up, able to fight his way on. D-Light into the recovery. Java evens it up again, but he's still behind. He has yet to take an actual lead over Snowy in this game.
Oh my gosh, and actually lost both of his weapons there. Snowy with the immediate pickup into just bouncing on his head. Double uppercut for the quick knockout. Unbelievable. 0 to death to close this thing out.
That was gross. It was just, again, Snowy playing with his food, all style, all swag, and unfortunately, egg all over Java's face as he is now one game away from going down into the lower bracket.
Jeez, you would think that it would have given Snowy a bit more pause. Like,
Yeah.
we're both down to final stocks now, and damage is close, but Snowy's like, whatever, it's still just a stock.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I still got some health, man. I still got a stock, and I've got these gauntlets, these hands to throw at you. Snowy looking real nice. He's just running on Java.
50 average damage per engagement. I mean, that's the average brought down by everything else in the rest of the game, because that last stock, that number per engagement would just be insane. That's 150.
That's single
you're done.
engagement. On the other side, though, Java with 31 average damage per engagement, that means he's getting like the 2-hit combo, but then he's immediately getting hit back. Like that's as much as he's been able to accomplish. He's really not getting extensions on it, and that's where he's struggling as we get into game number 3, and he makes the swap to the Sentinel.
Okay. I mean, we've seen him do some serious work on the Sentinel. It keeps the hammer that he's known for, and a phenomenal signature kit to boot. But these Katars, that's going to be the interesting thing in this matchup, just because it is the close-range weapon with a lot quicker attacks. So if he's looking to interrupt Snowy's strings, it's a pretty good weapon for that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well those Katars work out, and you can see how clearly he wanted to go to those Katars. Immediately threw away the hammer, gets a couple of hits, but Snowy's already responding.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Java's going to need, 2 hits for every one of Snowy's just to keep up, because the axe does so much more damage per hit than the Katars do.
But he wants to swap over to the gauntlets.
Okay.
Wants to go close range. Really wants to get in the face of Java.
Keeping this close to the vest.
Does
Java.
Rayman wear a vest?
Yeah, but that Sentinel skin looks like he's got one under the dust.
Oh yeah,
right?
maybe.
Would a vest even stay on Rayman? He doesn't have like.
He has no arms for it.
There's no arms. The shoulders aren't really there. It
How
just
does
kind
his
of.
hoodie stay on?
It's a good. I don't think it even has armholes.
Actually,
It's like
isn't all of his shirts vests by that logic, right?
Ooh,
Like, if you think
good
about it,
question.
no sleeves.
I guess it's more like swaddling.
Yeah. Oh no, Java. Okay. Went underneath. I was worried he was gonna bump his head. Getting a little scary there, but he is deep red. Had Snowy in the offstage, but immediately threw away the hammer. Who's gonna get this first stock?
Oh, just under and around that gravity cancel neutral light. Going for the big signature reads now.
Ooh. Was trying to catch Snowy dodging in with that gravity cancel down sig. He's trying to go for those big plays immediately.
Oh my gosh, this is dangerous.
Always makes me nervous when he just dips down there, not throwing out anything. Weapon toss, both of them in the red. Good spot dodge from Snowy, avoids the weapon toss. Java can't do it back.
Yeah, Snowy with the stage control, but Java uppercutting his way back onto stage, almost intercepts with that Katar recovery. But man, look how damaged both of them are.
He's gonna kill with weapon tosses.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's the recovery from below. Snowy gonna take the first stock, but this is the closest it has been between these two.
Yeah, all right, immediate haymaker for the revenge. Java tossing out the emote, just saying, get away, get back.
Be gone, evil Rayman. Your arms don't make sense to me.
Oh, but these fists better make sense. He just took 3 of them to the dome.
Gonna knock some sense into Java's head, as that's the first time we've seen Snowy really start throwing out those down sigs onto the edge.
Oh, there it is, the quick action on the Katars. Their light attacks go off so incredibly fast. Oh, wait a minute.
A little scary. Still chance for Snowy, hits the ground pound. Looking for another one. Java with the turnaround. Hits a Sair. Both of them floating off stage, but they get back up.
Yeah, but, I mean, Java did a phenomenal job tacking on a ton of damage to try and bring this back, but now Snowy, the one with the advantage.
And just the axe chunks from Snowy.
Each one doing so much. And yeah, every time now, Java interrupting.
Woo!
Snowy can't even use... Oh my gosh.
It was looking so good. Java had the read with the gravity cancel N-Sig, then tried to chase, maybe went a little too hard, and Snowy with the turnaround nair recovery takes the lead again.
Yeah, so I want to just say again, Java's Katars were keeping Snowy's weapon toss approaches honest. Because, it's like, oh, you actually don't have frame advantage after it from that range when you're dashing in. And Java's guitars always just interrupted him every time that he'd come to try and grab his weapon again. And I want to see that play out in this final stock, especially because the damage is neck and neck now.
It's that guitar lie detector coming out from Java. But we're into the final stocks. Doable on either side as Java commits to a ground pound off stage, trying to get that damage onto Snowy.
Java is down 2-0. He needs this to stay alive in the set.
All right, wake up side air from Java. Lots of wake up options with these guitars into this axis, something that you were talking about earlier on in this matchup.
Yeah, just interrupting a lot of those strings, keeping Snowy's average damage per engagement a lot lower than those previous games.
Definitely trying to keep it under that 50 mark. Java over to the hammer. Might have been a little early on it. Snowy not really in D-Light Sayer range, so he swaps back to the guitars, denying weapons from Snowy.
Ooh, going for the signature. He wants to close this out and neutral light into recovery because Snowy's dodge was burned. Skips him like a stone off the stage, looking for the knockout.
Ooh, but he gets the wall touch. Java really wants this, wants to keep inside of the winner's side. Doesn't get the scoop up, Snowy. Oh, just over it. Stomp side air. Java gonna take a game.
Let's go, on the board. Still 2-1, Snowy's advantage, but we're going to game 4.
And I gotta remind the viewers at home that Java was the favorite in terms of PR.
Yeah.
By numbers, Java was supposed to be in the lead, and Snowy currently sitting 2-1 over him. Whew.
Yeah, this was a nail-biter of a game right here. Java actually figured it out towards the end. Now it's just a question to stick with what works. Are we maintaining the Sentinel?
There's that damage per engagement that you were talking about. Got that one a lot lower. Just those wake-ups from Java, able to slap back and trade it out. So it was 24-25 each side.
That's good. If he can just keep that going, you know, Sentinel has a decent amount of defense. So he can keep himself from taking too much damage if they're going blow for blow. That's going to be later knockouts for him. Not so late knockouts against Snowy.
Java threw out quite a few N-Sigs though, ended up throwing away his weapon as well. Ooh. Snowy was looking for the read, thought Java was going to go hard for the wall, but Java ended up going vertical on the outside.
Yeah, don't stare too deeply in the face of what might have been.
Yeah.
Because that could have been it.
That would have been a stock for sure. But Java, again, those wake-ups in response to Snowy, able to keep this one back and forth.
Oh my gosh, even getting the dodge read, just chunking away with these mighty axe swings. And that's the first stock, Snowy back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's a nice lead for Snowy. Last one, they were pretty even when when Java lost that first stock, but Snowy's still going in. And what? Dude, he read into the future. He knew that weapon spawn was going to be right there and got the pickup and nair immediately. Ooh, the weapon tosses.
Yeah, he's just keeping those juggles going, knowing that Java doesn't quite have the range when he's unarmed to contest like he did with guitars. Guarding that weapon drop. Wow, Snowy just sneaks right by.
Just the drive-by weapon pickup. Snowy with the punish, got the dodge read. Snowy about to 3-stock Java and earn his spot into the top 8.
Java, you know he's going to be looking for those stomp into side air to close out this stock, possibly even some of those neutral signatures if he can't seem to catch Snowy on the ground.
I don't even think a stomp side air will kill right now. Java makes the swap over to the guitars again, just denying weapons, but he needs big plays ASAP. End-light recovery, not going to be enough to get the first stock off of Snowy.
Yeah, opting to just try and keep that weapon starve going as much as possible. Oh, it doesn't get the punish on the gravity cancel neutral light from Snowy. Oh no, you have to know that's yeah, gotta be feeling bad about what must have been a misinput there.
Yeah, didn't get the jump
Then
out.
all on the ground pound for that one, and that's a 3-1 victory for Snowy. Java going down in the lower bracket, Snowy heading on through.
3-1 and a 3-stock to finish that one off. Snowy gonna increase that match history from 1-0 to 2-0, and Java now has to make that lower bracket run. And I think his mental kind of booms right there after he missed the side air, right? He had stopped side light, and he was like, no, I can't, as a hammer player in good conscience, continue this stock.
That average damage per engagement reaching north of 50 once again. Snowy undeterred. My gosh.
Yeah, when he's able to get those increased engagements, when Java's not able to get those wake-ups, that's where you're seeing Snowy run away with games. And man, he ran away with that last one.
Jeez, I know there's a ton of Snowy fans, ton of Rayman fans out there that are just going to be having a blast.
I mean, it's also exciting. I know Sprikey's kind of upset right now because so many times he has been in the Snowy camp and been like, come on, this is the one where Snowy gets it. This is the one. And for once, it actually might be the one where Snowy can get it because he is currently in the winner's side, top 8, waiting his next opponent.
Now, I guess the question is, how are the predictions between you two looking so far today?
I think mine are slightly looking better. If I'm not mistaken. Wait, no, hold on.
Let me
Sandstorm and Boomy both in the lower bracket for both of us. So,
Uh-huh.
so not exactly favoritism. And then Pierre. Wait, someone said Boomy's out?
Oh, update from production. Boomy
So
lost his
not
last
looking
match
great.
3-2.
Wrench beating Boomy 3-2.
man.
Definitely a bit of an upset. Boomy knocked out early.
Wow.
Having a rough day today. But I think Pierre also, for Sprikey, went down early. If I'm not mistaken, Faison's still in it on the winner's side, so I'm feeling okay. But
yeah.
could be nervous because we are about to watch Faison versus Meg D.
So we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Does your prediction move on through? This is going to be a bit of a tall order here. I see that coming up next right down below. Boop, boop. Faison, are you expecting the Val? What has he been playing lately?
You know what? I'm not entirely sure. Faison, of course, known for the Val, but of course we've seen the Wushang in the past. We've definitely seen a lot of Gauntlet players. You're saying, like he's playing something a little bit different.
It's the Mordex.
Okay,
Like, the last set he played was
Yeah.
Mordex. It's that Faison scythe. I know, like, we usually talk about it and we see it on, like, the Giro, because that's just a joy to watch. But I'll take the Mordex. I just like watching some Faison scythe.
Just like what? You know what? I think the Giro was something special. And I
Yeah.
love me some Faison Giro, but let's see his stats to show why we might love that Faison Giro, because he's a history player. PR number 4, 1 silver medal, 6 bronze medals, coming in here as the 3rd seed today.
Man, absolutely phenomenal, and he's looking strong. His last set against Radish, it was a 3-1 victory with that Mordex, so I'm going to be expecting that going in here. But Meg D has been on the rise.
Yeah, Meg D's another one of those, like, quote-unquote god killers, right? Like, his way of making himself known was to run through a bunch of really established players, but he definitely has a playstyle that people will struggle against. He is more than willing to slow it down, play those 5, 7, 8-minute games, and really take it down, play the clock like it is his friend, and currently has a lifetime score 0-1 in favor of Meg D.
Ooh, especially if we see those side signatures. We've seen other Embers getting massive payoff from the side signature on Katars and on the bow. I just always have this iconic image of Meg D just riding that wolf into battle and taking knockouts.
He's definitely one of those people who will utilize that signature kit very effectively. And of course, that Ember, one of the things that works really well about it, of course, it's a low defense character, but able to put out a lot of damage.
Yep.
And when you're able to slow things down, when you're able to make sure that you mitigate how often you're in those damage situations, that just means you're able to put out damage.
Yeah, I mean, hey, damage is the name of the game. You got to do damage to take stocks. Unless you've got some of those crazy offstage weapons, which
Maybe.
Ember kind of does. That bow ground pound, if it hits you anywhere, I don't care what your damage is at. If it's off stage, you're in danger.
Yeah, I think at basically any health, when a bow ground pound hits, suddenly everyone's like, uh-oh. Oh, what's going to happen? Is he going to hit this there? Is he going to hit the dare? Is he going to hit another ground pound?
Every
What's
time
gonna happen?
a bow ground pound hits, an angel loses its wings because they just got kicked off.
He just got kicked out of heaven. God's mad that you hit the ground pound. But that's going to be an interesting one for sure. On the other side, Faison, I don't know. Faison's another one of those players who's like very hit and miss. When he's on, he's on. He's looking good. He's very exciting. But on the other side, there's times where he struggles. I mean, he lost to Meg D in the past.
Yeah, that lifetime score of 1-0. Faison's got to be looking for the revenge. It always feels good for somebody that took you out of the last tournament that you just get the run back and then you prove, no, I got you.
Yeah, you know what? You need it for the ego a little bit. Sometimes you got to at least even it up and say, look, I'm a higher PR player, all right? People know who I am. People are rooting for me. But Faison has been johnsing a lot today, saying he's feeling sick, not feeling good today. So we'll see how well that works out as we get into game 1 of Faison versus Meg D.
Ooh, immediately starting off the side strings, going for the high read, but Meg D goes low for the recovery.
Good spot dodge from Meg D, able to avoid that Nair follow-up. I like the way Faison's going straight into those follow-ups. A lot of times you'll see these string players, they'll go for the setup and then watch, not go for the read immediately. But Faison with a down sig, can he get the first stock off Meg D? No, the dodge through.
Yeah, but I mean, still, every exchange is going the way of Faison. He's got such a massive damage lead built. It's really just a matter of time at this point.
We'll see how he can get this stock off, throwing out the gravity cancel side signature dare.
Oh!
Meg D steals the first stock.
That was absolutely clutch. The turnaround on the corner guard, phenomenal. Meg D just running away with this. I thought for sure Faison was going to take that first stock, have a full healthy one to lead with, but we're tied up.
I mean, Faison had the stock in his cart, was going to the cash register, and Meg D just runs by, grabs it out of the cart, and runs off. The lead that Faison had, completely gone.
Now we're going to be looking for Faison, trying to get these strings started, but every time Meg D is just interrupting it with those short-range guitar attacks, but they go off so quick.
We're going for the ground
Wow.
pound. Meg D actually beating it out with the guitar recovery.
So now the momentum has just completely shifted on the back of that hinge knockout.
Faison had such a huge lead, and now it's Meg D building up that damage. It's the tortoise and the hare. He burst out the gates early, but Meg D with the consistency, able to take this lead and potentially the stock with the D-Light recovery.
Oh
Nope,
my
just
gosh.
the end.
Yeah, I mean, it is a phenomenal anti-air. You expect somebody to jump out of something or try and approach from the skies. You can send your bird. Let them take care of it for you.
He's a druid, right? He's got to get the familiars to help out.
All the woodland friends tried to go for the friendly bow toss to get an extra extension there, but it was just a little shy.
Just keep those active frames on the screen. Faison gonna need to finish this
Beautiful.
stock. Hits the ground pound, but Meg D is still resetting those jumps, so still plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, and I guess this is kind of what gave Faison trouble in the first stock, was not being able to finish his food.
Yeah, that's definitely something he's been struggling with. He's able to get a good damage, but needs to finish it. Gauntlets could be the opportunity, as he does have that recovery, has the side air. Where's the weapon toss? There it is.
Nice.
Delayed it just long enough, and Faison evens it up.
Yeah, I kind of waited for the first few options to get spent so that way he could narrow that cone of possibilities.
But immediately, Meg D picks up a bow, building that damage back. Good spot dodge again from Meg D.
Yes.
Faison reaching too far with the downlights.
I do like how oh no, caught by the neutral signature, and that's going to be game number 1 going the way of Meg D fairly handedly after that first stock.
It started off so good for Faison, and
But that, oh
that
my
right there.
gosh.
He just stole that stock and ran with it, got more, and it's just the Ensa game. Like we were talking about at the start, his ability to use those signatures are so good.
Yeah, 50% accuracy for both of them on the signatures, but Meg D's, he hit them where they counted most for the knockouts.
Yeah, really good usage from Meg D. On the other side, Faison with the 31% accuracy on the light attacks. He was just not able to get those extensions on his sight strings, and when he did, it was good to build up that damage, but then he couldn't finish it, and that's where he was struggling.
They're both pretty high on the average damage per engagement. It's just Meg D rocketed like crazy through that match.
Well, also, like, the engagement that kicked it all off for Meg D, that was like a 2-hit engagement.
Oh
like,
my gosh.
That was a 2-hit
Yeah,
engagement
Faison
that got
was
a stock.
barely
Yeah.
damaged. So you know Faison is going to kick off this game number 2, looking, just hold on to my first stock, don't lose it before I get to red.
Maybe lean a little bit more into the gauntlets as well. The scythe was looking nice, but we haven't gotten to see the gauntlets too much today from Faison.
You see him trying to work his way in, a little bit of a shimmy step to get the side light going, unable to get the dodge read.
Side light, end light from Meg D. You see him back up again. Nice wake up
Ooh,
from
comes
Faison.
down, there's the damage.
Good
Yeah, now Faison is really taking it to Meg D on this one, playing phenomenal footsies. There's always that little bit of a backstep, knows that Meg D has been liking to approach that Qatar side light and just outspacing it, just being like, oh, I'm going to put 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and you're out.
Pick up. The N-Sig from Faison will give him that first stock, and like you said, it's off the back of those footsies. Able to space around Meg D so well.
Oh yeah, there's the dodge read. You dodge down twice in a row, you're going for a ride.
And really good setup from Faison there. He just went for a neutral jump, but Meg D does get that neutral sig again. He's been so good at finishing off stocks with those bow N-Sigs.
Yeah, that's the thing, not placing them unnecessarily. Oh, the bottom spiking end of that neutral air.
A fadeaway nair from Meg D.
Man, I just watching them dance across the stage, always maintaining like just that little bit of footsie range, just outside of my attack range, just outside of your attack range.
Yeah, just those jumps around each other. They bring the footsies to the air too, the way that they're playing, but Faison with that slight damage advantage. Side light, trying to get the read.
Ooh,
good change up from Meg D.
Yeah. Yeah, hesitating on that dodge so he didn't get caught in any of the follow-ups.
D-Light Nair. Not enough to put him off screen, but Faison again needs to finish this stock off. Side Light not going to do it. Goes off stage. Ground Pound not going to connect.
Meg D did it.
Nice.
But caught on that down signature. That's the one that Faison had been fishing for last game. You know, he got an early one with it, but not able to land it where it counts. There, getting a knockout with it, that could give him, you know, bolster his spirits where he needed.
Woo! Good two-piece from Faison. But again, Meg D's really good at spot dodging inside of it, and Faison's not punishing those spot dodges.
Oh,
Nice.
dodge down, gets the extra hits. Faison lapping Meg D in damage.
Faison caught him with the ankle breaker, but Meg D with the slap from behind evens up the stocks.
Faison having to fight unarmed until he armed up with the sight there. This is where, oh, Meg D is so good at fighting back onto stage every single time.
Yeah, Faison really hasn't been getting those off stages. There's the ground pound, though, and he's going to put himself on the board. Ties it 1 apiece.
Hits him with the OEL salute, saying, GG's, my dude.
Welcome to the Exalted Lions as Faison ties it up 1-1. Some good side play, but a lot more gauntlet play starting to come out from Faison.
Yeah, I like going for that ground pound right there just because the last few times, Meg D always fighting their way back onto stage. Does the recovery early to interrupt any kind of waiting game that Faison wanted to play. And Faison's like, well, if you're just going to attack, I'm just going to dunk you right back.
Yeah, really good adjustment from Faison. And predominantly, like, it's been the scythe edge guards that he was going for, right? Like, he tried to go off stage, like, really early to be in position. But that time, he kind of waited a little longer, made the swap over to the gauntlets, and immediate ground pound as Meg D was coming close.
All right, thinking about the last ban. Yeah, Demon Island left open. We're just running it right back.
Yeah, Faison was ready for that one. The second it was open, he went into it, and we're going into game number 3.
All right, no legend change, no map change. Only the gameplay can change.
Just going to make those micro adjustments. As we're here in game number 3, Meg D might have gotten the spawn weapon, but Faison got the initial damage.
Oh, but now this is where the lead can kind of compound. Wow, Faison going for the dash down light, that slide kick. I understand wanting the huge reward, but I'm just glad Meg D didn't bite too hard on it.
Meg D is, in fact, biting with these Katars, just taking these bits and pieces off of Faison, making him bleed as he's getting in, getting out. Good footsies from Meg D.
Ooh. Yeah, so this is where we've seen Faison do a bunch of the scythe setups, and Meg D has either been
snap.
spot dodging or dodging down.
Oh!
Oh my gosh! Yeah, doesn't have enough. Meg D knows it. It's like, I'm just going to hop on Yara the Wolf and just get out of here.
Looking like a reverse of game number 1, where Faison was able to build up all that damage and Meg D got the first stock. Now this time, Meg D had so much damage built up, and Faison was like, all right, but like scythe off stage.
Man, yeah, that was a huge catch with the down signature. Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, but can he get this extension? Gets
know-
the stage control.
You know Faison is scheming. He's like, yes, please come off stage
Come
while
over
I am
here.
armed with this scythe.
Don't worry, there's nothing in the waters.
Surely, you're
Come play
safe,
with me.
safe against this werewolf in its lair.
I'm just a clown in the sewer grate. Don't worry.
Oh.
He's getting more damage. He's getting a lot of extra credit. Charge it up. Maybe a little over eager with those down 6. Meg D starting to make some adjustments, not jumping straight forward. And so the stock count gets evened up.
Faison sneaks in with the gauntlets. And again, shoving Meg D off stage. Wow, went for the dash into side signature. Looking to take stocks early.
Yeah, looking for that ground pound there. Not able to get it. Again, goes for those weapon tosses down. Meg D's not getting caught by those, so it's not making those landings from Faison as safe as he wants them to be.
I'm really looking forward to Faison's pacing changes. You know, he's been doing this throughout the set. Oh, didn't get caught in the half pipe, but there was a ton of damage. But you see Faison, he slows it down sometimes. He kind of goes
there.
through this ebb and flow where he'll spend a lot of his options, do the babysit edge guard, and then he'll mix it up next time with the immediate attack edge guard. And that's something that's just really hard to put your finger on and find a way around. And it's been working against Meg D this game.
But still, those Meg D spot dodges working against Faison. Is going for that side light, down light. And so many of those down lights have been spot dodged through. Meg D, one side sit could bring him back into this one.
Yeah, you see him setting up for the signatures. It's like, all right, you're spending all your options. I'm going to cover the anti-air. I'm going to cover your jump. And now we're back 1-1.
Meg D's KOs have predominantly been those bow N6. They're working so well for him.
Ooh, looking to play a little bit of footsies himself. Meg D backing up this time with that side light.
Nice spot dodge from Faison. Couldn't get a follow-up off that end light, though. Didn't have a read on the movement of Meg D.
Oh!
Spot dodge.
That was a gutsy spot dodge. Bold and necessary.
Kept him alive. That's all that matters, as he still has the stock to play with. Another dare. Meg D running out of jumps. Gets the wall touch.
Oh, no!
He didn't touch.
Just a little too soon. Unbelievable. Faison had the coverage, and as soon as you saw those sweat drops, if somebody doesn't have the options, don't chase them. Don't give them the opportunity to hit you and get that chase dodge back to stage.
Oh,
my
there's that
gosh.
dodge away. The threat from Faison was enough. It's going to put him up 2-1 over Meg D. Man, what an edge guard. We've seen Faison going for edge guards where he's going for the immediate attack, trying to burn your jumps. He's gone for that immediate ground pound. He's gone for like the delayed stuff, the gravity cancel D-sig. That time, it was just existing. The threat, that potential, that aura that got the stock.
Dangerous. So Faison up 2-1. You're looking for your prediction to move on, but Meg D might have other plans.
I'm definitely very much rooting for Faison. I'm not gonna lie. Meg D.
I appreciate you,
I gotta be
curtailing your
honest.
bias here as much as
I
you
do
can.
my best. All right, I will admit my biases. I think everybody has biases, but at the same time, like I love good Brawlhalla. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like I can't be mad if it goes to a game 5. Of course, I'm rooting for Faison either way. But Meg D gonna have to make some sort of adjustment here. Is he gonna stick with the Ember, which has gotten him so far, or is he gonna make a swap something classic, maybe a Zol or something? I don't know.
It's all right. You're saying you're rooting for Faison. I'm sure Sparky is just waiting to run out here and steal my headset. And just, let's go, Meg D!
Yeah. Sparky's in the back rooting for Meg D. Maybe rooting for Meg D, or in some cases just rooting against whatever I've said.
Who's to say? And
Who
why?
knows?
You
Who
don't need to
knows?
parse it that way. They can be one and the same.
Yeah, they don't have to be completely exclusive, but it looks like they're thinking a lot harder on this one. This is a rare break in the matches. Like, generally, they're running match to match to match, and looks like a little bit of an ice out here as they're thinking about their map picks.
Yeah, is it going to be the map picks? Do you imagine a world where Meg D is changing off of Ember?
I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, especially like in Meg D's case, where he's been playing the same character for a really long time.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say, like, to go away.
It's a hardcore main.
If it was the other side, if Faison was the one who was 1-2, I'd be like, yeah, he'll make a swap. Go to the Wushang, go to the Val, go to something else, because you have a wide enough character pool that you can go to something that is a little bit more established and more known.
Yeah.
But on the other side, like, there isn't a known established character pool. I'm sure Meg D has a lot of characters that he can go to.
Sure.
But for the most part, it's been the Ember show. And
Oh!
it's going to be the Asuri for game number 4.
All right, so it's Katars and Sword, but I'm curious to see how this plays out, just because that neutral signature did so much work for Meg D, and you don't exactly have a real analog to that here.
Yeah, I mean, he'll still have some stuff, of course, like the Sword, great for getting those knockouts, D-Light, recovery, and then at the same time, he'll have that dunk down coming in with the Katar N-Sig if he's wanting to stick to that N-Sig gameplay.
So it's cats and dogs in game number 4. Is this going to play out, you know, how historically people say, or is this actually just a tiger against a chihuahua?
I don't know. It's kind of funny in the sense that, like, when you actually look at how many times a Mordex and a Asuri have fought in tournament, it generally goes in favor of the Mordex. And I don't know if that's the Mordex versus Asuri bias, or if it's the Sandstorm versus every Qatar player bias. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's very fair, because right now, you know, Meg D has been holding on to a faint lead throughout this first stock. It's just, can you actually finish it?
Yeah, needs to secure it. Going to be sticking with this sword because it has so many classic knockout tools in its kit. Likely looking for Gravity Cancel D-Light to get it. Ooh, that recovery actually might be able to do it. So just a raw recovery. Faison not able to get the punish with that Nair. Needs more damage.
This is interesting that Faison, you know, he's got 2 weapons that are phenomenal at ending stocks early off stage, whereas Meg D has these weapons that usually look for the vertical knockouts, right? Recovery on either of these weapons, a very strong knockout tool. Oh, but the neutral light, enough damage there to get the job done.
Yeah, that's Meg D actually struggling a little bit. Like, had to build up a lot of damage for that sword and light to be the kill tool, but at the same time, like, he still has that damage and still has some health, but the recovery from Faison.
Yeah, I dare say the Gauntlets may have an easier time getting the vertical knockout on this map as opposed to, like, Meg D's sword, just because this is a pretty tall ceiling on Apocalypse. A lot of the Gauntlets reads that bring you for the vertical knockouts, they carry you up there before actually hitting you. You know, it's the side light to bring you up, and then another gravity cancel side light to go even further before the recovery even hits.
Yeah, we'll see if Faison can do that. At the other side, like, he's been getting a decent amount of offstage KOs, right? Like those horizontals. Hasn't really been able to connect with that side sig on the Scythe, which is a really common, like, general Mordex knockout tool. Went for the dodge read there with that chase dodge turnaround there. Wasn't able to get it. Meg D with a good dodge down.
Damage staying so incredibly close this game.
Nice pickup. Going off stage, goes for the gravity cancel D-Light, but Meg D with a great dodge through was ready for that one.
Yeah, that was the perfect timing, and you've got to be so insanely careful. Wow, Faison going for a big read, didn't get punished for it, and was able to tag Meg D on the attempt.
Yo, nice kick from Faison, secures the weapon toss safely. The dunk down will bounce, but still knockout.
This is going to be a very high damage done game.
Yeah, they're definitely putting out a lot of damage before they're connecting with that KO tool, but again, a W's a W. It's okay as long as Faison gets that W.
Downlight nothing?
My favorite combo, honestly. Shout out to Lil Cap.
I feel like Faison was expecting something else.
Yeah, maybe just not expecting that to hit. That's what you see a lot with, like, blasters, right? It's like they'll throw it out and they're like, wait, I was kind of just throwing that out there.
So now we're down onto last stock. Meg D looking to push this to a game 5. Faison looking to move on into winner's semifinal.
Side light and light.
Jeez, Meg D really trying to control center stage every time Faison just crossing over. Meg D like, all right, no, I'm not going off stage against that Scythe. I'm not going near the corner against that Scythe. I'm just going to hold on to the stage control.
Meg D playing from below. He's getting damaged, starting to get more and more hits. respecting the scythe of Faison. Faison goes for the dare. One more hit, and Meg D could be getting this one.
So many options spent. We're going to see those sweat beads soon. Oh, Faison able to fight his way right back.
He needed to hit that recovery, but so did Meg D as he gets this one to game number 5.
Whew, the Asuri swap paying the big bucks here.
Yeah, and it's a different mentality, right? He's not playing back looking for those bow N6 or anything like that. Instead, has to play a little bit more aggressive, force these issues against Faison.
Yeah, I don't think we saw really many signatures. None of them landed. Only 2 put out that game. Meg D, that Asuri definitely something very different pace, but man, 54% accuracy on the light attacks? That's insane.
That's really nice. Definitely hitting multiple light attacks, and it's one of the reasons why his average damage per engagement was a little bit higher, is right? Like he's able to get that extra 2-3 hits, and that's what adds into that accuracy.
Yeah, I guess something to be said about not putting yourself out of alignment, you know?
Yeah.
You're just like, I don't need to go for the attack right here. I need to get the position.
Definitely positioning, very important, especially for Meg D, right? Like a very
Yes.
footsie-heavy player. So, of course, that positioning is going to be nice. But here we go. Into game number 5. Faison versus Meg D. Who's going to earn that fight in the winner's side top 8?
Oh, but now we're back onto Demon Island. This is where Faison took a number of these wins here. And now that Meg D, you know, might not have to work, geez, it's still going to be rough for the vertical knockouts.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a struggle point for Faison, but these short walls on Demon Island, and especially with the way that Faison has been playing these off stages, might be looking for that a lot as he immediately goes into the vertical.
Yeah, I mean, he's still looking to build a little bit of the damage. Hopefully we don't have to build quite so much damage to get knockouts where neutral lights are knocking out from the stage.
Meg D just getting 1 or 2 punishes. Honestly, not the biggest punishes. Faison really looking for the jump for that end sig. Throws out the side sig, starting to get desperate for this knockout onto Meg D. Wants to get this lead and maintain it.
Yeah, it's certainly been dictating the pace so far, but now getting greedy, going for these signatures, and Meg D always tagging Faison right in the back. Oh, the big boot disarms Meg D off the stage.
And again, Faison, he's looking for that gravity cancel to try to catch that final bit of movement from Meg D, and Meg D just so good at waiting long enough to dodge through. Nice D-light recovery. Faison going to get the lead.
Yeah, that was insanely smart, rushing in with the slide kick, knowing that Meg D wanted to go for the weapon starve, and after the weapon toss was just left wide open.
Now we're on the second stock of Meg D with the sword in hand. It was definitely a lot of Katars coming out from Meg D. Obviously not that surprising considering Ember, Asuri carryover between the 2 weapon characters. D-Light's there. Good job not jumping on that one. He did hit that one awkward.
Yeah, when you catch him pretty low, it's not going to send him up where the jump side air is what you need. You got to go immediately into it.
Yeah, longtime sword players know that one. Goes for the chase dodge turnaround Nair, but of course Nair not having as much stun time as he can get that immediate follow-up.
Man, situation getting tense. Meg D again with the stage control. And whenever you have more of the stage at your back than your opponent does, you get to dictate the spacing and the pace. We talked about Meg D being a very footsie-heavy player, and having that runway available behind you actually lets you implement that game plan.
Yeah, you want a bigger dance floor so that you can dance around your opponent. When your opponent is the one on the edge dancing on a cliff, but the end sig Faison still needs to finish this off. That high ceiling of Demon Island not helping him out.
Arms up onto the sword. This is where we're going to be looking for the downlight. Ideally into side air at this point, just to get the stage control back, just because this is going to be... Oh, the dunks! Faison, I got to tell you, that pace change up. When he decides, yeah, I'm not going to babysit this time, I'm going right over the corner, it lands so often.
Yeah, I love the way he was positioning for that one. Like, in my head, he was screaming, I'm going to recover you if you go too high. And the second that Meg D starts to dip low, he's like, just kidding, ground pound. But he still needs to get this extra credit. He needs to guarantee this game 5.
Gets the start of the string off of that signature punish. But man, Meg D has really kept him honest to just single siphons.
Oh!
Yo, spiked.
And he doesn't have the jumps. Final stocks here, game number 5. Meg D versus Faison. Who is going to earn their spot in the top 8?
This is tense. Cats versus dogs, gauntlets versus guitars. It's the close range match.
Down right sideline, got the read, got the recovery. High ceiling, though. Goes for the same read, but Meg D changes it up.
Just fighting around that extra weapon, knowing that it's kind of like a feature on the map almost.
It's a torch, man. It helps light. They're like, okay, I can see around this area.
Oh
Recovery.
my gosh! From the bottom, Faison clutching it out in game number 5. 3-2 over Meg D.
And that means Faison will earn his fight against Snowy in the top 8. Meg D gonna now go down into the lower bracket with all the other sharks that are down there.
Yeah, it is definitely dangerous waters. You know, a number of the top seeds are down there. It's been absolutely crazy. Wild upsets all throughout the day. Faison clutching that one out.
Able to put out 615 damage, 38 damage per engagement. Had just a little bit more accuracy in the light attack and signature department, but he hit the ones that counted. That's what's important. He hit that 1 ground pound that counted.
Yeah, I love seeing that pace change up just because the dash jump, fastball, ground pound, it can curb that corner so incredibly fast before you even have a moment to think.
It's so good the way that he is, he's very conservative with his ground pounds, right?
Yes.
Like, when it comes, well, specifically Gauntlet ground pound. He threw out a couple of scythe ground pounds, didn't work out that great, and then he changed up his edge card. But when it came to the Gauntlet ground pound, he was really conservative. I think he threw out 2, and all 2 of them got a KO. And that's all that matters, is when you keep that thing in your back pocket, when you bring it out, you want that ace card to actually win you that hand.
Yeah, don't want them to be thinking about it beforehand. You can't tip it.
Yeah, definitely can't show everything. You don't want to reveal everything. But Faison is now going to be going up against Snowy in just a little bit. We're getting into the top 8 of things. Up next, Stingray versus Cody. Travis, Stingray, hot off the upset, the victory over Sandstorm.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Stingray, what else can you say? He looked so incredibly dominant. Let's bring up the stats. Take a look at how these two players are going to stack up against each other. Power rank number 6, Stingray, coming in, as you mentioned, off the back of that huge upset. He's got a lot of momentum going into the set.
Yeah, you see all of the medals and accolades that Stingray has, and so many of them are like, also he beat Sandstorm on his way to get that medal, right? Like that's the storyline that happens. But on the other side, he's going up against Cody Travis, who was a longtime rival of the world champion Sandstorm, was one of the ones who was going neck and neck with him, has had a rough 2021. We said it time and time again because it's true. It's been rough for Cody Travis. But a win here is a top 3 finish for Cody Travis.
I mean, still, power rank 5. When we say it's rough 2020, it's just because we were so used to last year.
Relative roughness.
Every grand finals was Cody Travis.
It's a relative thing, right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
when you're used to having like 500 grit sandpaper used on a thing, the 200 grit sandpaper is going to look
like,
a little.
this isn't as nice.
Yeah,
it's not as smooth.
It's
Come
not
on.
satin sheets, all right? It's not as good. But either way, a win here means Cody Travis gets that top 3, which would be big.
Oh yeah. This is, everything is heating up because winners semifinals. You want to look to go into winners finals and then skate right into grands. Get that sweet benefit of not having lost a set throughout the tournament, so you only have to close it out with the 1 extra. If you go down to the lower bracket, you have to play so many more games throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely a lot of games that are going to be going on. Of course, like, at any point in time, whenever you lose a set in winner's bracket, you double the number of sets you have to play for the rest of the day, because you go in, you play against someone who just came down from the winner's side, and then you play the other person who beat someone who came out from the winner's side, and continue on. So it just doubles.
It wears on you, man. Stamina is a real thing, especially in games that are as high constant action as these.
Yeah, especially, again, all best of 5s today, too. It's not like there's a best of 3 section where you're going to take maybe a little bit of an easier match. No, it's all best of 5s. It's an intense one, and we're getting into it. We've got Cody Travis sticking with the Reno and Stingray on the Zol.
Oh, hey. All right, so you were talking about this one a little bit more of an explosive play because we got the cannon, we got the axe, we've got a ton of strength looking to exterminate this pest of Cody Travis.
Yeah, this is small Brawlhalla as well, man. Like a couple of hits and that Reno is going to fall. But Cody Travis is so, okay, good dodge through. I was going to say he's so good with these blasters at making sure to keep Stingray out, but we'll see how well that works out as we get into game number 1.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep Stingray out because these cannon, man, if it gets strings started, it can just end stocks, especially small Brawlhalla with Zol high force. Like, this is just a recipe for disaster.
Like a side sig would do it at this point. There's just such close kill boxes. He's throwing out a lot of these N6. He can charge it, and it'll come down and be a grounded hitbox, but Cody Travis is so good at punishing. Disarmed, good follow-up. Holy cow. Cody Travis into the Nair Air gets the first stock.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. But now Stingray, he's got that axe. He just needs one solid jump. Wow, went for the dodge through side signature. You could barely see it.
Cody does get disarmed though. Nice Nair, and Stingray evens it up immediately.
Yeah, wasted no time. And, oh, he wants to start off with the axe here. Interesting.
Yeah, just kind of changing up the weapons, not letting Cody Travis get too used to it. I mean, the cannon struggled a little bit against Cody's blasters anyways, so might as well try something slightly different. Good avoidance of the N-Sig from Cody Travis.
Oh, gets the dodge read, so there's the 3-piece for the punish.
Throws out the N-Sig again. Stingray. The down air.
Yeah, that blaster's neutral signature in Cody's last set did a phenomenal amount of work, but now it's the down signature catching Stingray as he crested the corner, forced the dodge out early with the weapon toss, and man, that was a clean finish.
A really good usage of that down sig. It's a chainsaw, so you can hold it and just keep those active frames going, just fanning that blaster, but he waited for the right opportunity.
Oh, jeez. Cody immediately jumping off that down air so that we could get the side air even higher up. Just knew Stingray was trying to jump at him.
Oh, but Stingray with the down airs again. He's right back in it. He's so good at evening up the stock count, but at the pace it's going, Cody Travis has that advantage.
Blasting for the corner guard. Stingray, oh, trying to get the dodge through. Oh, Cody Travis slide charging that signature. It's the mix-ups. Oh, he actually went for it.
Stingray tried to punish it for the ground pound, and Cody Travis takes game number 1.
Man, that was high risk and sneaky, but Cody, I can't believe he came out on top there.
It was tricky, especially because I'm not entirely sure that would have hit if Stingray just sat on the wall. I don't think that hits stacked or right above you, but either way, Stingray was looking hard for the punish, and Cody Travis like, nope, that was all a bait.
Jeez. All right, 40% accuracy. Landed 2 out of those 5 signatures, and they were different ones, too. Not just the blaster's neutral that we're used to seeing from Cody.
And this is not a replay. They just jumped right back into game number 2. Same map, same picks. Cody Travis versus Stingray. And Stingray trying to play the stock with the axe. He had some good damage build with it earlier, but still getting outpaced by Cody Travis.
Ooh, big damage. The axe swing hopping over to the cannon, gets the anti-air, but now Stingray the one having to find his way back on stage. The blaster's neutral, just shooting him out of the sky.
Mixed it left and right, had the N-Sig to the left, and then N-Light, and then turn around N-Sig. Cody Travis, so good with the blasters.
Yo, Chunks forces Cody high, and for the cannon, oh! But watch out, that recovery was done. You saw the sweat drops pop out pretty early.
Cody's still sweating in the sky. Trying to get that extra credit. Nice pickup there. Read the jump from Stingray, but Stingray with the down air evens it up.
So we've been keeping this insanely close. I want a more stable finish than the last one. There were some crazy offstage plays. It seems like they're both sticking to very center stage kind of plays this game.
I mean, stage control is so valuable, especially on a map like Small Brawlhalla. You get too close to the edge, and one hit could be death.
Cody playing with his food a little bit here, going for these drive-bys. Either the side air or the down air.
Ooh, good spot dodge from Stingray, getting on the other side, but he couldn't punish it.
Interrupting the signature, Stingray getting the damage onto Cody, blasting him up with the neutral air, and Stingray's got the lead.
Cody Travis throwing out so many signatures there, trying to finish off this stock of Stingray, but it's going to be the D-Light dash jump recovery. Just the classic from Cody Travis.
Cody going for the X pivot down air to try and start these strings, but man, the coverage, the absolute coverage over this corner, Stingray couldn't land without getting tagged.
So patient, just knew the range on that one, sat right there and had the coverage like you were saying. Stingray over to the cannon now, trying to get that damage build up. Cody Travis, good job getting outside of it.
Ooh, hitting a ton of these combos, but none of the, oh my gosh, the down blasters once again.
Weapon dust, he got the wall touch? No, he did not.
Oh,
bounced off the wall that time, and Cody Travis takes another one.
Yeah, that was some Reno sharpshooting, true bounty hunter style. Just when you think you're out, he pulls you back in.
I totally thought you were going to say some bad words.
Oh, well, all right. Nah, we're chilling, man. Come on.
I thought you were saying a 4-letter word. That's some Reno stuff right there. But good stuff coming out from Cody Travis. And the fact that Stingray has not been finding that momentum with the Zol would hint that he's going to make a swap. But no, it's going to be more Zol for game number 3.
Sneaks in, grabs the blasters, but got tagged a couple times. Cody always converts off of these down airs. He can't keep getting away with it.
I haven't been keeping track of his damage per engagement, but like, it's got to be high. It has to be high. He's so good at converting 1 hit into 3 hits.
Ooh, falling side air covers the skies and immediately
Punish
towards the face. Ah. Yes, down light, dash jump recovery, cleans up the first stock.
Cody looking real confident with his Reno here in game number 3. Ready to run away with this one and earn his spot in the winner's final.
I like how sometimes Cody will just kind of like pop you right in the back with the side light. He's like, all right, I'm not going to get any greater punish than this, but still, it's a decent chunk of damage, and I'm just reminding you. Pop.
It's just, honestly, when you hit like 2 or 3 of those sidelights in a row, it's such an ego check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, you know, just tapping somebody on the shoulder. Like, excuse me.
Nice pick up from Cody Travis. Trying to get that recovery afterwards, though. Couldn't quite get that follow-up. Stingray dodged through it.
Oh! Yeah, because you always want to get away as soon as you get tagged with that side light. Because you're like, oh man, if a recovery comes, that would be really bad. So you jump. But that neutral signature, it covers the jump.
Yeah, that was a tap on the shoulder into an immediate fist in the face. The Stingray got knocked out there.
Dirty.
Final stock here for Stingray in the winner's bracket. Can he even up the stock count as the signature kit? Nice.
Big recovery up top. I mean, that would have knocked out with half the damage that he had.
He was swinging for the fences. He just needed to connect.
I'm not going to count him out just because, I mean, we're dead even on this final stock. If he gets 1 cannon string, Cody's deleted.
Yeah, this could easily go either direction here. Cody Travis giving a lot of respect to the Canada Stingray. That's been his big tool for bringing this one back.
Oh my gosh. All these bunny hop into the explosions. He's getting around the blasters of Cody and giving him bigger blasts from this cannon.
He's playing it like he's got gauntlets in his hands, right? Like playing around the dead zone and then landing end light. And it's catching Cody Travis, and it's forcing Cody to make the swap over to the orb for the final stocks here in game number 3.
Oh, goes for the signature. Not yet enough, even with Zol's strength.
Dodge through end light again from Stingray. Cody Travis still needs a lot more damage.
Oh, wow. Oh! He went for the biggest slide charge read. We were wondering about it in the previous game. But there, you know, he was like, all right, well, if you weren't sure if it was going to hit him on the wall, what if I pivot this? Reverse it towards the wall. And Stingray just had the wherewithal to go to the outside. Perfect punish.
Really smart from Stingray. Last time he tried to punish it with a jump ground pound. didn't work out for him. That time he was like, all right, well, let's change up my punish option. Went for the down air. It's going to put Stingray on the board, currently tied, or sorry, not tied, currently 2-1 in favor of Cody Travis.
Yeah, Stingray put himself on the board. He's just looking to continue that momentum to push this into a Game 5. I can't believe that they just keep rematching on Small Brawlhaven.
Right? Same characters, same picks, same map, same everything, but Stingray going to try to keep that same game stat. I don't know, they try to win another one, man.
Yeah, he's got to go for it. I think Cody's just all too happy to play here because he's been hitting those signatures. He's been hitting the down light dash jump recoveries. And, okay, finally blasted the extra anti-air from Stingray, giving him the stock lead.
I'm surprised he's sticking with the axe over here because the cannon has been working so well for him.
So good. It cleaned up last game in phenomenal fashion.
Well, he is starting to get more and more chunks. Light into the recovery. Cody Travis able to even it up immediately.
Yeah, I think that's why Cody really likes Small Brawlhaven, because that's the Blasters combo. You know he's practiced it. He can land it pretty much every single time, and it carries so far before the final blast, so it's going to knock out really early on this map.
Yeah, this map in particular, it'll knock out very early, but at the other side, Stingray's been able to get some very fast knockouts himself. Up an advantage. Cody Travis falling behind here. Very real possibility of a Game 5 as Stingray maintains.
Oh my
still
God!
Active? What?
Yeah, it was the rainbow toss right around the corner. Look, he's showing it to you again. Just being like, yeah, it'll hang out around there. And, you know, if you dodge in the same direction that the weapon is tossed, the weapon will hit you as you come out of the dodge.
Stingray with the side air. One stock away from taking this to game number 5. Cody was looking so good, but Stingray is bringing this one back.
Man, he is looking comfortable getting all these chunky axe swings. Has lapped Cody Travis in damage.
Goes for the N-Sig. Not going to work out.
Yeah, he slide charged it. Oh, down light dash jump recovery. There it is, taking out Zol in orange. Unbelievable.
Yeah, to the point of the N-Sig, Cody Travis uses that slide charge pivot N-Sig the way like Sidras do cannon, right? Like
Yeah.
just cover the edge with it.
Yeah, it deters them from coming off stage to try and punish the signature unless they were already doing it beforehand.
Light in there.
Oh, chunky! We got game number 5 on deck.
And he already just starting to dig the grave there. He's like, you are one away from going down. Stingray looking so incredibly good, tying it up 2-2.
Man, so he's got all the momentum in his favor. 40 average damage per engagement. 46% accuracy on the light attacks. That's huge.
Yeah, really dropping Cody Travis down, only able to put 345 damage out total and 25 per engagement.
So game number 5, Stingray's got everything going for him. Are we going back to Small Brawlhaven, or are we actually going to go somewhere else?
I feel like maybe we're going to go back to Small Brawlhaven, but Cody Travis swaps to the Barraza. That's what I'm feeling. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's feeling something completely different. Cody Travis does have a habit of kind of mental booming sometimes, for lack of a proper phrasing. But there's times where, you know, things go wrong and he just starts to fall apart, and that's what I'm worried about right now.
You know, I guess just because he's been getting, you know, these tons of damage, a lot of knockouts going onto him from Stingray, the Barraza defense, and he's really just been playing the blasters. The orb hasn't been doing a ton in this matchup. He's been going for those signatures, some crazy slide charge ones that got him punished and cost him stocks, cost him games. So I think going to the Barraza to have that axe. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, he's sticking with it.
Sticking with the one he brought to the dance. All right. Oh, but Demon Island.
Okay.
That's the change.
Yeah, something had to change. There's no way we're playing 5 games on the same map with the same characters. Instead, Cody Travis, game number 5 versus Stingray. Can he beat Stingray?
Oh, looking for it. Get that extra damage. You know, Cody was talking about, all right, my orb wasn't doing too much. How about now? How about now?
I do wish he'd rein in those signatures, because those orb sticks are just, they're not hitting. charged up the D6. Stingray with the backswing on the recovery. Has to
Oh,
wait this one
man.
out. Nice punish from Cody.
Yeah, that was a smart play. Didn't want to go into that bear trap as it was staring him right in the face.
Oh, more stairs. Cody Travis doesn't hit the dare over the corner.
Oh, neutral light sending Stingray off stage. Damage lead going the way of Cody Travis. Setting him on his heels with the weapon toss. Trying to catch that side air, but can't do it.
Spot dodge. Stingray getting the damage and the recovery follow-up off the ground pound. Stingray takes the lead. About to reverse 3, Cody Travis in the winner's semi.
Yes, surely there's got to be enough damage for the down light dash jump recovery to take the stock off of Stingray, but I'm just worried about the future of this game. If Cody needs to go for that on these later stocks, this is a much taller ceiling here, so that's not going to knock out as early as it did previously.
We're seeing Cody kind of, to your
Oh,
earlier
oh
point,
my gosh.
lean into the orb, but is it enough as Stingray getting so many hits with his cannon?
Yeah, you said he's been playing it like gauntlets, just kind of bunny hopping around so that we can land in. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
What?
Absolute destruction. Stingray on this Zolt looks unstoppable.
Stingray looking so good, poised to reverse 3. 1 stock left for Cody Travis in this winner's semifinal.
Cody firing back, goes for the big ground pound right over the corner, couldn't get it, and Stingray once again hopping around. He always gets behind Cody for that down air punish.
NSYNC, Cody Travis takes it to final stocks here. Who's it gonna be, Cody Travis or Stingray, as Cody's like, all right, it's blasters time.
Now Stingray, you see he's going for a lot of those bunny hop down air approaches. Once again, he wants to get these big strings started. Oh, side light into down air. Cody saved his dodge for just the right moment.
Good stairs, some good movement, but he's still behind. Stingray with the dare.
Cody has done a phenomenal job in bringing this back, but man, now that he's in the knockout range,
Oh!
Stingray, the side air does it. 3-2 victory. Stingray taking another massive name for his own victory.
The reverse 3 from Stingray. Cody Travis not able to secure it, and that means Stingray guaranteed top 3 finish here at the Mammoth Invitational.
Man, gotta be feeling good about that. Getting his chance at the lion's share of this $40,000 prize pool. Shoutouts to Omen Oasis for sponsoring this event here.
and putting that prize pool up. Really good plays from the Stingray, man. His cannon just started leveling up, was able to start get those dodge reads, starting to get those follow-ups, getting that extra damage. His average damage per engagement hitting 48, whereas Cody Travis only into the 44s, where he was hitting like 55s earlier.
Ooh, man. So that was an incredibly close match. Clutch finish. The map changes. I'm Small Brawlhaven for so long. I couldn't believe it.
I thought for a hot minute that it was just a gentleman, right? Like they're just going to gentleman to Small Brawlhaven time and time again just for the heck of it, but it ended up being Demon Island for the final one, and it wasn't enough. The Demon Island was not enough to keep Cody Travis in it. But we're coming up next on to Snowy versus Faison, and that's going to be another really good one.
Yeah, so Snowy, we saw him on the Rayman earlier. Faison, he was rocking the Mordex there. So this is going to be kind of crazy. Rayman versus some Scythe action?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, to say the very least. Of course, we don't see a whole lot of Raymans as a whole.
Yeah.
But we'll see how well Snowy does. Of course, bring up the stats of Snowy to talk about the fact that he's currently PR'd number 13, but he's got a guaranteed top 5 finish.
Oh yeah, gotta be feeling good there. And he looked so comfortable in his last set. It was just dominance throughout, full gas pedal all the time, crazy gravity cancels. I mean, he was just trying stuff. And more often than not, it was working.
Yeah, the times where Snowy was looking rough were the times where Snowy made himself look rough. You know what I mean? Like, he just started playing with his food a little bit too much. He started going a little over eager. But on the other side, Faison, he was relatively consistent. Of course, coming in with that Mordex, was starting to have some trouble getting those scythe hits on the Meg D, but overall, still just a very talented player.
Yeah, consistent, and with his adaptations, you know, he was able to curtail the damage that was coming his way. It was always, whenever that average damage per engagement would really balloon out of control, he would need to slow the game down. If you kept it even, an even game is a Faison game.
Yeah, Faison's so good. In particular, the offstage is where he was really playing it out,
Yes.
getting some good shining moments. And we'll see how well that goes against Snowy, because Snowy has a lot of really interesting tools that not a lot of other characters have. Of course, yeah, you got Gauntlet Nair, but what I'm thinking about is like a reversal Axe, gravity cancel down sig,
Yes.
just throw the opponent off guard. That's going to be such a nice tool.
I mean, it's absolutely terrifying because the axe off of the down air, the ground pound, you're always worried about those spikes. And that's one that he can fire off almost instantly, it feels.
Yeah, it can be really tricky, especially like if he has a read on your movement, if he knows you're going to go straight
Yes.
for the wall. Just that, throw that one out there, completely cover his space can be really, really nice.
Yeah, all right. So I can't imagine Snowy's going to be playing anybody else. It's got to be the Rayman. Faison, we were talking about, he's got a pretty deep stable to pull from. I'm expecting him to start on the Mordex. It's been doing really well for him today. I mean, he's sitting, looking towards winner's final. You got to stick with it. Right?
Yeah, of course. That's the thing that's been getting you here so far. And especially, again, Faison's been throwing out a lot of Johns on Twitter saying, I'm not feeling too good. I'm feeling sick. And when you're feeling sick, when you're not really in it, you can't really mess around as much. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be quick
sure.
on the adaptation.
Well, that's why he's looking to keep things nice and even. He can outthink his opponents, but Snowy, not one to give you the time to think.
No, Snowy's not going to give you any breathing room. As we get into game number 1 of Faison versus Snowy in this winner's semifinal match.
Snowy, first one to grab a weapon, chunking away the axe, but man, it's so quickly turned around.
Yeah, Snowy went for that weapon toss. Faison was able to get through it, and now he's in control. He's got Snowy on the edge, but that soft platform really helping Snowy get high and away from Faison.
Ooh, Snowy with a little bit of the hit and run. Wasn't going for any extended dodge reads there, but Faison certainly does.
Yeah, nice gravity cancel side light. Going for the reads there. Snowy able to avoid it. Faison is winning in neutral, getting hit after hit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that's why Snowy is already into the red. Faison looking for these knockouts. Goes for the dodge read. Almost gets it, but was just shy. A hair on that side air.
Yeah, and I love the mix-ups Faison's doing, right? He went for the side light, gravity cancel side light into a Sair, side light into a ground pound. He's changing up what he's doing off the side light, trying to find the one that'll hit Snowy.
Oh man, Snowy using those close range weapon tosses, you know, just to set his opponent on their heels. We saw him use that to great extent in his last set, even though his opponents started catching on and interrupting him with faster attacks as he tried to approach afterwards. I guess it's just going to be the question of what's Faison's answer. Uh-oh.
Throwing out a lot there, but he will be safe to come back down. Both of them have plenty of jumps here. Faison doesn't have to answer to the weapon tosses of Snowy just yet, but he's going to have to start thinking about that equation.
Oh, the hook and the boot. I guess if you're hanging out in that mid-range where Snowy usually likes to weapon toss, the scythe downlight actually will reach you.
Yeah, pretty nice tool there for Faison against those weapon tosses, although Snowy can get a little bit above it. That thing doesn't hit that high.
Oh, gets behind it that time for the perfect punish and taking the stock. Fresh as a daisy, both of them just white on their second stock.
Yeah, getting this one even, but again, Snowy, with those weapon tosses, that's one of the biggest risks he has, is he's going to make himself disarmed, and Faison could take better advantage of it, but so far, trading back and forth.
Faison keep him on the wall. Oh, plucks him out of that recovery. Snowy just managed to reset his jumps, but man, they are happy to have this aerial battle.
Faison, of course, happy to play that offstage. Snowy, though, getting some good hits, that side light in there.
Ooh, playing around that platform, let Snowy dash off of it for a ton of down air approaches, and he's got Faison into the red looking for this next knockout.
Nice ground pound. Still not done. Ground pound, true combo off the dare. Faison gonna get the stock.
Yeah, that was clutch. This is what we didn't really see too much of from Faison in the last set because he couldn't get his offstage, his scythe string started. But now it looks like he's got him locked in.
Yeah, doing a much better job getting those scythe hits in the offstage to guarantee those knockouts.
looking for that weapon, but Snowy just continuously denying, and I think he's just going to tie up the stocks.
Very real possibility. Faison does get the wall touch, but in the meantime, Faison's not getting any extra credit despite the fact that he's extending the stock.
There we go. So this has been an absolute seesaw. One of them takes the stock, and then it gets tied up immediately after.
And just like that, we're down into the final stocks here in game number 1.
Ooh, goes for the dodge read, but Faison got up and out. Faison looking for this next weapon, manages to hit Snowy away. And now it's back onto the site. This is where we've seen it do so much work off stage, especially on the left-hand side. Are we looking at a repeat?
Oh, opportunity. Doesn't hit the follow-up ground pound. I really thought he was going to go for that dare ground pound again.
I did too. I saw it flashing before my eyes.
It was such a good knockout tool earlier. Falling dare doesn't hit the gravity cancel desig.
Looking to catch the landing. Faison does. It's 2 hits. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the boot there, but he was looking for a dodge read into maybe a signature.
D-Light. Oh!
Missed the combo.
It can be tricky. It's definitely a lot harder to do than the D-Light into this raw recovery, but it's got the force to make up for that difficulty. Snowball, or not Snowball, Snowy with the neutral light.
You're like, his onstage game is really starting to snowball against Faison here because the damage had been piling up. Does he have the distance to make it back? No, the gauntlets have been thrown, and they found their way onto the head of Snowy.
Faison's so good at that delayed weapon toss. Like, we see a lot of people go for the immediate dash weapon toss, but instead Faison's like, all right, I'm going to just let you burn a bunch of movement, and then right as you think you're going to come back up, that's when I'll just toss it down and get that knockout.
Ooh, and look at that, just bouncing him off the wall. So brutal.
Really good from Faison. Man, this one was back and forth for sure. They got down to the final stocks red.
Yeah, and it was like that every single stock along the way. No one ricocheted out with a massive lead.
Not at all. It was just back and forth, neck and neck. Snowy able to get the spawn weapons. Got both of them. Faison not going to immediately pick it up. Instead, want to make sure that it's safe.
Oh, all right, mid-range weapon toss from Snowy, but you see Faison starting to contest those with the dash neutral lights and even the down lights from the side. He reverses the edge guard, plucks him. He did manage to get the wall touch, so Snowy not in danger just yet.
Really good patience from Snowy. Faison actually opting to back away. Knew that he wasn't really in a great spot to get more. Hits the dare. Gravity cancel opportunity. That's why he went for that spot dodge, but Snowy not giving him that position.
Faison trying to think about how to approach this. And he's able to get the down air into the neutral air. But again, we've got another situation where we are just marching towards the first knockout. Red damage, both players.
Just that back and forth, back and forth. Faison over to the gauntlets. The primary knockout tool of the Mordex is out there. Goes for the read. Snowy jumped away.
Oh, Snowy, wow, Snowy uppercutting Faison, just going for the top rope dunk onto the stage even.
Yeah, really good job from Snowy, recognizing Faison likes to play a little slow on those edge guards, right? He was just kind of floating down there, waiting for Snowy to do something. He's like, all right, I'll just hit you as my action.
Oh, wow, that actually knocked out. So much damage built up. I mean, look at that. Even Snowy is kind of in that barbecue sauce color now.
Definitely doable. Side air, going to put him into the off screen. That's how much damage Faison has been able to put out, but he needs to get this stock. That's something that he struggled with.
The neutral air from below the stage, almost, but not enough.
A downlight could very well do it, but man, this is so much damage Faison has to build up before he can get that knockout.
Yeah, downlight with the boot, even just the hard side light.
Dude!
Yeah, the falling unarmed side air, finally doing it.
Faison is definitely struggling in the knockout department, but he makes up for it with the damage build department.
Yeah, I guess that's where he really needs to step on the gas to bring this back, close that damage gap, because Snowy was able to get him into the orange while Faison was searching for that knockout.
The two-piece. Doesn't hit the ground pound there, but still Snowy not responding to the damage from Faison.
Yeah, this is where we saw Faison struggle in some of his earlier sets. Was he could get the damage, but just not the knockouts. He needs to find the strong hits as this rises.
But Snowy's got some strong hits of his own, though. That Axe Neutralite really launched Faison, having to use those side airs to get back closer to the stage.
Uh-oh. Skipped off the stage, ate some of that force, so Faison manages to survive. There it is, Gauntlet side air. He's got the,
Nice.
yes, the second one, perfectly lined up. Now he's got the stock lead.
Can he maintain it, though? Snowy comes in, already swinging on Faison. Neutralite gonna put him off stage. Weapon Toss keeps him off stage.
See Snowy just wiggling back and forth. Oh my gosh!
That was
The quick side signature.
That fist got blown up, I swear, just in a matter of milliseconds. Snowy able to even up the stocks immediately.
Ooh, man, and he was just running away with it now. Dangerous. That soft platform, you know, it does provide just enough coverage to keep Snowy from using the slide charge down signature.
Snap weapon three-piece.
Chunking away.
Damage.
Just getting a couple stray axes here and there to push Faison deeper into the red. Goes for the weapon starve and arms himself with a fresh axe, so it's going to take a little bit longer to knock this one out of his hands.
Yeah, but he's predominantly hitting down airs, which are great for building damage, but not likely to get a knockout on main stage.
Oh my
Downlight
gosh.
almost does it, though. Lots of damage being put out. Faison starting to struggle here. Sidelight doesn't get the
Gauntlets.
read.
Yeah, he is just rotating through weapons constantly, trying to keep Faison guessing.
Weapon toss plays from Snowy. Faison stuck on the
Oh.
wall. Ooh, that weapon toss doesn't hit, but the recovery does. Snowy ties it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were talking about Snowy not giving you a moment to think. It was immediately he went across over that corner for the down weapon toss, and then without skipping a beat, just recovering back onto stage to hit Faison, knowing, hey, I scared you off the wall, you're going back onto stage, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, Snowy, really good job putting that pressure onto Faison. Faison had to put out 563. Snowy putting out 699. Both of them struggling to finish off their stocks.
So now we're going to Demon Island. I think this is where Faison is going to be looking for even more of those offstage plays. Not as much wall to play around with. He wants to pluck Snowy off with the scythe and just take him out.
Just go for the offstage engagements as much as possible. Snowy's still hanging around this corner. Means Faison's going to try to shove it more. Doesn't go for the punish on the back end of that ouncing.
Oh, chunking up the damage. Snowy still with the lead. Oh, okay.
Still no punish. Ooh, the weapon toss actually interrupting Faison there. Getting into the red.
Man, it's crazy how often these two find themselves unarmed against each other.
It's not crazy how often Snowy finds himself unarmed.
Yeah, I believe that. Just because he uses weapon tosses so much in his game plan.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh, the perfect bonk.
Caught him right as he went for the recovery. Faison stars came out, and that's the stock. Snowy with the advantage.
Man, he is just trying to chase down Faison. Like, all right, you want to go for this weapon. I know you do, but I also just want to make you pay for it. Nothing is free.
Faison went for the end light forward there. I thought for sure he was going to go for that pivot, put him into the offstage again, but Snowy.
Uh-oh, in danger. That
Nice
was
punish.
so smart, but Faison with the perfect denial. A normal dodge, I don't know if it would have had enough distance to make it back
Probably
there.
not.
But the gravity cancel neutral signature just touched the bottom corner. But Faison, he wasn't gonna let that go.
Yeah, really good job on Faison to recognize that Snowy still had an option there. Like, he was playing tricky in the offstage, but goodness, he's playing tricky with the onstage with this damage being built up onto Faison's second stock.
Oh my gosh, doesn't get the combo off of the downlight there. But man, that damage has seriously been building. Snowy always very high damage in these games.
Oh, jeez. An immediate side air. Snowy one stock away from putting himself another on the board.
Ooh, couldn't deny the weapon Faison there. But still kept his axe in play with the high rainbow toss.
And no weapon tosses from Snowy, but Faison going to deny it. Okay. Try to take away this old hit from Snowy. Doesn't get the ground pound, and Snowy able to fight back up.
So this is where we need to find Faison finishing
Nice.
his plate absolutely perfect. Where before he struggled to secure these knockouts, there he was right on pace, high efficiency.
Yeah, really good recognition, of course, that Snowy went for that up toss, so he's likely going to jump up, try to get that pick up, and so Faison played right around that. Got the ground pound as well. Final stocks here. This could go either direction.
Right, jockeying for position. Snowy, man, he even just went for like that long range weapon toss. Faison, no trouble hopping over it. Ooh. Yeah, that's where things get really spicy. Snowy doing those off-stage spiking attacks against Faison's sight. That is risky business.
I think the on-stage of Snowy is doing enough
so
business
strong.
on its own. He's getting so many hits.
Oh, perfect dodge. Faison,
Nice.
he got the dodge read. He saw it. Full punish.
Really good recognition from Faison, and he hits the ground pound. Faison up over Snowy 2-1, but man, this is a back and forth set between the two of them.
Jeez, again, Snowy, almost 600 damage on the board.
That's what it takes to get Faison deep red final stocks.
Jeez, look at, yeah, these scythe ground pounds, where in previous games, he was using it a lot, but it was rarely hitting. Now it seems like he's made just that little bit of adjustment onto, all right, where are they actually trying to place themselves? And now he's covering those columns and finding hits.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of like going over the edge and then like pretending like he'll ground pound, and then waits a little bit and then just does a jump ground pound to catch them, because they, you know, most people will panic when you come over, and then they'll go for that thing when they're like, oh, it's actually safe. Wait, no, it's not safe because it's a jump ground.
It is a really good adaptation, because a lot of those ground pounds that he wasn't hitting before, they would recover high against him. They would basically just go right over, kind of jumping off of his back. So that jump ground pound gives him the little bit of an extra vertical mix-up to cover where they were usually going.
Definitely a nice option coming out from Faison. Currently up 2-1 over Snowy. Snowy thinking about the adjustment here. What's it going to take to keep himself inside of this and take this to a game number 5?
Ooh. I know, we always just expect the Rayman. There's going to be no legend change, but do we have a map change? Is it Demon Island once again, or are they running it right back?
Very real possibility. It's going to be Miami instead. More soft platforms, and again, no way to rotate underneath. Not that either player has really been utilizing that.
All right, so Snowy, he's been doing like a lot of on-stage stuff this game, but this is where I might want to see him go for some of those crazy gravity cancels, just because gravity cancel down signature on Rayman's axe, absolutely powerful tool, especially if you have a map like this where they are stuck on whatever side you knock them off. You can't cross underneath. It's got the scaffolding spike.
A lot of offstage potential here on either side. Gauntlet v Gauntlet. Faison getting the damage built up. Lots of neutralites connecting onto Snowy, but can Faison get that knockout?
Yeah, that's always been the hallmark. He gets the damage, but sometimes it takes him a little bit longer to find those strong hits and seal the deal.
Nice recovery from Faison. Perfectly timed, able to get it without struggling too long, and he's going to swap over to the side.
Yeah, this is, you know, you were talking about him not feeling too good today. He looks like he's feeling good in this match.
Feeling good in his gameplay, at the very least.
Yes. All right, Faison, you see him always hanging out around these corners. He wants to get those scythe reversals, toss Snowy off stage, because catching these landings around the corner is where he's found most of his damage.
He was going for that recovery, but the recovery from Snowy. Able to get the backswing as the startup of Faison was coming out, so Snowy evens up the stocks.
So he's just juggling axes. It's a full-on circus act here.
Those things can be tricky, especially with how big those axes are, but Faison lands down, gets the neutral light, goes for the ground pound. Gonna dip under the stage, at least make himself safe from those weapon tosses. Nice.
Oh my gosh! Just the ledge cancel dash going off of that top platform to get the extra third uppercut. Because I always like see it like the side light is kind of an uppercut in itself, you know? The rising one there. He got the 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and he's able to punish the D-Sig. Oh, but again, the stars. Faison doesn't have the vertical, and Snowy immediately evens it up.
Fighting unarmed, just happy to go for all the extra damage. Faison undeterred.
Went for the option of the D-Light recovery. Knew that Snowy wasn't really in the kill percent, so the D-Light ground pound would be a nice threat, but not really any more damage.
Ooh, threw down, almost got the combo off the bounce.
Oh, dunk down. What's the follow-up?
Double
Wait
dunk.
for it. And
He doesn't have
that'll be
anything
it.
left.
Faison gonna take it 3-1 over Snowy in convincing fashion with the gauntlets, with the scythe, with the Mordex.
Yeah, that was the change up. Look at that, 469 damage done. That is so incredibly efficient. Faison, you know, that's the missing piece. That's what he needed in his gameplay, was finding those knockouts in a timely fashion. And here, I mean, this was just phenomenal. Look at that, dunk number 1 into dunk number 2.
Just hit that ground pound, and New Snowy had nothing to go with it. Faison cleaning it up. Really well done from him. And like you said, he was much more efficient with those knockouts. Able to utilize that high soft platform on the left to get that second side light into the recovery. Able to utilize those dunks on the edge, playing that aggression just right to make sure that this wasn't a 600 damage game.
Yeah, that's the key thing, you know. You don't want to let Snowy get too much tacked on you there. High average damage per engagement. So Faison moving on in the bracket, you know, he's got to be feeling good about that one. Come on,
absolutely. Man. That means we got a Faison guaranteed top 3 finish, which is really, really nice for me to hear at the very least. And of course, it means he's going to be going up against Stingray in the winner's final. We've also got our lower side of the bracket filling out, which is really nice to hear.
Oh, yes. Very nice. All right, so that does actually, you know, I want to take a look at that. Who do we have still sitting down there? Because I know they've been going through on the side stream for a little while. Left in this, you see Snowy versus Faison in that winner's semifinal. Stingray is going to be sitting up there. Oh, yeah. Stingray, Cody, Travis. Looks like we got a little bit of a shuffle going on the top there. But now Blazy sitting down in that lower bracket. Cody, Travis sitting down there waiting. Walshy, Sandstorm, Meg D, Wrench. There's a lot of heavy hitters still left.
Yep, there you're seeing the update. I was like, they might be a little bit mixed around, but at least some of the names should be accurate.
Excellent.
There you see Sandstorm versus Walshy in the lower side. Wrenched versus Blazy sitting on the lower side. Of course, Cody Travis got knocked down just a little while ago, and so did Snowy. So that will fill out our top 8. We've got Stingray and Faison in the top, Walshy, Sandstorm, Wrenched, Blazy, Cody Travis, and Snowy down in the lower side.
Man. All right, so this is going to be spicy.
Yep, it's going to be a good one, and it's going to be a fun one, but it's not going to be one that you and I get to call because we will be taking a short little break in just a little bit, and it'll be bringing a whole different set of casters to bring you that lower side top 8. In the meantime, if you want to tweet at us, hashtag BHEsports, so that we can see some of your tweets. Maybe we'll put them on screen. Maybe we'll have a fun time talking about that, talking about Omen Oasis, talking about all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it has been absolutely phenomenal, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a brief moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Mammoth Invitational. What a tournament it has been so far, and it continues now, going into the lower bracket. Now the next few matches we're going to watch, Taza, are players getting eliminated from the tournament.
Yes, and there are some players are there that I'm kind of worried about when it comes to how quickly they can get eliminated. In particular, the matches that we got coming up, Walshy versus Sandstorm and Wrench versus Blazy.
Yep.
Sandstorm has been getting a run for his money on the Magyar, and even when he switched over back to the Mordex, he was still having a lot of trouble. We just saw him go down against Stingray in the winner's side, and now he's been making that run to the lower bracket, but we've gotten some players that we didn't even get to see on the mainstream, like
That's
Boomy,
right. Yeah.
that have been out due to how well these players have been playing, and now with Wrenched and Blazy in the lower side of top 8. I'm very surprised to see a lot of the players here, and I'm excited to see who's going to be knocked out first. Yeah.
I'm excited to see who's going to move on first.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's a different case because usually that's the case for me, but in this situation, it's like, man, all of these players, any of them could make it.
Well, that's just it, right? We're looking at this, and you're looking at Walshy and Sandstorm, for instance, coming up next. Maybe a lot of people are thinking Sandstorm's going to take it, right? But I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Walshy's been popping off today. Sandstorm, we've seen both extremes of his side.
For those that were watching the European portion of the Invitational yesterday, Foda and I were certainly surprised by what happened with Acno.
Right. Yeah, after yesterday now, I'm like, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, so when we're looking at Sandstorm and it's against Walshy, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's Sandstorm, but also we had some of the craziest upsets ever yesterday, and it's just continuing to happen today. So you know what? I am going in with still expectations that it could be Sandstorm, but I expect that Walshy will be able to take a game. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, let's check out their stats here. Maybe that'll give us some more insight onto this. Well, as expected, Walshy. I mean, look at this. He's already so far.
And here I thought we were in the Invitational.
For his right for his.
this looks like some Arcadian stats, but he's just, you know what? It's for not anymore. He's doing so well.
Two top 32 placements is all he's got. Walshy, and he's this far in the tournament right now.
He's unlocked a top 8 place.
Competing with all the best players in the game, and here he is.
Yeah.
This was already his first top 8 placement, right?
And that's pretty crazy considering that it's the top 32 players. Literally, those are the only players.
Oh my, the difference in these stats are, we've never had a wider gap in earnings in this tournament.
That's 19 right there. Wow.
Yeah, that's not a typo. 177,000. That's right.
I remember when we were looking at Acno, I was like, Acno's one of the few with double digits. Well, Sandstorm's might have double of what Acno has at this rate. Man,
holy cow!
That head-to-head
that is an insane head-to-head.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're looking at this with, like I was saying yesterday, with Swada. He's got everything to gain and nothing to lose here, right?
Exactly.
Nobody watching Walshy right now is like, Walshy better win this. No one's no one's gonna be mad at him if he loses.
Not
this
to mention,
but everyone will talk about it forever if he wins this.
Yeah.
I know I'll never shut up about it.
Well, not to mention that Walshy's already broken a record for himself. We're looking at the stats right there. That says no top 8 placements. Well, guess what? That's because this is the first one, and he's got it against Sandstorm. And it really is the best that he's ever performed. And you're right, no expectations. He's already beaten his previous records, and now he can just do better. So I am excited to see him, how well he does against Sandstorm. Yeah. I am expecting a Sandstorm win, but my God, to be able to take one game off of Sandstorm from a position where you've never even been top 8 before, that is a massive improvement.
That would be so impressive. I mean, that'd be news. That'd be news, honestly.
Yeah, it already is, being able to take down players like Sequoia and Zinker. So yes, I am super excited for this match.
Sandstorm versus Walshy. Then after that, we got Wrench versus Blazy. That'll happen, right? And Snowy is waiting for the winner of this next match. Whoever wins this one's going to go ahead to fight Snowy. And then we've also got Cody Travis waiting in the wings.
Yeah,
I'm not saying wings just because he was playing Reno. But it works.
He did stay with the Reno the entire time, too, much to my surprise. And I'm wondering if that'll be the same case in the lower bracket, because I've known Cody for Barasa for so long. But you know what? Reno Orb really feels like it's the primary weapon for a lot of players today. Orb and Spear in general. If players weren't playing Legends with those weapons before, they are now been focusing on them today. But with Sandstorm, different story. We've got the Magyar that he has been focusing on the entire time. Only saw the Mordex a little bit against Stingray, and guess what? It didn't work. So he's been staying with this. He just 3-0'd Kostelix with it, and now going to be going up against Walshy on the Taros. Game number 1 is here on Demon Island.
Here we go. Sandstorm versus Walshy. It's happening for real. Sandstorm on the Magyar, which has been an interesting change of pace. And we just saw him on the side stream. We saw him whomping with this.
Yeah.
with Magyar.
Did definitely
Yeah,
had some trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it was really impressive. So here we go. I mean, we're learning it right here. He's getting better right before our eyes too with this character.
Oh, he got with the second hit, but he didn't go for the finisher. That time getting the sideline opener, and Walshy finally hitting back, gets the down air. Sandstorm not able to follow up too much off of those openers, and this first stock starts to go a little bit in favor of Walshy as that down air and the downline hits. That chase dodge pivot down light doesn't connect. Sandstorm gets the punch, but the stairs hits the great sword out of his hands.
Oh, he got him off. He might take the first stock here.
Oh, this could be huge. Ah, he dips too
wait,
low.
now he's in trouble. Okay. Committed really hard to the fastball part of that down air.
Yes.
That was he went really low, and
Wow.
my spidey sense started tingling there as soon as he was that low. I'm
It's
like,
like-
oh no,
It's like your
Sandstorm's got
stock
that.
is gone.
Okay, but Walshy equalizes
Yeah.
before too late. He's in a pretty good spot.
Side air hits, and stocks are equalized, as you said. Walshy gets a few extra hits in as well. And I'd like to say that first stock still was Walshy favored. He did fastball a little too hard up the down air. Sandstorm gets the
It was
punish.
an error that took him out, but yeah,
Sandstorm
he's already defied expectations with what he did on that first stock here. If he can just keep it up, maybe you'll have what it takes to take out Sandstorm.
Sandstorm.
Sandstorm, the 3-time world champion. Oh,
Ouch.
yeah.
Sideline finisher is gonna do it, and it's difficult to get those finishers to connect with the right dodge read or with a person's dodge gone. Really powerful finisher.
Yeah, the necessity of dodge reads on Greatsword now is that of sight. And guess who? Revolutionized sight reads, right?
Right,
If
we're
there's
watching him
anybody
right
to
here.
do this on a Greatsword, it's Sandstorm.
Already, and we see him dashing back after that side light
Oh.
bridge, but now Sandstorm, recovery comes through. Nice job from Walshy. Walshy trying to even the stocks, but that down stick was punished so hard. Never mind. Walshy with the turnaround neutral light goes for the downer edge guard. No.
Light.
Oh, Sandstorm just slips right past. Ouch. Do you like ground pound? That hurts. Even unarmed, it hurts.
Walshy's looking pretty worse for wear right now. He's getting hurt. Even if he takes this stock into... Oh, okay.
Okay.
He really caught Sandstorm dodging there. And now he is deep in the red. This is going to be tough for Walshy, as one, maybe two good hits will just take him out now. Oh.
But Taros
Good
Ensig
one.
exists, so I'm ready.
That's-
But okay, maybe not. You know, I don't know if I've ever seen Sandstorm get hit by Taros Ensig,
man.
even though he's going for it right now. Second time's a charm. Let's go, Walsh. Your dodge is back. Get up there. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, part of being great at Brawlhalla is understanding what your opponent wants to do, and I think Sandstorm is very well aware of his plans here. He's got it perfectly spaced out. There's no way he's just going to get hit by
He's going to get it.
not one off the edge.
Pivoted.
That was a very
Sandstorm.
good use of that signature. Nicely done by Sandstorm.
I feel like slide charge pivoting it really added a little bit of coverage to that I wouldn't expect. But there's that ground pound. And Walsh, he tried to go for the Taros meme. It didn't work out. Neutral six from the ledge. It's hard to land on players like Sandstorm. We're going to see the finisher right there. Beautiful.
Sandstorm outclassing. Damage, accuracy, everything. On to the next one here. We're running it right back. Walshy unafraid. He's not banning it. He had the opportunity to ban out Demon Island here, even though he just lost on it. And he left it open, knowing that Sandstorm's going to pick it again. He's got something to prove.
Well, and I wonder if Walshy was looking at that game and going like, well, I played pretty well. I just had a huge blunder at the beginning. We come back from that, have a little bit of a tighter edge guard, and then we could just hold on to the lead the rest of the game, and that should be a win. So let's see how that plays out here. As Walshy starting out with a damage deficit, but he did so last game as well before bringing it back, and now he's starting to hit with those landing down airs, really catching Sandstorm off guard, but that stops there. His weapon's gone. And
Oh, man!
Yes!
That was so good. Oh, my. He's dancing around because he knows that he just landed that fully charged down sig.
Yeah, that's, at least for me, a tournament first, seeing that connect.
I believe it is.
And that
for
is,
me, too.
And that was a
Maybe in
beautiful That was a beautiful way to do it as well, because he charged, he floated out there, he made sure that he took Walshy down with it, and he makes it back to the stage, and no edge guard in sight from Walshy, despite the weapon being there. That down sig is easily
That was a really good opportunity for him to go for an aggressive edge guard there, because Sandstorm got knocked so far away, he had to use every one of his recovery options to get back to the wall.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, Walshy cleans it up with the axe down sig. He's in orange right now, the stocks are evened up, but a little bit of a damage deficit that he is quickly closing in on. All right, off the side here, Sandstorm wins these, but Walshy gets around it. Uh-oh.
Another time
He's
where
good,
Walshy
he's
just is going to
good.
jump through, so the ground pound doesn't connect, but he does get it down here, and a neutral light puts him off stage. Is it NSYNC time? No, he goes to the Sarah instead. It gets Sarah for it. Sandstorm with the 2-1 lead in game number 2.
All right, here we go. Walshy, he's looking for his moment. Oh my God, Sandstorm. He is reading Walshy so hard on that.
Oh, that ground pound almost went straight into the recovery from Walshy. But man, Sandstorm's getting the silence through. Down 6, not working out,
What?
and that just sends him.
Oh!
That's just enough.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, there it goes. Walshy down 0-2.
Oh, right at the end.
Yeah, that was a good
spike.
one.
Oh, the cider hits him through. Sandstorm doing so great with the Greatsword signature kit, and we're just seeing those stats for Sandstorm just creep up higher and higher. Damage per engagement from the 30s to the 40s. That signature accuracy at 75% with 4 thrown out. So out of the 4, 3 of them hit. Great job coming out from Sandstorm. The Madguard and Walshy is having a lot more trouble going against Sandstorm. But this is not outside of the realms of expectations here. Now we get to see the break glass in case of emergency legend pick from Walshy, the Koji on Demon Island. Let's see if this is going to be able to make the difference necessary to be able to take a game off Sandstorm as we're going to game number 3.
You know, if Walshy believes hard enough, he can do this. I mean, it's very mental at a certain point, I think. You're going up against Sandstorm, the 3-time world champ, and you're like, all right, I'd had a good tournament.
Right.
You know?
right.
This isn't a bad way to go. But if he, maybe, I don't know what his mental is right now, but if he's somewhere along the lines of, I know I can do this. Oh, no. Oh, he really went for it.
He makes it back.
He needed that chase dodge, too.
Oh, and he avoids the nair.
I mean, those are the kinds of plays that are going to get him a win against Sandstorm.
Right.
Is these crazy.
He has an edge guard opportunity here. Oh, man, recovery hits. That's about the 3rd time now that I've seen Walshy have, like, the right idea, but he's one jump too few to get the edge guard, whether it would be hammer unarmed or that time with the bow.
Yeah.
He'll get the first 2 hits. He'll go off for the ground pound, but he's like, you're right below where your opponent is. And, and he ends up dying to that. But he has Sandstorm so damaged now that he can even things up 2-2 pretty quick, and that neutralites a great start.
Knocked him off the side. Sandstorm burns his dodge early. Walshy's got an opportunity here, but he's just letting Sandstorm. Oh, okay. He had the right idea. Hey, we can't doubt him. Walshy ties up the stocks, actually, and the damage pretty close, too.
When Sandstorm kicks back after his iframes end up, but he uses that neutral sig, goes to the skies, doesn't quite hit, but he repositions with the attack, and that sidelight, man, Sandstorm so terrifying with the Greatsword sidelight opener. He hits him and dashes back.
Yeah, we're seeing that. That's his new go-to right now, and it must be because he's catching Walshy dodge in.
What a terrifying angle. Oh, that was so brave. He
almost landed
hits him with the recovery, but he goes down anyways. Oh, man. Sandstorm just struck him on the Greatsword, and then right back to the hammer, and Walshy doesn't have he doesn't have the damage to really just hit back at that stock.
That was a nearly flawless stock from Sandstorm. He's starting to pop off now.
Oh, yeah,
Walshy finally gets a hit in edgewise, but this is looking rough. And with Sandstorm ahead by 2, he's nearing victory here unless Walshy.
Bow ground pound, the best comeback tool in the game.
Oh, it's great. It's great. And another one wouldn't hurt right now.
Well, let's see if he can do it. So, that's
nice.
Walshy.
Wait a second. This is Walshy's time.
So many unanswered hits, but Sandstorm picks up the Greatsword, uses the down air, lands on the ground, tries to string it into a bridge, but Walshy interrupts, but no dodge, doesn't matter. Walshy runs right in with the sidelight, dodges past the finisher, neutral air, neutral light, down sig, avoid him, and Sandstorm charges the end sig too long. Walshy,
they're both in
red. That might be it.
He did it.
Oh, huge. There's
Walshy
the game.
takes the game. Okay,
And
now
what a
it doesn't
huge
end
comeback.
there. It doesn't end there.
I mean, he was down almost, I think he was down like a whole stock and some change at some point before the bow ground pound hit. And then Walshy just brings it back with some amazing bow play against Sandstorm in the break class in case of emergency. Cody pays off with a down sig at the right side of the stage, and we're going into game number 4.
The efficiency of Walshy's kills to be winning the game with 80 less damage dealt.
That bow ground pound really helped him there.
That must have been it.
I imagine that Sandstorm only had 60 to 80 damage on him for that to even occur, and he still lost that stock to the knockback alone. And now,
oh, nice! Oh, opening up with such a good greatsword string already.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. So many down airs are hitting as well. Oh no! Sandstorm with the sideline finisher takes Walsh at the right side of the stage, and he has yet to be damaged significantly. Ensig tried to read the high recovery. Recovery gets him instead, tossing the greatsword up, picks up a hammer, and stomps air time. But Walshy's trying to fight back. No stomp necessary.
That was breaking out of the combo with the proper punish. Leave it to Sandstorm.
Wow, he's been getting a lot of these
landing
opener
the
bridge
auto
finishers.
combos.
Yeah.
Now, those are built with gaps in them, right?
Right.
They're not easy to land, but he's having a field day with it. Wait a second.
Oh,
my.
If he pivoted it, I think it would have hit.
I thought he did.
Oh man, that neutral stick was terrifying. Walshy punches away back on, but Sandstorm's denying him with weapons. And this is a huge turnaround after losing that game 3. As that side air pivoted, catches Walshy trying to cross him up. Sandstorm goes all the way back to center, and he really tried to end the stock there, but Walshy didn't give it to him that time.
No.
That time he did.
Woo. Walshy he went there for the edge guard. He needed to, right? He needed to make something happen, but Sandstorm was able to counter it in just the most brutal way. And now here he is, 2 stocks ahead. Working this damn, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Walshy hits a nair. Nair on bow, not even enough at this point, and Sandstorm gets to stomp down there once again, goes to the recovery read, no dodge. That means Walshy's getting a hammer to the face. I thought that was it. I thought it was it, but Walshy responds to the perfectly timed recovery. Sandstorm, he tried to double ground pound on the weapon throw.
Yeah, he's styling now. He has such a lead.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Such a lead. Look how damaged Walshy is now. You know what? He drank a potion. He's trying to get his health back.
Yeah.
Does it work that way?
Doesn't work that way.
At least he tried.
And Sandstorm takes the set 3-1. And let's not forget the historic moment where Walshy took a game off of Sandstorm.
He did, and that's what I was hoping for.
Sometimes that's
we were talking about that at the beginning of the set. Right, first time Walshy top 8 in an official tournament. And you know what he does? He goes 1-3 against Sandstorm for 7. That's huge. I was hoping to be able to take that game, and he showed that he had it in him with that Koji. Of course, Sandstorm. There's a reason why that 19 might become a 20 today, depending on how this lower bracket goes, right? When it comes to gold medals. And we're just going to have to wait and see as we go on. But great performance from Walshy. Congratulations to that top 8 breakout performance. And that means that Sandstorm's going to be moving on to fight against Snowy for that 5th place match on the lower quarterfinals.
Man, that is crazy. Sandstorm being in the lower bracket this early, it really changes things. It changes the layout of the whole tournament here. Yeah. Because Walshy versus Sandstorm, that's not supposed to happen. Not for a while. Not unless it's like really early on, or
it's in the top 3 situation.
Somebody took Sandstorm down early, and that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
Which goes to show he's not invincible.
Right, and
even gods can believe.
What was amazing about that loss coming out from Sandstorm as well is that he switched to something that we are knowing of. Okay, this is his real tournament season character, the Mordex. Gave 2 games with the Stingray, and Stingray still came out on top. Who is now waiting in the winners finals. So Sandstorm's really got to decide whether he's going to be sticking with that Magyar to be able to go up against Stingray or switch to something else. But the matchup that we got coming up next, which I'm very excited for. Yes, Wrenched versus Blazy. So Wrenched has been dual maining the Lucian and the Mako today. And I'm really excited to see his Mako come out again. And I'm wondering, I don't know how he's approaching these matchups, whereas like Mako's you bring this out if you're behind character and you start with the Lucian.
Yeah.
Because he looked so good on it in that winner's bracket matchup despite losing
I love
to it.
seeing the Mako. Power rank number 12, 5 gold medals. And a lot of those gold medals, it's worth mentioning that a lot of those gold medals of his are over Sandstorm at land. Yeah.
Right. And he could certainly do it again if he's able to meet him in the lower bracket. And while that might be earlier than he's hoping, it'd be great to get it out of the way. Meanwhile, Blazy here, PR20, another, it's weird to say up-and-coming player because we have such a divide.
Yeah.
We have such a divide in North America right now between the players that literally all just became gods this year.
Right.
And then the veterans. So we have these
the
crazy
stats look weird in that
Yeah.
these are lifetime career stats, and some of these
Yeah.
players have been playing for 6 years. This is Brawlhalla's 6th year of esports.
All right.
Right? Some of them have been collecting these medals for quite a while here. Blazy, on the other hand, he deserves to be here. He is a top 20 North America player, right?
Yes.
But he just does not have the accolades that Wrench carries with him. So maybe he's got something to prove here. And I believe, truly in my heart, I believe Blazy has what it takes to take out Wrenched. But
Yeah.
Wrenched is so formidable, and everybody's expecting him to win, right?
Right, exactly. well, and also, I'm excited to be able to see Wrench in a position where he can have that potential to be winning again. It has been a bit of a slip compared to the past. And and he's been working on the Mako for so long, and this tournament in particular, I'm like really starting to see the fruits of that labor. So we're going to have to find out, because Blazy, obviously, I just love to see players like Blazy be able to do as well as they've been doing.
Yeah.
And they've had such a great tournament run here, knocking out Pierre, which is Sparky's third place prediction.
Right.
Also taking out Java, and that was a 3-0, taking down Java in the lower bracket.
Oh
so
my goodness.
really great performance from him so far. And Wrenched had a really tight match against Meg D, 3-2. So this matchup coming up is just going to be incredible.
This one really can go either way. Despite the major differences in the stats, I think this one definitely can go either way.
Yeah. So
we'll just have to wait and see.
the question is, does he start with Mako or Lucian?
I hope so. I love
think
his
so?
Mako. I just
Yeah.
like Mako a lot. Plus, he's
Right.
rocking the adorable new skin for
know,
Mako.
it's
So
best.
I mean, let's go Wrench, right?
But
am
the
I right?
Lucian-
Baby Mako fans in the chat, am I right?
Maybe. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to see. Oh, we got what we wanted, photo. Look
Yes.
at that. He's not opening up the Lucian. It's going to be the Mako for
Okay.
game number 1.
Now, I've heard him talk about his Mako pick before and his idea behind it. Obviously, it's all about Katars. He wants Katars. He is the Katar man in NA.
Right.
But he wanted Katars with a weapon that's really good to throw. Because he wants to incorporate more weapon throws in his play style, but like Asuri's sword is a pretty small hitbox
And
when
Queen
you throw the
Nai
weapon.
is kind of off the table when you're so used to having that much movement speed.
Exactly.
Correct?
Yeah. Mako's the opposite, right? Oh, what an awesome Katar read right there. I mean, Mako's is so fast, and you could go even faster with the speed stance, but I don't think he even needs it, right? 8 speed
Right.
is gonna do.
Yeah, and what better weapon to have for throwing than a giant oar, right? look at him holding that right now. That definitely looks like it would hurt if that smacked you on the top of the head. So let's see what Wrench is able to do with it. Although right now he's just fighting with the greatsword straight up, and that recovery is putting Blazy on their toes. Blazy opening up with the Azoth, which we're used to seeing, in the gravity cancel down light from Wrench, getting that finisher right away and descending with it because he used it in the air. It doesn't quite work out, but let's see. Wrench is looking for that recovery finisher. Let's see if he has
It is
enough.
a great finisher.
It's
Or the down sit. Oh man! So they're using that gravity cancel down light's a pretty interesting move for a finisher.
Yes.
It makes so much sense because when you can't just do that move on the ground, right? That is like a specific. It's a gravity cancel thing because the down light of Greatsword is a different thing based on where you are at inside the auto combo, right? And that's basically skipping to the finisher version of it, which happens to be a really fast startup.
Well, and this is one of my
startup,
favorite
high
things
force.
about it as well, is that it descends if you gravity cancel.
And-
So
right.
you get that little twirling motion as you're covering a lot of spots in the air, where if you're on the ground, you wouldn't quite get that same property.
right.
And we're seeing Wrench do a great job with it. And now
He's a full stock ahead.
He might be
he
two
might go up
stocks.
2 stocks in a second here. Wrench doing great.
Oh, great clash for Wrench. Blazy really needs to end this stock here if he wants to have a chance. And Wrench with the neutral light. It's terrifying to be against a guitar player who just landed a neutral light against you in red, because you're just kind of like, well, 50-50, my recovery, get hit by a recovery here, I'm just gone. And Blazy can't get the stock finished off. Wrench just jumping around, avoiding every down light.
There, yeah.
Well,
Oh, it's
until I
still
saw
not
something.
enough. He's got the right idea, though. Oh, no.
Oh, is it
Wrench coming back in.
Greatsword
Now he's
recovery
got
time?
the great sword.
Oh, I
that was-
respect it.
He was hoping. He was hoping.
It does cover half the stage, but also Blazy knows the range,
Yeah.
and he manages to get the punish for it. Now Wrench has to, I guess an unarmed recovery would probably be enough here.
I think so. Maybe depending on where he lands it.
He's just got to be careful not to fish too hard for it, because Blazy's playing around to this position quite well now that he took that stock. Downer comes through, down light gets him out of the dodge, so he knows the recovery will hit, and Blazy on the bow is keeping Wrench disarmed, and that's actually not enough, not yet. Wrench has to get a little bit more damage before he can rely on unarmed attacks.
He's got his trusty Katars with him right now. It's not a great weapon to finish off stocks, but... Oh, okay, but he finds a way. It's not true. It takes a read somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Or catching a dodge or something.
Oh,
he
speaking
just
of a
did
read.
catch a dodge. Oh, my...
If he pivoted that neutral light, could have got even further, but you know what? 6 hits, that's not bad, and Wrench almost took Blazy out the top. That was almost the game right there. What a crazy recovery coming out, and now with that falling nair, Wrench with the second nair brings Blazy over into red, and he's one solid signature away. Recovery,
I love that,
almost enough. Oh,
the
wow.
neutral light, but then he jumps into a gravity cancel down light. I'm taking notes here. I'm learning more Katar moves by watching Wrench right now.
Nicely done.
He takes the game with Greatsword there. He actually made a lot of good use out of the Greatsword.
He did.
And I want to say, you know, what I was talking about before, and that was hearing Wrench talk about this. I want to play Katars, I want to be fast, and I want a good weapon to throw that's not the Katars.
Right.
Katars is like one of the worst weapons. It's the smallest hitbox you can have.
It's hard to get worse
with-
than that.
right
I guess
there
you got
with
the
the
orb. Yeah,
Yeah,
orb.
I think it's about the same.
They
with
are
orb.
about the same.
Oh man, the damage Wrench did is insane. But you know what? It seems like Wrench is getting. He's very competent with the Greatsword, and more so than when I heard that from him, that whole bit about the Greatsword and throwing. That was really early on in his decision to start playing Mako, and I guess it's just different now. That was a couple months ago now, and now he just looks really good on Greatsword.
Yeah,
so
and that's
he's obviously comfortable enough with it to not immediately switch to Katars.
And that's a little bit to the point that I was making earlier, where it's like,
oh,
wow, Wrench.
Oh, but this is why Katars, though.
Oh,
this is why Katars
that's
for Wrench. Oh, that's so good.
Well,
what a perfect dodge read. He kept it going, and he kept the edge guard straight.
So what a crazy opponent Wrench will become if he could really solidify mastering the Greatsword. Because you're right, when he picked up Mako on release, it was one of those things where it was like, this is going to be a long-term project, and that's why I'm so excited today, because it looks like he's really gotten the character in a position where he can be fierce and competitively. But Blazy is saying, don't write me out.
Answering right back. Yeah. We are talking a lot about Wrench and not a lot about Blazy, but I still got more to say about Wrench, though.
Yeah. Well, Blazy the down sig on the axe, takes him right at the top, and look at that, on the bow, 4 clean hits right away. Blazy hitting with the nair, sidelight catches Wrench trying to finish the recovery, but Wrench gets right in!
Oh, that's a long...
And he went for the neutral
crazy.
sig.
That was crazy.
No dodge from Blazy because of that side sig, but if he pivoted that neutral sig, that could have been the craziest thing I've ever seen Mako do. The Greatsword looking nasty, but the neutral light disarms him, and the recovery takes him out the top.
That's an early stock for Blazy.
Wow.
Look at the damage. He can take this game now.
Yeah.
He's in a very winning position. Wrench is going to have to play a great stock.
And I mean, Wrench basically 0 to death at the start with the Katars. We were just gushing over it, and now,
that's right, yeah.
And now look at Blazy go with that recovery. Downlight hits, another recovery almost connects as Wrench is struggling to get his bearings here.
He's nearly lapped him in damage. He is a full stock ahead.
Oh. Light hits.
Red.
Whoa, that side stick could have just been it. If Wrench's head was just a little bit higher. Oh, he went for the pivot.
Wrench is in trouble here. He's got him on the ropes.
Whoa.
That's not going to be enough, but it's so close. Wrench on the way back, and Blazy with the aggressive finish. That's over. Oh,
he
didn't even need that.
No. Caesar's like, you're extending this stock too long. We need to go to game number 3. Downers up in the middle of the side sig. He's out of there. Blazy destroyed stock 1. Said enough. You guys have been talking about Wrench's Greatsword a little bit too long. Let me show you how great I am on Azoth.
It's true. Now Blazy's the big story here. Look at this. Off the side sig. Nasty. Oh my goodness.
Didn't even let him finish. Let him finish the final surf before the game ends.
Woo!
Wow. 65.
Doubled his damage.
65 damage per engagement. Way better for Blazy in game number 2. Wrench on the Mako started off strong and just burned out too fast. Let's see if he's able to bring it back in game number 3, because Blazy certainly has momentum after that game.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, Wrench swapping back to Asuri. Okay, well, you know I love some Asuri gameplay, but that Mako was nice.
It was nice.
It was nice, especially, you know, I mean, when Mako came out, I was like, Wrench is gonna pop off.
Yeah.
You know, because of the signature kit. It's such a good signature kit.
But sometimes
But-
you just have to go back to what you've won 5 tournaments with,
Exactly,
right? And
right?
that is
yeah,
the
and his Asuri is so good too, and his sword really is. I mean, he was doing great on the great sword, but his sword.
Whoa,
is, he might
that's
just
it.
be. Yeah, he got him. Oh, that's such an early stock.
Mako, Asuri, Lucian, doesn't matter. When he's on Katars, you know he's taking stocks off
Yeah.
stage. That could have happened on anybody. And those
Right,
ground
yeah,
pounds
there
were
wasn't
beautiful.
a signature in there that made it. Woo, man, his chase dodge game with the Katars is unparalleled.
All right, Blazy. Now he's in that position. This is where Blazy's the most comfortable, right? Down a stock, looks like he's getting destroyed.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
we
maybe
know
I'm
how
wrong.
this ends. This is how Blazy wins. We saw it last time.
Oh, but Wrench.
Except Wrench he's just. And now with the
down
sword,
sink.
he can be so much more confident in closing out stocks with the sword, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Down air into the neutral. Like gravity
Yeah.
cancel. Throws the weapon for good measure. Doesn't
That's
need to.
huge.
Blazy now down a stock to 3. And
He,
Wrench.
he might be thinking right now, like, why did I ever switch off of a Surrey? You
Well,
know? Like,
yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, man. Blazy with the axe tries to get some more damage with the neutralite. Wrench doesn't fall for that down signature. Not this time, at least. And he jumps right past the sider to get more extra credit on the Blazy's last stock, where he still has all 3. And Blazy can't find a sider to save his life. Okay, is the neutralite enough? Almost. We're getting into the downlight neutralite axe territory. It's like, I can't hit my Sares. What do I do? Well,
Right.
you light attack them. Oh, but Wrench is
Wrench,
so good.
he's working on a 3 stock here. He might actually get it.
Oh, not enough.
But
Not
if
from center.
yeah, because of where he was at on the stage. Had he been on the edge, that certainly would have been enough.
You know what? I
You-
respect.
You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it.
Went for the
That would have been dunkalicious. But
excellent punish from
he's
Blazy.
so far ahead. I mean, Wrench is he's just counting it down now.
Gotta be careful now. Wrench has gone for 2 of those neutral sigs, and both of them led into a boatload of damage. And he hasn't had Blazy at the point yet where that stock just goes away. Neutralite for Blazy.
Blazy, wait a second. He's leveled up now.
Oh,
It's been so
no.
long since he's gotten hit. Never mind. That's my fault.
Oh, but the neutralite hits. Side light nair would be huge here, but the side air, the bounce from that was showing me that Blazy's kind of, too worse for wear. Down air takes him down on the left side of the stage, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead for Wrench. One more game, and Wrench moves on in the lower bracket to fight against Cody. Travis, we're looking at that excellent edge guard from the start. Double ground pound right before he's able to get the wall touch as well. And then the rest of this is just Wrench having some impeccable, look at that. That's so good.
That was a clever and unusual edge guard from Wrench there.
I was so ready for
pivoting
another
the
down air.
neutralite.
I was so ready for him to go for another down
Yeah,
air.
I
think
mean,
would've
that's
missed.
what anybody would have done. But the pivot neutralite actually was better in that situation and sealed the deal for the kill. Man, Blazy down 0-2. Is he going to switch up his legend? Yes. Right to Finn. And this is, it's something you see often. You're down 0-2. Or, well, actually not 0-2, right? Blazy, he got a game. Let's not forget. He took the first game. Oh, no way! Oh, he was 1 hit away.
The combo's
He
still
was
going.
1 hit away from the craziest 0 to death.
Oh, no dodge. No
No
dodge.
dodge.
Oh,
And
he did.
Wrench pursued. He was
Yeah.
well aware of the dodge advantage and nearly capitalized on it. Blazy lucky to be alive now.
Oh, but Blazy is still taking a ton of damage. And on Finn, your defense is a lot lower than what he's been on.
That's right.
Oh, man. Blazy into that falling side air. Wrench hits him with the neutral light, tries to jump off the siders. This has definitely just been Wrench pressuring Blazy. But Blazy with the axe. This is what we saw him get a lot of success with on the Azov.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see if he
now
can stop the pressure.
he's using one of the highest strength axes you could use in the game on Finn here. We were talking about the low defense of Finn, but high attack in place of that, right? Oh, that's the true oh my goodness. Wait, no, it's not true, right? There's a one frame gap
It's
now.
one frame.
Yeah,
Yeah. You know what it is?
It's
a
really hard to do,
the
and
difficult to execute and highly rewarding combo. is
Yes,
what that is.
yes.
That's great.
and it's quick. I mean, even though it's dodgeable, you'd have to react very quickly
Blazy
to
took the lead.
get a dodge in time. Blazy did take the lead, but
Never
oh
mind.
man, gravity cancels the side light.
That's what I get
That
for
means
saying
he has
something,
no
Photo.
dodge. Dude, yeah, we got to be careful what we say here. We're really messing this matchup.
Commentators just have too much influence over the flow. You know, it's like, oh, we're talking about something. Here's the storyline. Forget that storyline.
Wrench, he went for it.
Oh, but that down light hit, but it hit in such a weird way that it carried him against the wall.
he was like underneath the stage, so he got hooked onto the side of the stage while Wrench moved away from it. Dropped the combo.
Oh, the sidelight. Okay.
Damage is tied up. Wrench starting to pull ahead here. He's got him off the side.
Ooh, good chase dodge.
This is where Wrench excels, dude. He pushes him off the side, and then they're done.
Oh, but Blazy somehow getting the damage back, and if he gets another one of those D-Light neutral sinks, that's a ton of damage, puts Wrench into a bad position. Wrench has got to have some very damaged guitars right now, and well, oh, he holds on to the damage. Okay. He thought about it.
Yeah. He was like, oh no, I grabbed the old ones, and then now he's stuck with the old ones here.
We were about to go on a tirade there. It's like, why would you hold the damaged ones? And then, you know, it's fine.
We see that sometimes.
But
yeah, every weapon in Brawlhalla kind of has its own hidden health bar, and it's not as simple as health, but that's an easy way to describe it.
Oh man, Wrench just stopping Blazy from landing. Really getting the extra hits in, side air and
This
air.
is huge. I mean, Wrench is in kill range. Blazy could take him out.
Oh!
The double down light. Oh my goodness, he caught him.
He tried to go for an all-down side stick there. The recovery's still not enough, even with all that extra force from the Finn. Not able to take him off the top, and the neutral light is not going to disarm him just yet. Wrench makes it back with a side air to cover his head. No recovery to put him above the stage. Blazy uses that spot dodge, and Wrench just takes a sword to the face, but it's still going to take one, maybe a sword neutral light here. Maybe.
Yeah, man, but Blazy, he's hurt so much on this last stock. Even if he manages to take out Wrench now, it's going to be difficult for him. Meanwhile, Wrench just needs to take out this one more stock to win the set and move on. Knock Blazy out of the tournament and move on to fight against Cody Travis in the next round. Let's see. Maybe Blazy brings it back right now. He's got to play a perfect stock. Wrench just looking for the one killing blow. That's not enough, but maybe the next one will be. He's getting so damaged. Ooh, that'll do it. Wrench takes the set. 3-1 over Blazy and moves on now to face off against Cody Travis, top 6.
Yeah, right back to the Asuri. Well, I'll say this. I was enjoying the Mako, but man, is Wrench's Asuri something else. There's just a wealth of experience behind that legend.
It's so clear. It's so clear his mastery of this legend, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. It showed there too, because when Blazy lost to the Mako, he was like, I can do this with Azoth, he's going to keep going, but we were talking about that situation back against the wall. I switched to a different legend. He thought he had to bring out something different to be able to deal with the Asuri, and it just wasn't enough. Wrench really doing phenomenally in that set, winning it 3-1, and moving on, as you said, to fight against Cody Travis, which means that the lower quarterfinals have now been decided. Snowy and Sandstorm on one side, Cody Travis versus Wrench on the other.
That's right, and that's a weird thing for the lower bracket. That sounds like you just described to me winner's semifinals.
I know.
But I know that's not it.
It's not.
What's up with that?
Well, it is some turbulent results
on top of that, this next match coming up is Snowy versus Sandstorm, which was winner's final of a recent major.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's happening in for 5th, basically.
They're fighting for 5th, yeah. That's
so
crazy.
It's interesting when we're looking at all of the players that are in the lower side of top 8 right now. I'm so used to seeing these in grand finals trifectas, but we just have that odd situation where for once Faison actually is getting in to top 3 through winner's side. He's on there against Stingray right now. Faison gets 3rd and 2nd a lot, right? But he's usually after a crazy lower bracket run where some upset happens. But Faison has actually become this weird, I say weird because he's not usually the consistent top winner's side top 3 placer, but he's becoming that as of recently and really showcasing it well here. And instead, we've got all of the players that are always cruising in the grand finals on winner's side, fighting for their lives in the lower bracket, and we're gonna have all those matches.
Stingray and Faison up in winners final.
Yeah, just
haven't lost a match. They're the only 2 people that haven't lost a match yet.
So let's take a look at the stats for that.
That's right. Yeah. So Snowy and Sandstorm. These are 2 players that, I mean, they're champions. It's unusual to see them down in the lower bracket now, and one of them's gonna get knocked out. One of them's going to knock the other one out now in 5th place in this tournament. Snowy has a lot of accolades, but Sandstorm has the most accolades of anybody, I think. I mean, highest earnings. The only person, I think, who can claim more gold medals than Sandstorm is Boomy.
Yeah.
Right? Over a lengthy career. And, oh, man, would you just look at this. It also we should mention, Sandstorm and Snowy were teammates in the recent Pro Series.
Yeah.
And so now they're having to fight each other in this bracket, and I'm not sure.
Snowy's been playing really well
honestly.
today on the
That's what
Rayman.
I want to say.
And
Look, every time we see Sandstorm fighting somebody, I'm just trying to convince the audience that you don't know for sure that Sandstorm's going to win. Look, he already lost once in this tournament.
Well, the wild card here is if Sandstorm sticks with the Magyar, which he's been sticking with today, which I feel like has been giving some opponents a little bit more of an edge. Well, in particular, we were watching Walshy. There are some days where I wouldn't have even given Walshy a time of day to take stocks, let alone a game off of Sandstorm. He managed to be able to make it do it. So let's see how it works against Snowy. Snowy, for sure, playing some of the best Rayman that I've seen today, and I'm not even sure if that's what the Legend's going to be going up against Sandstorm. I don't know. I'm very excited to see this matchup coming up. We've got the lower quarterfinals coming up. It is so that's what I was thinking, right? It's not Rayman. It's Zol being locked in to go against Magyar, thinking that he's going to need the highest force in the game to be able to deal with this tanky armor, right?
To take down the highest defense, some of the highest defense in the game. And, you know, Snowy can pop off, man. You see Sandstorm playing Magyar here. Wait a second.
Snowy can pop off, you said?
Sandstorm was a pixel away from just losing the stock right there.
Yes, he was.
He barely caught the wall. Oh, wait, and now Sandstorm's firing back hard. This is going to be a high-octane match here. That's a big punish for Sandstorm. He knew he can get away with a lot there because he caught a gravity cancel from Snowy.
Oh, I thought that the down light hit, but it was the weapon throw on the way back down. Sandstorm now with the great sword using that recovery to reposition and trying to catch Snowy off guard, but Snowy's got the ground.
Damage is tied up.
Oh, I think Sandstorm went for like a down air nair on greatsword with the platform because he landed on the platform with the down air. He ends up not getting the follow-up. Oh, the spot dodge. I can't believe Snowy just gravity canceled the down light there. What? That takes him right off the top, and Sandstorm takes the first stock.
That's interesting. Snowy probably thought Sandstorm wasn't going to finish that auto combo that was totally missing. And that's exactly what Sandstorm had the reads. You think I won't go for this?
Well, and what's so devastating is that the finishers for greatsword are slightly more powerful after the end of doing an opener and a bridge than if you were just gravity canceling.
Right.
And so he got even more oomph off of that when Snowy wasn't expecting, despite the hits not coming through. But Snowy equalizes that, and he makes it 2-2. Neutral light comes out from Snowy, but Sandstorm poking him away with that side light, and look at that,
Again,
just hits him. 1,
he
2,
keeps
3.
landing the full auto combos here, which against these top-rated players, man, is not easy.
It's all about conditioning him with that poke, the side light, and then it's just like, I've done this 17 times, but this time I'm going to hit you with the side light finisher. Oh, we tried to get this side light.
That was a pretty clever edge guard there from Sandstorm.
Oh, a little bit too much time after the stomp.
I don't think he was expecting the stomp to land. He still reacted very quickly off of it despite that. Oh, yeah, how about that?
Oh.
Snowy out of there.
And because he gravity canceled the stomp, it sent him just barely above the platform, so he didn't bounce. He just flew straight away.
If he bounced, he wouldn't have died there.
And I wonder if he was aware of that. I would have put it past him. That was pretty well done by Sandstorm.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one guy who's doing all of those calculations, Sandstorm,
in the midst of a match, yeah, definitely. Jumping nairs coming out from Sandstorm, playing the anti-air game, putting out that side light and getting the nair. Or the neutral light bridge, and oh man, they are just really whiffing these attacks. But so far, so good for Sandstorm because he just wants to get. That's huge. I love the difference in Sandstorm's greatsword play. When the dodge is gone, that's the fastest greatsword you'll ever see, right?
Yeah. Once he knows that he can let loose. Oh, that's a great weapon throw. Sandstorm might still be able to make it back. Oh no, he's done now. He knows it. He's heading out. 1-1. Snowy.
Yeah.
Is proving to be a very formidable opponent for Sandstorm here.
Yeah, the Mammoth.
Oh, come on! What? I can't believe that worked. Snowy could have DI'd out of the second downlight, I think. That was just, Sandstorm was just making a statement with
Sometimes you're just too quick to think about DIing out of stuff like that.
That's what's happening, I think. Is Sandstorm caught him quick.
Oh, 2 nairs. He goes for this that recovery would have finished the job. Oh, man. And now he's got so much damage where he just needs one finisher recovery. And
what is this?
To take him off the top.
He barely got hit at all on his last stock there. He just decided, like, okay, this was fun.
Once the double D-light hit, Snowy was just like, oh, man, I didn't sign up for this.
I think that's what, yeah. The landing that double D-light gave Sandstorm, like, an extra burst of power. And it maybe demotivated Snowy a little bit.
Yeah. And now we're going right back to Mammoth.
Right into the next one here. No stage swap either.
All right. Sandstorm going up to nearly the top of the stage to stop him from picking up the weapon, and Snowy gets it anyways. But you know what? I think Sandstorm's okay with that because so far it's been all damage for him until that neutral light hits. Let's see here. Falling there from Snowy, downer as well. Snowy getting in some great hits against Sandstorm in game number 2, but so far the damage is even, and Sandstorm hits back. Doesn't want to switch to the Great Sword just yet. Never mind, he does, and Snowy punishes him for it and denies the weapon.
Oh my goodness, Sandstorm.
Whoa, that was almost a stock. 9 defense coming in clutch. Oh, man.
Oh, you know, you're absolutely right. Yeah. The defense did save him there.
Whoa, okay, Snowy.
Oh, that's a good punish. Snowy's in trouble. He can still make it.
I
No,
can't
he
believe
can't.
I just watched Snowy do what I feel like every Axe player learns not to do. It's like, I'm going to dash up and hold this ground pound for 5 seconds. And Sandstorm was like, you what? Do you like ground pound? Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, you know how that happens sometimes in fighting games where like players get so advanced that the mix-up becomes doing the obvious thing, and
Right.
everyone's like, why would you do the obvious thing?
Right.
We're diamond, bro. Why do you but it's like, hey, if you didn't expect it, that's the one that's gonna land.
But unfortunately for Snowy, Sandstorm doesn't expect anything. He reacts to everything.
Sandstorm is just, yeah, he's not gonna let that happen. And now Sandstorm's got a major damage lead.
Okay, nice shot with the sidearm, but a gravity cancel sidelight finisher really catches Snowy off guard. Oh, that was so cool.
That was cool. Wait, did he actually?
It looked like he
jumped.
gravity canceled.
Yeah, he jumped. Oh, what? Whoa.
All right,
Oh, that's the
Sandstorm.
fastest
All
turning I've
right.
ever seen right there. He must have been using 2 hands for that, you know.
Oh, man.
He brought his right hand in to do that one.
Oh, he is just demolishing Snowy here. And he dodges the neutral stick. He dips onto the platform preemptively. And now dashing forward, dashing back, tries to go in with the sidelight. No, stops there. Off the stage, recovery, catches the side air, ground pound. No, he scoops him up. And then dodges to the weapon
He
throw.
wants more.
He wasn't done with that stock.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Sandstorm.
I can't believe
Oh
he just did
my
that.
God.
He wins.
It's taunted to get body. It's taunted to body, not taunted to get body
It's a true
for
combo.
Sandstorm.
That was a true combo.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe he
you could
taunted and then killed him.
You could see Snowy physically unable to react to what do I do here with the salt support? He gravity canceled the taunt on the platform and then canceled on the platform.
That's the least helpful
Oh no,
thing
we don't
he
even get to
could
see
have
it.
done.
Oh, I'm so ready. That was, I can't, and he got the knockout afterwards. There was no shenanigans. He didn't have to do some long-winded edge guard. It was salt taunt into you're off the top, and Snowy with nearly half the damage per engagement of Sandstorm is now down 2-0.
That had to hurt Snowy's mental there.
Oh yeah, it hurt
I
my
mean,
mental,
it-
and I'm casting. I mean, that was definitely a not like this moment for me.
Yeah, not like this, dude. That was crazy. Going right into the next
There
one.
it is.
Snowy
There
has
it is.
finally been forced onto the Rayman. Well, I mean, it's not unusual, right? He's got 2
Yeah.
characters. It's Zul and Rayman, and this is what he rocks.
This is definitely what I've been enjoying watching him play all day today, and I'm excited to see him be able to give Sandstorm his own medicine in this game number 3, because if he doesn't, he's out 3-0.
He's
It's
got to do
Sandstorm
it now.
for lower semis.
Yeah, he's got to do it now. Yeah, I like seeing Snowy on the Rayman. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's a stretch to say that he is the best Rayman in North America.
Definitely
We
not.
know
Yeah,
we
yeah.
know this.
Oh, and he's been doing great so far. It's been 4 good hits onto Sandstorm. Sandstorm finally gets on the platform. Scoop, recovery, cider, weapon toss. Oh, that was almost the best thing I've ever seen.
Nothing's gonna stop Sandstorm.
We don't
from
have
styling.
backyard highlights like that, so that neutral stick came through. I was
That
just
would've
going
been
to be speechless. Oh, but Snowy doesn't get the weapon throw, but he does punish. The signature coming out from Sandstorm with the DLI into recovery, and now we can see Snowy really trying to take this first knock from the Axis. Oh, man.
What? Oh my goodness. He got away with it.
Let's see. Down sync time? No, just goes all the way back in the cider.
Oh,
Dodged into
beautiful,
a canceled
beautiful.
DLI finisher, but no, Snowy gets his snare through anyways, and he hasn't taken too much
He
damage.
takes the first stock. Now let's see if he can push a damage lead here. That's what's important, right?
Okay.
Took the first stock. That's great. It can be really hard to take stocks off of Sandstorm.
denied
Sometimes
so
he
many
extends
weapons.
them forever. Yeah, he seems bent on starving Sandstorm out from the weapons. It works great with his playstyle because he does a lot of throws in general. So to throw get the opportunity. You have to throw the weapon
Yeah.
in order to starve out the next one. So you may as well put a weapon throw in there.
Yeah,
and
he's been doing a great job incorporating them into his combos too, so that he can get the pickup in the midst of hitting them unarmed. And that recovery, first one doesn't work, second time.
That was good. He fast fell and then pivoted his recovery. It just made it really hard to tell where it was going to come from, and it caught Snowy out. And now Sandstorm's starting to catch up in damage to Snowy, even though Snowy built up a little bit of a lead while he had the stock advantage. Sandstorm seems to be coming right back from it. Wait a second, huge opportunity here. He almost caught Sandstorm off the edge.
Ooh, nice neutralite from Snowy. Went for the down 6. Sandstorm really ready for that. Goes all the way up, jumps over the weapon throw. Snowy can't get the falling down there, but he gets the recovery out of Sandstorm. Oh! Nice wake up neutralite.
That's a great way out of that combo.
Whoa. Snowy really chasing Sandstorm, but Sandstorm has been really,
he's
been running. Oh, the down 6 hits. It doesn't get the knockout, but Snowy goes for the weapon throw, the recovery on arms.
Look at the.
Oh, he charges the neutral sig.
He almost got caught there. That gravity cancel almost really cost him a lot of damage. Luckily for Snowy, Sandstorm only caught 2 hits of what could have been 6 or 7.
Oh man, Snowy is eventually going to take this stock.
That's what he's had Sandstorm in kill range for a while here, and taking out this stock now would do so much more of the weapon throw.
Okay,
that
finally.
was such a good weapon throw. He read that Sandstorm was going to go high out of hit stun. He tossed that weapon throw upward, perfectly placed. Snowy takes a pretty early stock against Sandstorm.
Yeah,
if he's going to take a game off of Sandstorm, this is how.
I mean, Sandstorm had to have like 300 damage on him, that stock. It felt like he was so damaged. They had to do gauntlet neutralite from center stage to take him down, and it still wasn't enough. He had to get the weapon throw for the extra knockback, and now Sandstorm getting pummeled away by Snowy. 2 down airs in a row. Tries to get the nair. Snowy doing such a great job on the gauntlets here against Sandstorm as opposed to go 4 on the down. It's like really pressuring Sandstorm in the position where I feel like Sandstorm's been trying to get back in this entire game. Oh, and that's a good start. Oh, the nairs start flying.
Yeah, he's starting to bring it back, and if you're Snowy, you got to be worrying right now. Oh! Sandstorm's close, though. He's in kill range. Surely Snowy's going to get this. Oh, man, that looked fresh. Wait a second, Snowy about to finish it, but no, he gets knocked off the side. Sandstorm's got him down to his last stock, but he is just one good hit away from death. Can Snowy close out the stock right now to keep himself alive in the set?
Oh, no, that's the question as the Insider comes through. He's getting a nice.
Wait! Oh!
Okay. This is great. This is great for Snowy. Snowy can get the edge guard, but the weapon toss stops it. Recovery not enough.
But
defense a little too high.
So
but
close.
any hit at this point from Axe could do it. Gauntlets?
So hurt.
Maybe not.
I'm so hurt right now.
Oh, I don't even know if unarmed recovery would be enough at this point. Magyar's got such a weird defense stat that I'm not certain. Oh, what? He gets out of it. Let's see. Can Sandstorm gets the sidelight, Cider. Oh, this is scary. Snowy's really trying to get it. Recovery hits. Sandstorm gets a stop side air. Sandstorm on the side of the stage, guarding the weapon, waiting for the punish. Oh, he doesn't get the stop. That's recovery, and Snowy perfectly. I love that. He fades away from the stage, waits for the end of the slide on that pivot stomp, and gets him off the top of the stage with recovery.
Just in time, too, because he had a huge lead on Sandstorm for a long time, but by the end of that,
it was not
he
that
was
big.
at last stock orange. Almost got away from him, but Snowy closed it out.
Good steering.
He still needs 2 more wins in a row here, 2 more games for Snowy, and he could knock Sandstorm out of the tournament. Sandstorm still locked in with Magyar even after losing.
Well, we remember what happened against Walshy when Sandstorm lost a game. It was like the fastest 2 JP2 stock I've ever seen. So let's see what Sandstorm's able to do against Snowy here.
We're talking about, dude. He's attained legendary status in the past year.
This is true. But still, I'm a little frightened what happens after Sandstorm loses the game, and we're seeing this great sword really pop off. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the sideline finisher. Oh, he gets it, and that's going to be the stock, and Sandstorm in under 30 seconds takes it.
That's a 30-second greatsword kill, man. He popped off with it.
Oh, man. This is what I'm worried about. Snowy, he can bounce right back. Picks up this weapon here, hits the gauntlets, tosses him aside, tries to get that pickup combo where one-sider comes through, but he needs a lot more damage like that. And Sandstorm with 4 clean hits on the greatsword gets a lot of damage in, and he's looking for that sidelight opener once again.
Look, before the nerf, Sandstorm was the greatest greatsword player by a long shot, and after the nerf, I think he still is, man. He is going off with this.
Yeah, 2 down air, neutral airs in a row, really being able to get that combo working. He tries to go for the nair and Snowy. All he can do is spot dodge. I'm sure he's not going to hit, but he still hasn't got anything too good started here. And now with the gauntlets in hand, is gauntlet recovery even enough to take down a suit of armor like this? I'm not so certain. And Sandstorm tries to get that pivot neutral light bridge. Not quite enough just yet, but man, oh man, is he looking good so far. Snowy can't get a solid hit into... He just can't get it in.
Oh, he tried to gravity cancel out of hit stun there, and that just made him take more damage because Sandstorm caught it. Snowy didn't have a dodge. Off the side is still not enough. He goes for the upward weapon throw.
Oh, he
Sandstorm's not
dodges.
falling for it twice. Now with the axe. Oh, man. Axe would have been good, but it was more important for Snowy to prevent Sandstorm from grabbing a weapon for a little bit than it was to have the axe.
Oh, those unarmed airs.
But he's...
Oh,
man.
he spot dodges too soon, and he scoops him at the end of the spot dodge, takes him at the top, and now it's 3 stocks to 1.
This is not looking good for Snowy. If Sandstorm wins this game right now, and it sure looks like he's on the way there,
yeah.
Snowy will get knocked out of the tournament unless he takes these next 2 stocks right now. Let's see if he's got what it takes. Stealing the weapons from Sandstorm. Sandstorm completely content fighting unarmed. He's not afraid. When Sandstorm's unarmed, you know, a lot of players you see when they're unarmed, they start jumping away. They're waiting for a weapon to spawn. They're trying to avoid combat. Not Sandstorm, man. He's diving in just as hard, except now his moves are like faster and weaker, which isn't bad for Sandstorm. That's like more combo for me.
Oh, the stomp nicely dodged. Okay, Snowy playing pretty well on this last stock until that recovery hits. That's going to put him in. Oh, no, 2 recoveries hits. Why didn't I say anything? Oh, no, the nair comes through. Second nair almost connected as well. Sandstorm getting a lot of good damage on the Snowy's last stock, and Snowy hasn't taken the second stock just yet, but the like ground pound's going to add a lot of extra damage. Oh. Recovery from Sandstorm means that a few nairs and another recovery could be the end for Snowy here on this bracket. He can be out at 5th if he can't get the stock right here, right now.
One more big hit from Sandstorm. It's all it's going to take. Snowy's getting real aggressive for the edge guard. And wait, he takes out Sandstorm. It's a mind gift.
Yes.
It's a mind gift. He got him.
When you're so far off stage, neither player can see the stage again, and they don't know how far they have to go to recover, right? That's how you have to go. It's like, I'm just going to bring it to the top left side of Mammoth, and you're going to fall. Well, ow.
GG. Sandstorm wins it. Snowy's out of the tournament in 5th place, and Sandstorm's going to move on to losers semifinals.
So, which 2020 Grand Finals is going to be? Is it going to be Sandstorm versus Cody or Sandstorm versus Wrench, right? What have we got coming up here? Because now after that matchup finishes out, Snowy knocked out 3-1 by Sandstorm, who has been rocking the mat guard the entire way, which means that the final, the quarterfinals match, is going to be Cody Travis versus Wrench.
That's right. Well, what a great show Sandstorm and Snowy put on there. And yeah, the next match coming up is Cody Travis versus Wrench. This is kind of a fabled matchup here.
Yes.
We've seen it. We saw it a lot in early 2020 when Cody Travis was absolutely dominating 1v1 tournaments, right? There was a stretch of time where Cody Travis won like everything, right?
Yep.
He won nearly every 1v1 and 2v2 tournament in a row for like a good period of time.
Yes.
That's still the same Cody Travis, and for that reason, I think it's going to be Cody taking this.
Well, what's interesting about this matchup?
Even though Wrench plays, he's my guitar guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It hurts me.
What I'm excited about is that even though it's definitely old blood when it comes to the players that are competing right now, it feels a little bit like they're newer players because we've got Cody on Rito and Mako for Wrench, right? So we've got some of the newest legends that have been really pushing to their limits in competitive play, despite them being known for Asuri or being known for Barasa. And they could be going head-to-head with these 2 new character matchups. I'm excited. I want to see.
You know what I think? I think it goes to Game 5, and we see Barasa versus
Asuri,
which would be fun. Which would be fun for us because those are our mains, right?
Yes.
You're a big Barasa man, I'm a big Asuri main.
And usually
that would be so satisfying.
Usually, how this works is that we would often take the bet of whoever's main is against 2. But I feel like you already mentioned that you're feeling it's like Cody Travis against.
No,
Wrench
not if it goes Barasa to Asuri.
All right.
Burrito bet.
All right, burrito bet.
Only if.
Only if.
And only for the first game it happens.
I'm willing to do it if it's Reno versus Mako. I'm willing to stay on that. Well, now it's weird if
Hey, burrito bets are a big deal.
You know,
you can't just throw them around all willy-nilly.
Let's take a look at the stats. Let's take a look. All right?
Let's take a look at the stats.
Because we really got to see how this works out here. I'm pretty sure Wrench has a longer reign of official gold medals than Cody Travis does, even though Cody Travis has a longer time being in the spotlight all at once. And we're seeing Cody here with the 3 golds, 3 silvers, 1 bronze, those 7 top 8s moving to the top 3.
And I think maybe all of those goals were in 2020.
Yeah. Cody definitely was like a top 8 player for like the year or 2 before that. Was
That's right.
At 28. But
Yeah,
it wasn't,
and that's where the
he didn't-
18 top
he didn't
8s
start
come from.
beating Sandstorm, Wrench, and booming him until about last year. Now we're seeing Wrench here, who's had a longer time winning those games. Look at that, 50 top 32 places, right? We were talking about there's a lot of players in North America that have that count. Okay, halfway to 100 for Wrench. Certainly a veteran of being in top 32 in official Brawlhalla tournaments throughout his entire career.
Yeah. $50,000 playing Brawlhalla. This could be you. You could be next.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Absolutely. Anyone who's watching, we've seen this head-to-head right here.
So yeah, we have seen this matchup before. Their lifetime matchup is Cody Travis winning every single time they've met. So for Wrench, this maybe he's got a little bit of a mental block here, right? I have to beat the guy that has beaten me several times before. But I mean, I really think they're pretty evenly matched, regardless.
Yeah.
And we know how different things are since they've last fought each other.
Yes, indeed. And it's just going to be a matchup of seeing who pressures who to go to the legend that they're used to
I wonder,
playing.
do you think we're going to see Reno and Mako at first?
I hope so.
Reno and
I
Mako,
really do.
and then one of them
worried,
loses and switches to the main,
I'm
and then the
worried
other
that
one
it's
loses and
going to
switches
be
to the main.
a Reno versus Lucian situation.
Well, his Wrench Lucian I would consider
It's quite
main
good.
worthy. Yeah, I mean
yeah.
he's pretty much right there.
But we'll have to see. I'm excited either way for whatever it ends up being, and I just hope that we get to a point where the Barassa series happens so the burrito bet is on.
It will be on, and for the one game, right? Like
For the one game?
the first
Oh,
game that it's
okay,
that it's
All right.
Asuri versus Barrazo.
All right.
We go, and
I'm down.
that's okay. We'll see. We'll
That-
see what
that-
happens.
That will be fun if we ever get to that. Okay, Cody Travis versus Wrench. Well, I can't wait any longer now. I need to see the match.
I think they're just about ready to go. We'll be
Yeah.
getting into it in just a second here. Cody
Yeah.
Travis versus Wrenched. What will they be going
What
with?
will
I
they
wonder.
play?
I
Yeah,
wonder.
Well, I can almost guarantee you it's going to at least be
Well,
guitars versus blasters.
That's true.
That
we
one
know
we
this.
can over- so-
What?
And the burrito bet's on.
No,
Cody.
it's on.
game
It's on.
one.
It's on.
game
It's
one.
on.
Okay,
It's so
whoever
on.
wins this.
Oh man.
All
Okay.
right,
Okay.
there's no games here. They very clearly want to be going into.
I'm
They want this matchup against Sandstorm badly.
This is it. Okay,
Okay.
just this one game, right? That's the burrito bet, not the whole set. This first game.
Okay,
Who
Cody.
takes it?
Cody versus Wrench.
Let's go, Reg. Okay, no bias, but I want Wrench to win this really badly. No bias though. No bias.
Well,
I hope
that-
Wrench wins. I'm his fan, and I want double toppings on all my
double
burritos.
toppings.
There's no limit in burrito bets. There's no limit.
Okay, all right. Well, I want
As
triple.
much as you
I
can-
want triple toppings.
What?
I want triple toppings.
They're gonna need.
I wanted
they're gonna
triple
need
wraps.
2 wraps.
No.
Oh,
Triple wrapped.
Triple
burrito.
wrap.
I have to spend some time getting through the
Whoa!
settings to be able to get to it. Oh no, never mind. Okay.
Stop counting your toppings. here,
Oh,
bro.
but maybe you
Oh,
want
no,
to stop
no,
counting
no,
your
no,
toppings,
oh,
Mona.
my God, I can't believe it. Oh my, Cody
Look at
Travis. Oh my
The
goodness.
reversal edge guard.
That's
okay?
exactly what happened there. It was an incredible. It was about to be the nastiest give, and then it got totally reversed on
Barassa
Wrench.
is actually the best guitar legend in the game. I didn't know if you knew that, but that's what I've decided after saying that, because that reversal edge guard was amazing, and now Cody's going to reverse neutral stick him, get him, slide
Oh
charge the
no!
neutral
The
stick.
burrito is leaving. Right, I can see it fading away.
Oh no!
Holy
the side air
cow!
hits.
Cody's popping off. What happened?
Oh,
no!
Cody,
It's been a minute. This is the fastest burrito I've ever lost.
I cannot wait. I'm so hungry. Cody, please. Take him. You have 45
I
seconds
can't
left.
believe this. We went from Wrench popping off, about to take out Cody Travis in the fastest stock we've ever seen, to somehow he lost 2 stocks. Okay, all right. Here's the beginning of the end right here for Wrench.
That was a pretty good cleanup.
This is how he brings it back. This is how we eat our burrito, boys.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see about that. Cody on the Barassa with the axe, just downlighting him away. I don't know if you know, but axe literally counters guitars, right? Neutral light beats side light, down light beats down air.
Yeah, but
How
it's
is Wrench
Wrench
gonna
we're
go?
talking about. It's Wrench we're talking about.
I know.
It's gonna be a neutral stick dunk. That's what
Oh.
wins this. Oh no! Oh no!
Ground pound.
My burrito!
Yes, Cody, get him
No,
with the
he
weapon
can still
throw.
live. He can still live.
Take him down, Cody.
Oh!
You missed, Cody. Don't do this.
Yes, 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 yes,
Control
yes.
it.
Wrench, skip it over to the other side.
Oh,
Here he goes.
no.
Big time guitar string.
Oh, the
Oh.
neutral stick. He did it pivoting.
Expertly
Cody.
dodged by Wrenched.
Wrenched.
He's hurt. Wrench is hurting, but I still believe.
Oh, he's getting so.
Oh, that's
like
beautiful.
sliding
That's
with the
so
weapon in
sick.
his
What a
hand.
hard read. Oh,
Oh,
but now
but
he lost
Cody
his guitars.
punches back.
He lost his guitars. This is
Oh,
trouble.
but no
We're in
dodge.
trouble
Wait,
now.
that was such a beautiful bait, actually. Cody getting the neutral air after the downlight misses. Oh no.
Oh, a great punish,
Oh,
and
no.
Wrench still has it.
All right.
At this point, it could be the sweetest burrito I've ever eaten if he somehow brings
Cody?
it back here.
I know we were. I know we said to make it close. But listen, okay? I have a triple wrap, triple wrap, triple topping burrito. Come on, one more down, like Cody. Don't go off stage.
Wrench,
Whatever
he
you
can still do this. Wrench is about to do this, turning it around.
Oh, axe and air is almost.
He's about to let it all go here.
Wait,
Cody. He needs the guitar.
That's
though.
it.
No!
GG. Player one.
Triple wrapped on the burrito,
No,
doesn't
it's
it?
fine. It could just be a regular.
No, I kind of want to see the triple wrap.
I think
they'll do it.
I have. Well, usually
You can double wrap. That exists.
Usually when I get a burrito, no matter where I go, it's like I ask for each topping moment. What I don't tell them, I'm going to get everything, and then by the time it gets to the end, they're like,
we need
we
two.
need
at
two
least
of these.
two
I'm like,
to
it's
fi-
fine.
to
You can.
fix it.
I got to the point where I'm just like, you can double wrap the burrito by the end. It's like, it's fine. But you know what? We can try. We can go for the
We'll see.
giant.
We'll post it on Twitter if the triple wrap
two
happens.
human head-sized burritos in one. Ready after that burrito.
Okay,
set.
well, fair is fair, man. We
to
got it.
To be fair, that first stock, I felt like whoever got the ground pound knockout there won the set.
That was so crazy.
was
That
like-
was so hilarious.
It was decided.
I'm
the
like,
first
you
10
can't be
seconds.
counting your toppings, and you're like, what about you? And he actually turned it around. That was insane. Okay, well, burrito's over, but the fight still goes on.
Oh,
it's
no!
not over for Wrench, even though he lost that first game and he lost the burrito for me. No big deal. He can
I'll
still
tell you
win
what,
this.
Wrench did a great job bringing back was a crazy deficit, right? It was 3 stocks to 1, and he brought it back to at least a 1 stock scenario. And after getting hit with that pivot neutral sig, Wrench is still popping off the damage, and he's punishing Cody for each one of these whip signatures. Oh, Cider didn't go into the sword. It couldn't have. That was his own sword. I don't know why I felt like Cody Travis
I
set up
well,
a weapon.
it's-
It looked like he set it up.
Yeah, I mean it's natural to want a sweet weapon throw chain combo to happen like that.
Cider.
Yeah.
Oh.
This one's a lot closer than the last one.
Oh, Wrench getting the edge guard? Oh, the ground pound.
Man, he
no,
still had one.
again.
That's very similar to the
History
last.
repeats itself. It's not quite as hectic, but you know what it is? It's Wrench going for a ground pound too early, and Cody punishing him on the way back up.
Yeah, and it was that because Cody had one recovery option left when Wrench went for the ground pound there. Whoa! Okay, it's all good. Okay.
It's terrifying because on small
Nice.
Brawlhaven, more so than any other stage, you could accidentally dip too far down and just
die.
touch the blast
Yeah.
zone, and you're
Yeah.
like, wait, whoops, this isn't Mammoth. But
Oh,
Wrench,
nice
Wrench
read
makes it
from
work.
Wrench. Oh, he's going off with these guitars. And Wrench really is such an amazing guitar player.
Oh, nice
That
job.
could have been brutal.
And he gets an air.
Manages to
Double
avoid
air.
it.
Cody's low on jumps. Can Cody make
I
it
think
back?
he's got it right here. Yeah, Wrench.
All
That's
right.
an early stock. Look at this. He's got nearly a full stock lead here.
I really want to highlight how great of a job Wrench did with the guitars to hit Cody in a way where he didn't touch the wall. He was in sweat beads that entire string, and he's
Whoa!
continuing. Oh, the nair hits, and Cody can't make it back. That's it.
Insane.
Wow, I'm
That
so
is
glad
insane.
we did only game 1. This could be really rough for me going forward.
You
know what? We could double or nothing. You want to make it the entire set?
What?
You want to make it the entire set?
Even if they switch off the characters?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Handshake?
Shake it. Yep,
Handshake? We shook.
Okay,
You
okay,
can't see
all
it.
right.
You couldn't see it on
It's
camera.
1-1.
but we
It's
shook.
basically a best of 3 that we're shaking on. It's fine. All right, we've got it. I don't think they're going to switch, personally. Not after that. I can't imagine
It's
Cody
been
wanting
pretty
to
close. I mean, maybe when someone's down 0-2, they'll switch.
All right.
And I mean, whatever Wrench switches to, I believe in him. I believe in him.
Yeah.
Double or nothing.
They might be giving us the Barasta story the entire time, and this is just such a classic matchup. And they're playing it so back and forth. I mean, that was 2 stock against 2 stock basically. I know Cody went down to 1 stock at the end, but really, Wrench didn't get too much damage, and now Cody really firing back. That's 5 siders, 6 siders. Oh, I thought he was gonna get it. He neutralized him instead.
He is so good at doing that. It's the most disjointed side air in the game.
Oh, but
and
Wrench
he fades away with it in this perfect way where you feel like you can catch up to him, but
Yeah.
he blasts you away anyway.
Yeah, he certainly makes it look easy. Whenever I see him edge guard with siders like that, I'm like, why don't I do that every
Yeah,
game?
why doesn't everybody?
It's because
It
if you
turns
miss
out-
once, you like get destroyed for it. So yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Cody's positioning is exemplary, and he's going off with the blasters combos here, but Wrench is close to getting this. He's got the sword, and he's got Cody in kill range, so a down light might be all he needs. the true combo into a finish here, slapping him off the side. He goes for the weapon throw finish. Now he's having to decide, do I go for the weapon or do I go for the edge guard? And he made the right decision, going back to grab the Katars, killing him with the down sig. Throw away the sword. He's got a second pair of Katars locked and loaded to go.
I think Axe is ready for Cody here, but will he even be able to get to it? Wrench is
Wrench
guarding
is-
it
yeah,
so
he
well.
is, yeah,
Oh,
because he doesn't
man.
want to steal the weapon, right? He's got his second pair of Katars ready,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he
yeah.
can't starve weapons out anymore. He can just defend the weapon.
And he did a great job at that. That was 4 hits right away, but
Yeah,
Cody
he got
picks
some good
it up,
damage.
and then Cody takes the lead, even though Wrench just evened it up. Wrench, the Katars, little damage.
Woo!
He might be wanting to switch. He might be wanting to switch over Katars right now. Because I think one more side air hits and those weapons are
Yeah,
gone.
he's gonna lose the Katars any second now.
Oh, he throws them straight up. He picks them back up, and they
There
go
it
out of his
goes, there
hands.
it goes.
The side air. Oh, okay, nice job.
And now it's
he
like-
curves the recovery around the weapons throw.
Oh, no,
Cody.
he grabbed his Katars and lost them immediately. He didn't get to hit him once with his brand new fancy Katars.
Yeah,
Now
and I
he's-
mean, sword's primed, and Cody has
And he's
his own
good with
blasters.
sword. Like, Wrench is very good with sword. It's not detrimental for him to be missing his Katars
Yeah, but those
here.
guitars are popping off. That's
He
the thing.
really is, yeah. He gets so much
Interesting.
damage buildup. But I feel like when he's got the sword, it's great for finishing off the stock. It's got all these true combos.
Oh, but right into the loving hands of Cody there, that down
Loving
air.
hands.
I mean, like when you see that Suri down thing and you're just hovering above him with blasters, you're like, where should
Nice.
this down air go? But you know what? Cody didn't really get much off of it besides the down air, and Wrench evens up the stocks once again.
Okay, the set count is even and the stocks are even here. Wrench primes another pair.
And then he'll
of
guard the
Katars.
next one. We've seen this before, and he'll
That's
get
right.
like 4 nairs off of this. Oh, but the spawn, so in favor of Cody there, gives him the axe. Down air comes through. Oh, but Wrench gets it started.
Oh, that was such a good read,
Oh,
but he
the down
could
air?
not get the continuation from it.
Oh,
And now he's-
Cody, that was so close.
Cody's crazy, man. He's out for blood.
Oh, he's got so much damage on Wrench now. His Signer is all he needs. The Neutralite's almost all he
Woo.
needs.
Okay, Wrench, he's on his last life. Cats have 9 lives. Wrench has 1 more. This is it.
Oh, and that's a great start. So that Signer Guitar's picked up, then Nair hits. Oh, this is scary.
It's close enough now. It's anybody's
Oh,
stock
Cody-
here.
Cody
but,
gets it.
Cody
right.
is so good at guarding the corner, man. We've seen this in
Yeah.
Cody Travis 2v2 when he teams up with Faison. He's guarding that corner
Look at that.
so well
Corner guard.
in tandem with his teammate, but he can even do it alone.
Yeah.
And
Two-
he knew Wrench was going to go up and over and jump sider for the finish.
2 of those replays that you could have been fooled into thinking it was the same one because he side air corner guards them at the same exact time. Just a slight damage lead.
Yeah.
For Cody
Whoa, they're
to
going
that.
right back in. That was fast.
I'm surprised it's going to Demon. So this is now match point for Wrench.
That's-
Wrench needs to take this game to bring it to a game 5 and keep this burrito bet close because so far it's looking good for Cody Travis. That
looking-
downer hits.
Yeah, looking good for the Taza burrito.
Oh. Let's see here.
All right,
There's-
we all want a game 5. It's not just about
It's
the
not
burrito.
just the burrito. You're right. I want a game 5.
It's funny how
Would I want a game 5 if Wrench won last game? No.
We're so hyped on this burrito like it's the most important thing. These guys are competing for thousands of dollars
Ah.
in one game.
Okay,
No, no,
you
no.
have a convincing argument. You're right. That's
But-
a lot.
Burrito.
But burrito. Oh man. Down sig a little early. I like the idea. He was trying to guess if Wrench would slide above the stage, but he doesn't. Wrench,
great punish.
Bounced off
but
the
still,
wall.
oh no, he can't
I
make it
think
back.
he actually had sweat beads when he got hit by Sarah there.
Yeah,
It was either that
must have
or,
been it.
or
he
he
was
was.
close to the wall, but he didn't touch it. Cody slapped him against it, and away he went. Now Cody in orange health is looking bad for Wrench because Cody's got a big opportunity to build up a lot of damage here, and that is what Cody does with his blasters, man, is build up tons of damage. Wrench slaps him away, but what an answer from
Whoa.
Cody Travis in neutral. He's going for the gravity cancel down line. He just went for it again.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Oh,
Okay.
that was a great reaction out of hits time from Wrench there. The gravity cancel down light to get it.
Yeah.
Starving out weapons as long as he can from Cody Travis. That's why Wrench threw the weapon up as high as he did. But Cody Travis had no problem picking up another one, and Wrench threw away his guitars for nothing.
Sword picked up. I love to think that Sword D-Light has a hidden extra force stat, which is basically how high up did you gravity cancel this before you recovered, right?
Yeah.
And Wrench by gravity canceling it probably got a stock off of Cody, which originally may not have taken him off the top of the
Oh.
island. No dodge means Wrench goes for the wrong read. Cody jumps out and the downer doesn't hit, but the Nair will punish Cody for going for the recovery. And Wrench, falling with the Nair, gets the sidelight, the D-Light, the downer doesn't reset, and the down stick catches,
he's
and now
down.
Wrench.
Oh my, 2 burritos?
Oh.
I'm gonna go down 2 burritos. No. We have to believe. Give Wrenched your energy.
Oh,
No
man.
bias.
And Wrenched.
I think he can. I think he can.
Oh, but the side
Cody
airs.
he is being very efficient
Okay.
about this.
Oh, he went for the third.
He went for it. Sometimes you just gotta.
Oh, this last hit would be like
Wow,
hits.
just the last one.
No jumping guitar sider. Oh, okay,
Whoa!
okay. I thought Wrench was gone for there.
Yeah, I mean that was such a good reaction
no.
from Cody.
Can he get the stock here? Recovery hits, and that's off the top.
Okay.
All right, it's a last stock game.
Last stock situation here. Wrench a little bit damaged here. A bit of a damage lead in favor of Cody Travis, but nothing Wrench can't handle, especially if he gets a great guitar string. But Cody slips out of the start of that guitar string, and Wrench only gets 2 hits off of it. Only 2, but you know, we're used to seeing Wrench. You know, when he catches a dodge, it can be,
Oh,
it can be
no.
a lot.
Oh, that could be huge. The cider doesn't hit, but Cody low on jumps, gets his jumps back, but he's
Wrench
going to
is
hit
catching
so much.
up. He's catching up in damage.
Neutral light.
It's
Oh,
equal.
he doesn't get the down light, but he goes for the side air, and he's almost got the blaster stuck out of Cody's hands. But no, the Nair misses after the gravity cancels down light. Wrench can't get the falling cider, but he avoids the pivot neutral sig, and Wrench
Yeah.
almost has Cody
That worked on
in a
him last
point.
time too. So
Oh,
it's
the
good that
recovery
he managed
misses, and
to
he gets
avoid
recovered.
it. Oh, game 5.
Oh, no.
We're going to game 5.
Wrench got him off the top of the recovery. Cody, that was the greediest blasted recovery I've ever seen. It's game 5.
Game 5.
All right, Wrenched. That D-Light recovery, take him off the top, the recovery from the guitar set. We're going to see here the return knockout. Cody goes for it all, and Wrench just looks at him and goes, "What were you thinking?" Recovery off the top at the very end. Wrench nearly makes their stats identical.
That is
what?
insane.
Look at that.
Their average damage per engagement
Look
is
at their light
actually
attacks.
the same.
Look at their light
and
attacks.
Their light
One away.
That's crazy.
A 3 damage difference at the end. Only difference is that Cody actually hit a signature, but Wrench didn't use it.
Wrench
He
don't
used
need
one.
no signature.
Wild game 5. It's been
Oh.
Barasa. It's been Barasa's story the entire time, Bona. This is everything that we asked
yeah,
for.
we're so blessed. We're so blessed here.
This is not what I was thinking at all, but they have kept this so close and with the 2 characters that we know them for best. And Wrench, Wrench is going off stage for
That's
something
what we
crazy
know
at the
Wrench
start.
for best, is getting him off the side there and getting the crazy give.
Oh, man. Cody.
2 burritos lie in the balance.
Oh, no. Sideline cider. Okay, Cody. Voda has just reminded me how badly you need to win this matchup right now. Oh, but Wrench!
Oh, that's
is
a
just
beautiful
destroying
read. Holy cow. But
Oh,
wait a
no
second,
recovery.
Not again. We've
Oh.
seen this happen before. Wrench with an early ground pound and then
Yeah.
gets punished to death for it, but he managed to avoid it that time.
Recovery. Oh, the downer gets him on the recovery.
Whoa.
Wrench doesn't get hit with the weapon toss. However, the recovery gets Cody off the top. Cody now down to 2 stocks.
Oh.
Wrench up 3-2.
Oh.
Come back to the sentry coming up from Wrench. And it looks like I might just
We are fighting vicariously through these 2 competitors here.
We certainly are.
They're playing our mains. They're fighting for our own prizes. I mean, not for them, but
Oh no, Cody.
you know what? I'll get Wrench to burrito. If he wins this, I'll get Wrench to burrito too. This is we're 2v1ing you now, Tazza.
Oh, Wrench.
He
is,
doesn't. He has no way of knowing, but
He has no way of
I
knowing.
think in his heart he knows.
Oh, the cider punch, the recovery too. Cody's been going for a lot of these recoveries that just haven't been working out, and Wrench is getting chip damage in, which
And
is
he
huge.
is, yeah, Wrench being very efficient about how he gets this damage here because it is so important. He realizes just how important it is to build up a
Okay.
damage lead while you have the stock
Yeah.
advantage.
And even though the
Now-
recovery hits there, he's an orange.
He's in orange,
Yeah.
exactly. Now, you obviously can't put it past Cody Travis
Oh,
to catch
oh,
up
no.
from this, no problem. Cody Travis builds up damage extremely quickly. So if I'm Wrench right now, I am not considering myself in the lead.
Yeah.
I still play exactly as if
Whoa!
Whoa!
That's the Miami Dome classic for a Surrey. He used to
Yeah.
have a platform to go all the way. D-Light cider not enough, but Cody uses the recovery super early on. Dodge doesn't go
Oh!
through. If you dodge too close to the wall, that dodge, the iframes just disappear.
Yeah, as soon as you touch the wall, you lose the iframes of your dodge. It just completely ends the dodge as soon as you touch the wall. Even if you're 1 pixel away from the wall, that means you're getting 1 frame worth of dodge.
Right. 2 downers and a cider. Cody
Whoa,
tries to neutral
that
sig
would've
to
ended
equalize it. Wrench a little bit too high for that to work out. Cody staying on the axe primarily. Recovery a little bit too low. But so far it's been all Cody damage and no Wrench. That recovery once again just barely whiffs, but Cody gets
Cody
one
is
down there
determined
through.
to equalize this without taking much damage here, and it looks
Yeah.
like he might.
Oh, Cody
Especially if he can
falls.
land that neutral signature. You know, we know
Downer
Cody so
cider?
much for the neutral
Weapon
signature.
throw,
He's still
come
alive,
on,
but just
Cody,
barely.
get the
But
D-line.
Fast falls underneath the weapon throw. Now underneath Cody,
Flash
Wrench
is
might
picked
be
up.
in trouble.
He's
as
staying
Cody
on the
steals
axe.
all the weapons.
Cider
throw.
hits. Oh, it's so close.
It
Bona.
couldn't be any closer, man.
1-1.
This is it.
All right. But I don't know. After that, I feel like Wrench has got to be feeling a little stressed out.
Yeah. It's like I had a huge lead and I just
and
dropped
there's
it.
no
but
guitars.
You got to just forget about
Oh,
that
but
stuff,
the cider
right?
hits.
All that matters
There.
is this one stock now. Nothing else before this matters now.
Right, chase dodges diagonally or to the right and then up, down air, down lane. Cody tacking on the
He's catching
damage.
up in damage
Oh,
now.
the down air hits.
Basically, he's equalized the damage. It's
Oh.
anybody's game.
Oh no!
Wrench going for it.
He has to dodge.
Oh!
That's
That's it!
He's
That's
gone.
it! Wrench wins!
Player
Let's
wins.
go!
Oh no.
Wrench taking the victory, clutching it just in time over Cody Travis. Now he's moving on to lower semifinals where he has to face against Sandstorm. It'll be like 2019 all over again.
What have I done?
The double or nothing was
What have I
you
done?
did have it. Well, you made a very exciting stream match.
I did make a very exciting stream
Kaza,
match.
yes.
And now I will starve. No burritos. I'm down 2 burritos, chat.
We're
It's
gonna
over.
see if they do the triple burrito.
Oh. Well, yeah. Well, Photo will get to enjoy the burrito. That's for sure.
It'll
2
be
of them.
good.
Wow. You know what? At the beginning, we were both expecting Cody Travis to win. Before, we were just joking around between the Barasa and Asuri thing.
It was
We
so
were really,
it made so much sense because they're our
Yeah.
mains here. What an amazing show though by Cody Travis and Wrench. We've got to give both of them so many props for what they did in that set, man.
It was awesome. It was one of my favorite sets that I've watched in a very
that
long
was
time.
actually it was just
I know,
really
now
really
maybe,
fun.
Maybe it's a little bit of a bias because we had so much personal.
We invested
but
so
I mean,
much.
let's ignore the investment
Yeah.
we did in.
We're-
Game 5, last stock, both players are red. That's pretty
That's
high.
awesome.
That's all it takes for any
That's
set to be amazing.
And
in between
especially the
two.
very first, even without burrito bets on the line or anything, right?
Yeah, right.
The first stock was the wildest
Oh, that
30
was so
seconds,
funny.
all tournament maybe.
Oh, I gambled it all after that game 1. You know what? It was worth it. I feel like by doing that, by saying, you know what, let's make it the entire set, it's why it was that great. Because that first stock was so amazing. But man, talk about the entire
That was awesome.
the entire set
that
was
that
basically
was a really really
the
great
entire set was basically that first stock happening the entire time,
Yeah.
right? Just switching back and forth who had momentum. So let's take a look at the bracket. We are now at a point where there are 4 players remaining in the tournament.
That's right. Top 4 is coming up, and it is Stingray and Faison on the winner's side. They're the only 2 players they haven't lost yet. And then Sandstorm and Wrench. That is a seriously fabled matchup.
It
We
is.
saw that. That was like grand finals of almost every LAN in 2019.
Yeah.
And now they're fighting once again. They used to be under the same sponsor back in the day.
Right,
yeah?
right. And what's cool about this is that it's at a point where when really I was starting to think of Wrench on the way out, now Wrench is doing so well here in the Invitational, but with the Mako now, and most importantly, back onto the Asuri just taking down
Yeah.
Cody Travis, that we've got ourselves a really exciting top 4 where the dynamics a little switched. We've got Stingray and Faison on the
Big
top side.
time.
And this top 3 could really shape up to be anybody being in first, second, and third. I'm not saying one
Absolutely,
person
yeah.
has that.
With what has
Yeah.
happened throughout this tournament, at this point, I'd say we could not possibly predict who it's going to be. Will Sandstorm fight his way back up through the losers bracket and make it? Who between Stingray and Faison? There is really we have no precedent really for that one. I wonder what their lifetime record is.
Yeah.
It's very little, whatever it is, right? Maybe
Right.
1-0, maybe 1-1.
I know.
They
I
haven't
know.
fought
At least,
each other that
at least
much.
to my memory, when they are on their way to top 8 through winners or losers side, it's usually on opposite sides of the bracket. Or
Right.
we know we should see them meet this far into it either. So seeing them in winners finals going against each other is going to be really exciting.
Super exciting.
And then I'm wondering, is Sandstorm going to play Magyar still? He's going to go straight to Mordex. Is Wrench going to start with Asuri like he did against Cody Travis? There's so many wild options that can happen throughout
Yeah.
this tournament. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and Stingray, he hasn't been playing the characters we're used to seeing him as either, right?
Yeah,
we saw
well-
him playing Ember. We saw him.
Stingray also has, I think, it's weird. He's definitely one of the newer Brawlhalla players when it comes to the pro scene, but he's also played like 20 different legends competitively.
Right,
He
yeah,
just
yeah.
keeps getting something new. So
Yeah, his first
have no
breakout
idea.
performance was Orion, and we're like, oh, an Orion main. But the
Right.
very next tournament that he also did very
Never
well in,
again,
he was
yeah.
already off of Orion.
yeah, so
and
we'll just
and
have
since
to.
then, even more.
So we'll just have to wait and see. That's going to be it for us. We're going to be going to a short break in just a little bit. Fo, do you have any closing words before we switch casters?
Don't go anywhere. The action is yet to come. Top 4 coming up next. We'll see you soon.
Like a water droplet falling down the back, we are coming towards the end. It's the Mammoth Invitational, and we have gotten down to the top 4, of course, sponsored by Omen Oasis.
It sounded like the beginning of like a Soul Calibur level as the cameras coming in. Like a water droplet falling down your back, so does the flower grow.
The monsters are not ready for this one. It's round 1. No, but of course, yeah, we are in the top 4. We started off with the top 32 competitors in the North American region, and we've whittled it down in a surprising fashion. Definitely some people in places that weren't necessarily expected.
Yeah, you were seeing all the predictions that were on Twitter, everything was talking about, and no one predicted this. Literally no one predicted this. Maybe bits and pieces of what happened people maybe got, but as a whole, no shot anyone saw any of this coming today. It's incredible. Who do we still have left in this tournament, Duke?
So up in the top side, we've got Stingray going to be fighting against Faison for that spot in the grand finals. Want to get a guaranteed top 2 finish. Down in the loser side of things, it's none other than Sandstorm, the top seed of the tournament, going up against Wrenched, a kind of surprising run-up from Wrenched, who's been doing really well for himself. But of course, we are going to be starting off with that first match of Stingray versus Faison, so let's look at Stingray.
There you see it right in front of you. These two are sort of longtime players now, but they really haven't ran up into each other in bracket that much. You see it right at the top middle of your screen, 2-0. This one favoring Stingray. Faison has yet to take a set off of Stingray in official PR tournament, even though their PRs are actually shockingly close together. PR 6 for Stingray and PR 4 for Faison.
So I got to ask an opinion question of you in that regard.
Those
Faison,
are my favorite
of course,
questions.
Well, yeah, because you can't go wrong, right?
Yeah. Well.
But Faison coming in with the higher PR, do you think he's favored, or does the fact that Stingray's got that lifetime score, that 2-0, which one is more important in your opinion?
Faison's good today.
Okay.
Based on what I've seen from him, going into this, if you took away all of that footage that we've seen so far and you took away like the context of this being winners finals, I would look at this and not be quite as confident about Faison. But after everything we've seen today, that whole batch of context, I would give this one to Faison. But I mean, we've seen my predictions not only just today, but most of the time actually, which is a little bit weird. But yeah, man, I don't know. Faison is actually playing really well today. We'll see if he ends up running into a brick wall here with Stingray. Surprised to see Stingray here. Surprised to see Faison here. These two together is a very interesting winners finals that I honestly think we've never seen, and we probably won't see a combination like this for quite some time, just because there's so many variables that went into specifically this equation.
Yeah, I mean, in order to get here, both of them had to overcome some pretty challenging people, not to mention the fact the top 2 seeds of the tournament both fell. Of course, Stingray on the other side had to beat the 4th seed of the tournament to get into this spot. So they each had to knock out some really big people to get to this spot.
And the best is yet to come. Foda said it before we went into the break, and you know Foda, he has never told a lie in his entire life. We are about to get into these games. We know you're waiting for him. I'm waiting for him. Duke is waiting for him. Everybody around the world is waiting for this. It's the winners finals here of the Mammoth Invitational for North America.
And of course, we've got Stingray locked in on the Zol. That cannon was putting in the work against Cody Travis. On the other side, Faison, he's been holding on to this Mordex throughout the entirety of the day. Even when things were looking tough, he stuck to his guns and has been playing this Mordex.
Now, I think a lot of people at home saw this Zol maybe initially or saw it pop up on the bracket when there was an indication of who these players were playing, and they were like, what is this Zol? This is not something I'm really used to. Obviously, you saw the Ragnar on the stats screen. That's going to be the carry over for the Axe here, but we haven't really seen too much Zol. He does have a level 40 Zol, which isn't super low, but it's also not super high.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit surprising. We don't see too much cannoning competitive right now, and when you do, it's generally on the Sidra, but Stingray's clearly got something in mind, like you said, that carryover and that N-Sig, which will catch Faison off guard. Faison still gets the wall touch.
Yeah, if you want to talk about some of the other cannons we've seen today, it was like Boomy was one of them. That didn't go super well for him, so Stingray is actually 180 degrees the other direction, has a nice lead on this, about a 40-second KO on that one, just under. Faison might turn it around, and he is going to, with that nice dunk over the edge, a classic Mordex play.
Yeah, really good play from Faison. Charged up that down sig, caught the landing of a Stingray, and he's already adding up that damage on that second stock. Stingray struggling to find a landing, but he gets past that down air from Faison, so opportunity to get some damage.
Now, in terms of character picks coming out from Faison, I think we were a little bit surprised. Yo! He grabbed that one all the way extended off the edge. Honestly, he didn't even need to be that far off the edge. You saw those icicles hit Stingray when he was in the red. That was definitely going to be a KO, even if he was closer on the platform, but still. Now it's a big lead for Faison. It's a very volatile matchup already in game one.
Yeah, that was a big pickup. Definitely caught me off guard, and it definitely caught Stingray off guard. With how quick he was able to throw out those icicles, that's a huge lead for Faison, but he needs to maintain it. Stingray already adding up damage on the second stock.
Drops the D-Light Nair. That is a tough spot to find yourself in. Saw that Sig coming out just a little bit under Faison. He was too high for it. Has the scythe in his hand. A juicy lead up on the board.
Yeah, man, tournament nerves have got to be kicking them as we are getting late in the day, late in the tournament, and of course, so much on the line with this Mammoth Invitational. Big opportunity for either of them to get that gold medal. Another dunk down, and Faison gonna take game number 1.
And that's 2 dunks in game number 1 that he found. Like, we see Sandstorm when he plays the Mordex, he'll get them occasionally as well, but grabbing 2 in game 1, very impressive. We might see Stingray opt for a more long-sided map, looking at like the Mammoth Fortress, something that isn't like Demon Island with that quarter, to give him a little bit more safe space to rotate over to. Looking at that damage, the crazy thing is how close the damage is for how far apart the ending of that game was. 408 damage is all it took for Faison. It's because he found 2 juicy dunks.
Yeah, he was getting some real nice KOs, but it looks like they're going back to Demon Island for game number 2. Faison not able to pick up the spawn weapon, but he does get that initial damage.
Yeah, he stayed really low on that where Stingray went high, so he took a little bit of a hit, but then immediately moved to the air, grabbed the first weapon. Faison's able to pick up a pair of gauntlets right after that. About 15 seconds into this game, both players are in the yellow. Stingray doing a lot of floating so far. Now Faison's the one floating. Hits the fall down, misses the sig, and there's a punish from Stingray. Has Faison in the edge guard situation, backs up. Faison comes back to the platform. Stingray, first player in orange.
Yeah, really good adjustment from Stingray there, though, recognizing, you know what, he lost 2 of his 3 stocks last game. 2 of those options from Faison, 2 of those dunk downs from Faison, and so he's making adjustments to his movements to make sure he doesn't get caught by that, and then also avoided those icicles just a moment ago.
Yeah, that's 3 sigs Faison's thrown out. 2 of them were immediately punished by Stingray, but then out comes the 4th one. And that's not a bad one to pick up because it actually led to the kill as well. So it's a big impact, game-changing signature rather than just to be hit that in orange.
And this is something that Faison has been struggling with throughout the day, and honestly to a degree throughout the history of his play with this Scythe, with this Mordex, is getting those stocks efficiently. Now that he's hitting those sigs more frequently, he's able to pick up those sigs earlier.
And that's something that has made a lot of side players gravitate towards the Mordex. Beautiful side air. Stingray's done on that one. Faison is up 2 stocks. Now, I said I thought Faison was going to win, and I can take credit saying this is what I predicted, but I would have not seen it coming up this big. Faison already up a game, had that 2-stock lead, now shortened down to a full stock lead, but that's still an entire stock. A little bit of axe damage coming out from Stingray as he fights this way back into it.
Yeah, Faison looking really nice. Even that last stock that Faison got, like, he just snuck that one out, just kind of slipped out there, got that Scythe in there, and was good to go. But coming into the last stocks here in game number 2, Stingray on that final stock, able to get some good damage, but Faison's already responding.
Faison getting deeper into the orange. I believe Stingray just got there. That side air is going to turn Faison red. He's forced into the edge guard situation. That neutral light's going to extend out just a little bit. Has some range on it. So Stingray staying back enough, trying to catch the high recovery. Hits the side light into the side air for the KO. Both players now down to final stocks. Stingray only about halfway through this one. And if you think about that, he's shortened this lead quite a bit, and he might make it absolutely equal here.
Yeah, considering Faison has been stealing out these stocks really quick, the fact of the matter is Stingray is still bringing this one back, still keeping this one close. Now we're getting into that final damage department, and then we're going to start seeing Faison, of course. He's throwing out those signatures, wants to get this stock taken off of Stingray.
He's going to have to be careful if he throws out these signatures. Yo, Stingray pulled out of that one immediately. That gave him time to answer back to the incoming punish. The weapon toss ends up hitting. Weapon control definitely in Stingray's favor. Holding that down signature for 2 charges. Didn't full charge it to get the 3, but had 1 more than 1. It's going to give him some range on it.
1 more than 1, thank you for the math there. Grab and cancel D-Light. Couldn't chase dodge into the recovery though. Both of them deep red. There's the movement. Faison able to get game number 2.
Hitting a 3-0 in Winners Finals would be fantastic for Faison to make it all the way into Grands. He still has to make it 1 more game on it. That one was so close, though, towards the end. The weapon control is in Stingray's favor, and you saw it here in the end. Faison was a little bit scared on that one. You saw the side light come out. He didn't go for an immediate sig. That would have gotten him punished, so he waited, found the recovery that he needed.
Yeah, it definitely got a little nerve-wracking there. Stingray was able to bring that one back, add up a lot of damage really quickly, but good on Faison to keep that one close, get that recovery, and go up 2-0. Now we're getting ready for a game number 3. Do you think he's going to make the swap, or we're going? Nope, we're going straight into the same map, same picks.
I'm not surprised there's no character swap, but I am surprised we have no map swap coming in. Faison didn't quite have the same options that game that he did in game 1, so Stingray did a great job of answering back with that a little bit more, definitely with how close that last game ended.
Trying to get the read there with that neutral light. Couldn't quite get that follow-up, though. Missed the dare. Faison a little bit slower on this one. Not able to get that early damage, get that quick stock.
Doing a pretty good job with his spacing so far. Even though he is taking a little bit more damage, he's also finding some good punishment here. Has Stingray in the orange. D-Sig, oh, yo, back to back on that. Gets punished as well. Stingray threw out a signature, but he did find the punish right after, even though the signature was a miss.
Faison trying to combo off the weapon toss. Stingray with a nice punish. D-Light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy. There's the D-Light into the recovery. Stingray gonna take the first stock.
And you saw that D-Light GC and heavy hit. That was something that Faison attempted before and ended up dropping it.
Was struggling a little bit to get that combo, but now Faison struggling to finish off this stock of Stingray, the scoop, and he's gonna throw straight up. Got the active input on it, and Faison's gonna get that knockout.
That's now, I believe, 3 KOs this set so far that he found with the dunk. This one was an up dunk.
Yeah, throwing that one from under the hoop and then straight up into it. Got that KO. But Stingray and Faison are even on these second stocks, all things considered. Ooh, missed the dunk.
Stingray wasn't able to punish that, and then Faison had a fantastic dodge to get through the side air. Gravity cancel neutral sig. You don't see that too much, and then a side sig coming out right after that. Stingray's doing, he charged that one after 2 minimum charge time signatures. He holds that one. Gets all 3 blasts from that cannon on it to get the max range. He caught that one like a Mordex side signature.
Yeah, he got so much range on that cannon signature, but he's also building up a lot of damage with this axe. Faison needs to find a response, because otherwise Stingray is going to guarantee a game number 4. Neutral sig will do it. Stingray with a big return.
Using that like minimum charge time neutral signature, it comes out like kind of shockingly fast. I haven't played Zol in a minute. I don't know if that sig has seen some changes to it, but man, I tell you what, I used to get punished for that all the time. Now Stingray's a little bit better of a player than I am. Maybe just a little bit.
I don't know.
Frog's hair.
But yeah, that signature is really, really good. Faison was doing a good job. Like the first time Stingray went for it, he dodged down, avoided it. It does swing relatively high. But the second time Stingray was ready, did it again, and Faison got caught. Now we're going into a game number 4, and Stingray is looking like he's making the adaptation. This is similar to what we saw in the winner's semifinal, where Stingray went up against Cody Travis, was down 0-2, but I'm going to stop talking because Faison's already getting nairs and stares and damage.
Yeah, string coming out big so far. Now that's 3 hits for Stingray, though. He might be evening this one up very quickly. That's Faison in orange all of a sudden. So it's back-to-back huge strings for both players in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, but the strings from Stingray will hit a little harder coming in with that 9 strength. Coming in with that axe means he's going to get a D-Light in air, and Stingray has the lead.
Now, we talked about Faison maybe struggling to finish off stocks back in the old days with that side. Early on in the set, he didn't have that problem. That was something he solved. And now, all of a sudden, you're seeing some kind of questionable signatures come out from Faison and fantastic punishes coming out from Stingray. So it's like a con on Faison that turns into a pro for Stingray.
Yeah, I mean, Faison was definitely relying on those dunk downs, on those side signatures, on that neutral signature.
Again.
And Stingray's, he's adapted. Punish. And that'll be a KO. Faison able to hit the down air as Stingray was looking for the recovery to get the wall touch. And that'll even it up, but Faison is behind.
Not too far behind. We'll see, though. Stingray can turn this around. Or not really turn it around, just keep it going more in his favor. And there, just like that, Faison went from yellow to orange. Stingray kind of controlling the ground. Faison backing up. There's that neutral light. Stingray still in white. Gets the dunk in yellow. See if he turns this into something big. Goes to the wall, waits for a second as Stingray goes to the middle of the soft platform. All of a sudden, Faison's red.
I do like the way Faison chased after that dunk. Knew that there wasn't enough damage on Stingray for that to be a big threat, so he had to put out another one. But Stingray still getting the brunt of the damage put out.
They're like one color change apart. Faison starting to shrink that lead just a little bit, but that double recovery is not going to help him out whatsoever as Stingray gets the KO on that. I believe Stingray is in the beginning stages of red, so Faison might have to find a signature or hope for an offstage engagement. He hasn't really found too many of those so far.
At this point, trying to find anything, goes for the weapon toss. Stingray able to avoid it. Plenty of movement, able to find a secure landing. That's something that he was struggling with earlier on in this set, able to avoid the follow-up from Faison as well. We're seeing Faison, he's going back to the struggle, but he hits the ground pound.
You see a little bit over maybe 50 damage between these two players as we come in on their final stocks. A dub for Faison here would be huge because that means the set is over. He gets to cruise on into grand finals with a 3-1 over Stingray. If Stingray gets the dub here, which he's kind of been in control of so far this game for the most part, Faison just turned him yellow though.
Yeah, Faison did bring it back, but with that two-piece, Stingray maintains that lead again, dodging through the down tick. Faison needs that damage lead because if he doesn't go into the final moments of this game with that damage lead, then it means Stingray has the advantage because Faison struggles to get these knockouts.
It's like one move at a time. He's slowly building up. He's not getting hit by like anything that Stingray has. His movement, his dodges, his punish options are so good. He's not overextending with his strings. That's like the first 2 hits he's taken in a while.
Silent goes for the read, but a nice punish from Stingray with the Sair. Ooh, good dodge through from Faison. Avoids that recovery. That's been killer for Stingray. Weapon advantage. Gonna keep the gauntlets. He has potential for the recovery.
Keeping Stingray weapon starved here would be good, but in comes that weapon spawn. Stingray grabs the axe. All it takes is a stray Sair.
Oh!
Yo! And that is going to be the KO all the way in the corner. We're going to a Game 5 situation. I wish we had a soundboard here of Foda saying Game 5, because nobody says it like Foda.
Nobody says it like
hit
Foda.
that button no matter who was on the desk here to give us that. And look at these replays. Look how close this game was. It was a 3.5-minute game as we're coming into this final replay. Both players last stock red, that point-blank minimum charge time side signature coming out from Stingray's Zol. And look, I said it was close. The numbers even support that. 579 damage for Stingray, 575 from Faison.
And even continuing that, right? 85 light attacks versus the 88 thrown out from Faison. 41 damage per engagement versus the 38 from Faison. Like, that was a neck and neck game. And now we're going into that Game 5 situation, looking again like a repeat of Stingray versus Faison, or Stingray versus Cody Travis in the winner's semifinal, where Cody was up 0-2, and then Stingray just brought it back, got that reverse 3. He's so good at adapting in these best of 5 situations.
His axe is looking fantastic. His cannon is looking fantastic. I'm really loving just all the pressure that Stingray is able to put out with this Zol. He's found fantastic strings with both of them. He's able to keep Faison at bay. We are seeing some strings still coming out from Faison. He's fighting back in these games extremely well, too. So this is just some good Brawlhalla.
Always a fan of some good Brawlhalla as we get into a Game 5 between Stingray and Faison.
Demon Island be gone. We are going over to the Mammoth Fortress, but really that's the only thing changing so far for these players. First weapon is going to go to Faison. Stingray grabs one shortly. Less than 7 seconds into the game, both players have a weapon.
We did start to see Faison's gauntlets level up towards the tail end of game number 4. Looks like he's going to be playing into those gauntlets, at least for now. Hasn't really had the opportunity to make the swap to the scythe, but he's not also immediately throwing away the gauntlets in the hope that he can make that swap.
Now, one thing that Faison used early on that it seems like he missed and then he started to move away from was the down signature on Scythe. We've seen a lot of the neutral signature coming out from him, and then obviously that signature there on the gauntlets. But on Scythe, he's using the neutral sig a lot, backed away from the side after he kind of got that 1 KO on the left side of Demon Island, and then hasn't really been using the down. And if you look at like the way Sandstorm plays Vortex, he's using the down on that corner, pivoting that really nice all the time.
I think it's definitely important to point out for Faison, like, if he messes up a sig twice and gets punished for it, he'll stop doing it so fast. Just then, missed the end sig, got hard punished by that side air from Stingray. Might lose this stock soon because he is disarmed and Stingray's got the axe in hand.
Nice little sidelight to kick Stingray away as Faison goes to the middle of the platform. Stingray gets above him, around him, behind him. Out comes the Sair. That's the KO, using all that string from Zol to KO from the middle of the stage.
Faison's got the gauntlets now, is definitely going to be looking for that recovery. Hits the downlight, but doesn't think it was going to land, so he doesn't go for that chase dodge recovery.
And he's still looking for those recoveries. He wants the KO move. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable about throwing out a signature right there. You saw him waiting for that recovery. Still wasn't enough to KO. One more of those has to do it. There's a sidelight again. He's waiting for it. Stingray immediately goes back down to the ground. Doesn't want to get caught up by that recovery.
Was hoping that those fingers were going to reach with that ground pound. Unfortunately, couldn't land. And again, we're seeing Faison struggle to finish this stock off. Finally hits the recovery, able to even that one up.
It took 2 minutes for him to find that KO, despite how long, in terms of time, that Stingray actually was very deep in the red. Now the scythe is coming out, and it's the cannon for Stingray. Faison looking to maybe keep him at range a little bit, avoid these neutral lights that Stingray's been using really well. There's the D-Light Dare, the immediate follow-up with the neutral light, maybe catching Faison dodging down, diagonal left, maybe just retreating back, dodging in. Anything like that is going to catch.
But the nairs and snares from Faison, and you got to commend Faison. Like, he lost that first stock very early and struggled to get that stock off of Stingray, but he didn't take too much damage on the second stock. Like, it's still relatively even.
Sidelight Sair from Stingray. There he goes in with the neutral signature again. He's used that a few times, but it's been a minute since we've seen it. Nice sidelight, side air, KO. Huge swing in favor of Stingray now. Maybe not even orange. We'll see when he gets hit. He is technically orange after that unarmed hit. Still controlling the weapons here. That means Faison's damage output is limited severely by the unarmed kit.
Things looking real nice for Stingray. Despite the fact that Faison was up 2 games, Stingray's been able to bring this back and now has a significant stock lead, adding more and more damage up onto Faison. Very real possibility of Stingray going into the grand finals. All he needs to do is get this last stock off of Faison.
Now, if we go back to one of the previous games where we were talking about Faison, all it took was like 408 damage to get the KO. There's the D-Light Gravity Cancel neutral heavy, and it still doesn't KO. But that kill efficiency that we praise so heavily from Faison, he's not able to do anymore. Stingray's done a great job of adapting to the way that Faison was fighting his KOs previously. Is this going to be a 2-stock? He gets back. You saw the slide kick in. Nice neutral sig. Everybody's on their final stocks. Faison has to play some perfect BH.
Yeah, he really needs to get one of those hyper-efficient stocks off of Stingray. Needs to deny this weapon pickup, but Stingray just comes in from underneath. D-Light, Gravity Cancel, neutral heavy, and Stingray is going to the grand finals.
What a comeback from Stingray with the reverse 3 after Faison was up 2 games. Game 1, man, how confident was that for Faison? And it just started moving back towards Stingray little bit by little bit, and then all of a sudden he really started to run away with it. There was like that one tipping point, and then everything fell apart.
This really shows me that Stingray thrives in these best-of-5 situations. We talked about how he struggled in the Summer Championship, and one of the places where he struggled was in those best-of-3s. He got knocked down early, and then he got knocked out in the best-of-3s. But when he gets that time to adapt, he can continue on. I mean, just look at this set, look at the last set he played. He would have lost in those best-of-3 situations, but he adapts, he overcomes, and he wins in game number 5.
And something that's also really impressive about Stingray in this situation is look at his opponent. It's Faison, who has been in high-pressure situation after high-pressure situation. And I'm talking like the highest of pressure situations. Not just like, I want to make top 16, well, I hope I make it. No, we're talking like the cream of the crop in terms of Brawlhalla competition. On the other side, Stingray, look at some of his placements this year. 25th, 7th in the Parsec Invitational, like 4th in Springs 2021 is impressive, 5th in Winters 2021 is impressive, but if you look at the amount of experience, definitely in favor of Faison, an absolute dearth of experience at the end of the day. The fact that Stingray was able to come out here in this high-pressure situation, clutch game 3 and continue to clutch it, that's huge.
Absolutely massive, and now he gets to sit in the winner's side and await the loser, who's going to now have to make that lower bracket run. Coming up next, we've got Sandstorm versus Wrenched. Who is going to be able to earn that fight against Faison in the loser's final? We're about to find out. It's going to be a big one. This is a match that we see in World Championships time and time again. This has been the grand finals in North America, but now it's happening in the loser's semifinal here in the Mammoth Invitational, brought to you by Omen Oasis.
This is going to be a good one. Let's see some of these stats. We've seen Sandstorm's stats, and we've talked about Sandstorm's stats. We talked about it in the pre-show. You see it on stream all the time. There you see 2-0, and it's not in favor of Wrenched. It's in favor of Sandstorm here for their lifetime score. Honestly, I would have thought it would have been more than that, seeing as they had that like kind of back and forth, I believe, in
rivalry.
2019 it was?
Yeah. Sounds about right. It was when we were, going to offline events. There was a significant rivalry where Wrenched earned a lot of those gold medals overcoming Sandstorm, but maybe they just didn't run into each other in those tournaments, right? Yeah. Like Wrenched was able to make those winners bracket runs and Sandstorm just slipped on by down in the lower side. But either way, man, that's going to be rough for Wrenched, of course, because he doesn't have the PR advantage. He doesn't have the set count advantage.
But he does have the Foda in his corner advantage, which is one of the most powerful advantages you could possibly have in Brawlhalla. We know Foda's in the green room right now. You heard him on stream rooting for Wrenched earlier, so that is a very powerful person to have in your corner.
But at the same time, I think we all know Foda does love Sandstorm. I think
That's
Foda's
true.
right now, he's a little bit torn, because right now one of his babies is going to get knocked out of the tournament. Is it going to be the person who plays his main, someone who's been a big fan of their guitars throughout the entirety of the year, or is it going to be Sandstorm, someone who he just absolutely adores to watch? Sandstorm's been having some of the most fun matches that we've seen today with that Magyar, doing some very goofy stuff, but also very exciting stuff.
Yeah, the beginning of the tournament was looking a little bit shaky for Sandstorm, to say the least. Me and Taza were talking about it earlier. The Sandstorm versus Blazy that went all the way to Game 5. That one was a little bit scary. And then Stingray 3-1 Sandstorm. That put him down in the losers. That maybe kicked it into high gear. And we saw kind of a different Magyar going forward. He is leading into this set with the Magyar. You see it on the screen right there. Of course, Wrench coming in with the Asuri.
And here we go, game number 1, Sandstorm versus Wrenched. Of course, Sandstorm on that Magyar, and we're going to Apocalypse. His Magyar has been leveling up in the lower side of things. I was talking to TWK back in the green room, and I was like, why is his Magyar just looking so much better in the lower bracket? And TWK's answer was like, because he's actually hitting. He's connecting with the attacks.
He's like doing proper greatsword things. Now, the one thing that does make me sad is I love sitting with you here on the desk and with the crew back there, but Greatsword having a prominent role in one of the only tournaments we've seen in recent memory, and Flambeau's not here to call it. I do feel bad about that.
No, that's very fair. Flambeau, of course, absolutely adores the Greatsword, and honestly, one of the most knowledgeable commentators out there when it comes to the Greatsword itself, but we'll try to do him some justice if we can. Right now, Sandstorm throwing out the Neutralite, but not able to find the connection. Dare doesn't go for the follow-up Nair.
I think Wrench might not have been damaged enough for it to bounce off the platform to grab that neutral layer after, but here comes the hammer. We talked a lot about Greatsword, but Magyar, like every character in Brawlhalla, does have two weapons, the other one being the hammer. Sandstorm has shown us some pretty good hammer stuff today.
Yeah, I was definitely nervous about his hammer at the start of the day. I was expecting it to be kind of like when he first started playing Zol, right? Where he was really good on the cannon, not that great on the axe. I was expecting kind of a similar situation, but looking good on both weapons.
Been seeing some good spacing from Sandstorm as well. His dashes have been really on point today to get in and out of range of all of his opponents. There's a sidelight, Neutralite immediately
nice
dodges
dodging.
right after that. That's something you see a lot from Sandstorm and players in general, but specifically Sandstorm here, is he'll throw out one move. If it hits, he'll go for the bridge move, and then he'll go for the dodge immediately after, because he knows a lot of times his opponent is immediately going to punish that whiff.
Yeah, he's really good about going opener, bridge, and then dash back, and then going for another opener. But on the hammer this time, no D6 just yet. Trying to get that stomp. Nice side air, keeps Wrench on the corner, over to the Greatsword.
See him leading off with an air, and then he backs up. He knows how much range he has compared to Wrench when there's a Greatsword in his hands. I'm looking at the side light, huge range. Looking at dash D-light, absolutely massive range. There's the dash D-light. He covered basically half the stage.
It reaches really far, but I'm surprised he's not leaning into that side light a little bit more. It's got that consistent setup with the recent changes, and then of course you can get those resets. Goes for the three-piece, goes for a very delayed neutral closer there off the neutral bridge.
Back onto the main platform. We haven't seen too much in terms of like the off-stage game. You don't see those edge guard engagements from Sandstorm when he has the Greatsword in his hand. Throws away that sword, grabs the hammer. Now we might see some more off-stage stuff, because you know Hammer can succeed in the offstage, the recoveries, the side airs, the down airs. That side air wasn't really offstage, but still led to a KO. Sandstorm in the lead. We're about 2 minutes and 45 seconds into this game. Wrenched on his final stock. Sandstorm in the red. We could see a KO from Wrenched here. Neutral air is going to knock away. There's the side light. Wrench following him around the corner. Wasn't quite with the chain dodge. Did it a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, really just stuck right next to him. Didn't go for that hyper-aggressive chain dodge into the side air. Something that he really pioneered. Oh, that's
How
going
did
to
he
beat
find
out
range?
the side light? Wow.
That must have been frames away from Sandstorm getting the hitbox out in time.
That was so close to working out in favor of Sandstorm, but still holding on to the stock. That's that high defense of the Magyar. Recovery actually beating out Wrenched, and Wrenched is struggling a little bit to find that knockout and likely wants the sword for the D-Light recovery if he can get it.
There's the side light. Went for the turnaround neutral light this time.
That's that 50-50. If you get the side light, you can go for dash and light, and depending on which side you go, will generally catch most of the dodges in that direction.
Wrench did a pretty good job of not taking too much damage before he found that KO. He is in the yellow. He's going to take a hammer in neutral air. Turnaround neutral air when Wrench was on the left side. It's a little bit of a questionable decision from Sandstorm on that one. Stomp side air has Wrench in the orange, Sandstorm in the yellow.
Ooh, went for the scoop up there. Didn't think he had it. Again, that's one of those ones where, like, if you hit him a little bit too early, won't hop high enough for that follow-up. For the scoop ups again. Over to the greatsword, misses the downlight. Wrench getting into the red here. Sandstorm needs a little bit of a read to get this knockout.
Sandstorm straight up patrolling the ground until he goes for that nair option, maybe sometimes the recovery. There's the recovery option. And he always tries to protect his landing with the down air, has the hammer in his hands. Gonna give him a lot of creativity on how he finishes up this game. Stomp side air, but it's from the wrong side of the stage.
Oh! Wrench able to slip past all of that. Sandstorm was really hunting for the knockout. You saw him chase deep, and Wrench coming back on stage suddenly, putting the pressure on Sandstorm, but a nice recovery, and Sandstorm takes game number 1.
That was an interesting way for Sandstorm to chase off stage when he was unarmed. I don't think it was going to require everything from Wrench to get back. I believe he was saving the dodge there. That's kind of how he got through Sandstorm. But normally you don't see him go that deep unarmed. He'll kind of play it close to the wall, wait for the dodge to come out, and then he'll go for like the GC side light, or he'll wait for the dodge to come out at the very end. Wall touch cancels the iframes. In comes the GC light into the ground pound from Sandstorm. So that was sort of an uncharacteristic edge guard, and I'm not sure that might have been what he was going for, with Wrench thinking, okay, he's gonna wait for me to blow everything, I'll save my dodge till the end, maybe I can get safe.
Yeah, I think either Sandstorm was just trying to go for something different to throw off Wrench, or maybe more likely is the fact that Wrench is actually really good in the offstage. Like, he's really good at turning around those offstage situations. So Sandstorm's like, I can't go for the common things that I normally do. I gotta go for something that maybe Wrench isn't expecting.
Ooh, there you see Wrench going deep off stage on that one, chasing with the down air, and Sandstorm was booking it away. Tried to get the read with the recovery the other direction. Wrench was actually behind him and to the right, so it didn't make contact. They're just kind of trading blow for blow back and forth.
It was interesting. Sandstorm actually got the opener, missed the bridge, but delayed it long enough that the closer, the neutral, ended up catching Wrench coming back in after getting out of that pressure situation. Tries to reset it, goes for a jump, chase dodge recovery. Oh, dunk down, but it goes onto the stage.
What an interesting way. I don't know if he knew that he was going to go back on stage with that, but that was a really interesting and creative way to get back on stage that I don't think really anybody would have expected in that moment, to be able to punish it and see it coming.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a surprise. Threw Sandstorm off guard, but he's still able to recoup himself and get that knockout. We're seeing him again go for the side light, neutral light, and then try to reset, but not getting that follow-up off the reset.
Now we're still seeing Sandstorm just maintain these little leads. Out comes that recovery, not enough to KO. He's able to get back to the main platform, just barely dodging that downlight. Even that recovery is not enough to KO. Sandstorm landing down, hits the down air, sending Wrench up, giving him plenty of time to get back to the main platform. Sandstorm, he is a ground general, just completely patrolling that ground area, punishing landings, not going up too high to where he's going to get hit by a KO move. Fantastic work from Sandstorm to keep himself alive, take yet another stock, have his choice of weapons, and maintain the 2-stock lead.
Every time Sandstorm looks a little bit awkward, like that whipped ground pound, he's able to immediately regroup himself, throw out that down heavy, and catch Wrench off guard. Wrench does finally finish off the stock, but it's still a full stock difference between the two of them.
Weapon spawn does come to the left side. It's definitely favoring Wrench. He's able to grab that one, get back to the Katars while stripping the field. One comes to the middle. Ooh, Sandstorm was close to hitting that downlight.
Yeah, he was quick on that gravity cancel downlight as well. Really was trying to get that as part of the string. There's the first signature we've seen from Sandstorm in a little while there, but he's going to miss the end sig.
He liked that heavy button for a second, so he felt like pressing it just one more time, even though we haven't seen too much of it so far, at least in the past couple games.
It's definitely been a lot coming out, but suddenly a lot of signatures starting to come out from Sandstorm, trying to get that movement into the recovery. Didn't quite work out. Again, the signatures coming out from Sandstorm.
Is this a service game on the Friday dev stream? He's pressing that every button, and it doesn't matter. He gets through. It takes a little bit of punishment, and that's something that is like a good trade for him. You throw out a signature and you take like a Qatar sidelight. Oh no, what am I gonna do after that? Oh, I'm just gonna keep using the heavy button and get these KOs.
And really good routing from Sandstorm on that final one there. Got the sidelight neutral bridge into the side closer a little bit less likely to hit because it can sometimes be jumpable. There you're seeing it.
Ooh,
but it's
beautiful.
the side finisher that made it so good. That finisher launches more horizontally. Great for finishing off stocks.
It's almost like Wrench got comfortable seeing the signatures coming out, saying, oh, I'm going to wait for this one. He'll throw it out. I'll be able to punish him. We're just going to keep going through this little reduce, reuse, recycle kind of bit where you do a sig, I get a punish. You do a sig, I get a punish. And then it's going to add up and add up and add up. But then all of a sudden, complete interruption of that cycle. Sandstorm gets the KO.
Yeah, Sandstorm doing so good at building up that damage. And now it's forced Wrenched over to his Game 3 character. He's swapping back to the Lucian, the character that he's hoping will bring him back into this, because right now Sandstorm is just running wild.
Oh, the hammer is looking so good.
Dude, I'm telling you, the spikes on that mace are adding extra damage for Sandstorm. Whoa, what a side sig attempt. Oh my goodness, went for the Russian Mafia.
Didn't quite pick up that final hit, but so much damage has been added up. That's a nice string from Wrench. He's continuing this off stage,
snap.
but there comes the recovery, and that's what can be.
Oh! Turned on, but he's still got the jumps. Really good movement from Sandstorm. Will bring him back onto the stage.
And you think about how close that was to possibly being a KO from Wrench. This is only Sandstorm in the orange. So it was close to getting a KO, but almost doesn't count. D-Light recovery, the latter half of that did turn Sandstorm red, but a lower strength legend, especially on this Demon Island, is not going to find those KOs super early, even with Blaster's D-Light recovery.
Ooh, but Blaster's N-Sig raw from the center stage will even up the stock count. Wrenched has advantage in the weapon department. Very real opportunity to bring this one back, but he's going to need a lot because this is high defense versus low strength.
Ooh, nice hits coming out from Wrenched. He's actually basically evened up the damage here. That's going to be a neutral light. That'll turn Wrench from white to yellow. So they're basically even here. I take that back. Sandstorm is in the orange.
And he makes the swap over to the Greatsword. Wants the range advantage that this will bring him. N-Sig to catch the dare. Still not enough to finish off this stock. Has the hammer in hand, looking for the stomp into side air potential, but not able to find it just yet.
Wrench just unarmed off stage. You see him playing low.
Yo!
He grabbed it in the perfect time. I still don't know how top players will just sit there doing like nothing, and then all of a sudden something just hits and they know exactly when it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, he saw the way Wrench started jumping up. He's like, you're going to recover high, and this covers the highest angle possible. Really good pickup from Sandstorm, but Wrench, potential here to even this one up immediately. Has Sandstorm in the red, following side air, not enough. Oh, yes, it is
going to follow there. We are still even on stocks. Wrench is going to be a little bit behind. But now that we're seeing those signatures come out and be an effective tool for Sandstorm, think about the middle of last game where he was throwing out those signatures and getting punished. Now, not only is Wrench not getting punishes, but he's also getting hit by these signatures. That's so scary for Wrench.
But what's good for Wrench is the fact that he's hitting all these recoveries, hits the follow-up, doesn't go too deep. Oh no! Goes over the corner, charged up, just burns movement from Wrench, but he gets back up safely. This is tournament stock here for Wrench. Can he get this to a game number 4?
As the Blaster's in hand, it's going to take a little bit before a D-Light recovery will KO. Even that dare, picking up that low, not even sending Wrench off screen. That neutral air back to back. Wrench needs this to stay alive in the set, or he's going to go down 0-3 to Sandstorm, who moves on to fight Faison in the losers finals.
Charged up again, burns a lot of movement. Wrenched with a nice punish, gets himself back up, and he's going to wait. Sandstorm with a rare drop.
Oh my gosh.
Chase was trying to catch
close.
it. And
There
the
it
DC
is.
downlight will do it. Sandstorm beats out Wrenched 3-0, but look how close those numbers are. 589 to 587.
That was actually had the potential to be a stock right there for Wrench. We could have seen a different outcome to that game if he got that stock. Sandstorm was able to just evaluate all of the in-air movement economy that was coming out for both players. Look how close that is. 590 to 587. Damage per engagement, almost even. Damage done, almost even. That game was so close. A lot of those games had really close moments, but at the end of the day, it was still a 3-0. It was Sandstorm's Magyar doing work.
Yeah, the Magyar is looking really good, and originally, right, when he started talking about it, people were kind of raising eyebrows. We all got to admit, we haven't seen a Magyar in competitive, so we didn't know how well it would do. But now we're seeing it. Now that he's in the loser's side, he is running wild with his Magyar. He is hitting his greatsword strings. He is getting the right follow-ups for those finishers, for the damage, for the launches. He's looking good.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing that everyone was thinking about going into this. Is like our eyebrows were raised, and then we saw the beginning of the tournament with Sandstorm's Magyar, and our eyebrows raised even higher. I think everybody out there looked like The Rock in that moment with that eyebrow all the way up here. But he was able to bring it back at the end, really tighten up that Magyar, still do some crazy stuff, don't get me wrong, but ultimately bring it back in the end. He's going up against Faison here in the losers finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Historically, Sandstorm runs all over Faison. There's no polite way to say it. Sandstorm versus Faison is going to be a rough one for Faison.
Yeah, we're going to see those stats coming up right here. It's going to give us a little bit of a clue into their career sets against one another. Faison coming in, he's been sitting for a moment. He's been cooling. I don't know how that's really going to play to him after Sandstorm's coming off the victory of a 3-0, and Faison is coming off of a loss in a heartbreaking defeat for him that went into Game 5. There you see, a lot of history between these two players, and it actually favors Faison, but I bet in terms of recency bias, that's definitely going Sandstorm.
Yeah, I did not think that they had so much history against each other or that it favored Faison because, like you said, in terms of recency, Sandstorm's just been able to beat out Faison time and time again, but things looking plausible for Faison, kind of like a Mythbusters. It's plausible.
You're seeing that license plate shape thing hit the ground. You're seeing that plausible word. Faison fans out there, I'm sure they're hoping for a Faison victory here. That would be huge. We haven't really seen a Faison victory in once. Have we ever? I didn't happen to catch if there was a gold medal in there from Faison in singles. Have we?
You know what? I'll admit I didn't really notice either because I was too busy staring at the big old double digits that Sandstorm had on the other side and just how impressive Sandstorm's been doing.
Zero.
But a big old zero coming out
Zero
from
gold
Faison.
medals. Goose egg for Faison in this one. He's going to have to fight. You can't even call him the man of the hour. You can't call him the man of the year even. He's beyond that. He's sort of the man of Brawlhalla of all time, which that again shows how crazy it is that Sandstorm came into this position in the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle. It was looking rough for Sandstorm, especially earlier when he was going up against Stingray, who, guess what? Stingray's sitting in the grand finals. So if Sandstorm wants to make this run, he's got to get through Faison, who's got a better record against him, and then go up into Stingray, who knocked him into the loser's bracket.
So something that we do have from Sandstorm that we haven't seen for a minute, and I mean in a minute as in terms of today, is we do have the possibility of the swap over onto the Mordex. Things start going wrong with the Magyar, we do have the Mordex option coming out that could be very, very strong.
He did make that swap in the winner's bracket.
Yes.
Against Stingray, and it didn't work out. We'll be real. But maybe he'll do that a little bit earlier in his set, depending on how things go. But so far, Magyar's looking good in the lower bracket, so not surprised to see him stick with it, especially against Faison, who's currently sitting on that Mordex.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting option for Sandstorm to go to, is maybe we could see the Mordex mirror coming out of this, but right now it's that Magyar. We're loving that Magyar. Everybody at home is loving the Magyar. My ranked games are going to be loving Magyar, and I'm going to be hating Magyar.
Oh yeah, you know Magyar is definitely beloved by many players in the Brawlhalla community. They love the things that Magyar can do, but maybe, what Mordex can do, but maybe they're going to be loving this Magyar as Sandstorm comes out, goes for the Dare and Air, couldn't quite get that connection, didn't quite have the damage built up on his Faison just yet.
That's going to be the punish there. You saw one of the options coming out of that, sort of one of the flow charts that Greatsword players will be going for. That time it included Chase Dodge in it.
Nice.
Gets the turnaround. That sent Faison flying, even though it was the left side of the stage, and he's in orange. GC Sidelight, that's going to be the big dump of force.
Yeah, really good plays from Sandstorm. He missed the first 50 with 50, went for the Chase Dodge forward and end light, didn't hit it. Second time, got the turnaround end light, and immediately went into the three-piece for the side light finisher for that big damage dump and launch. And now we've got Faison in the red. Sandstorm looking to get the knockout.
See him trying to scoop down. You see him trying to scoop up. See him trying to scoop down. He can't get a hold on Faison just yet. Stomp side air. That was like a max range stomp as well. Still found the side air after. Has his choice of weapons. It's back to the hammer. 2 quick swaps on that one.
But a good response from Faison with the D-Light Gravity Cancel neutral heavy, but also recognizes how little damage Sandstorm is taking. Coming in on that Magyar. High defense means he's going to take a lot more damage to finish off.
And we saw that was a struggle that Faison really started to have against Stingray. And if there's anybody that knows, look at that 90-degree chain dodge right around that corner, kissing that one all the way, continuing to add up this damage. We could see Sandstorm going up with the 2-stock, but that Sig's going to come out. Faison's going to punish it immediately.
Yeah, that's one thing, if I had to be critical of this Magyar from Sandstorm, is he's been throwing out those Sigs fairly loosely, and I think Faison is going to be able to punish those relatively frequently.
There's the side light. Faison maybe looking for an offstage engagement. Doesn't actually push too hard on it. He knows Sandstorm's hammer off stage. He's been doing work on some players today. There we see that down signature. But again, he was using that early on against Stingray. Then it stopped working and he stopped using it.
Side light coming out from Sandstorm though. Ooh, just in with the neutral air, and Sandstorm again taking that lead. Faison every single time he's starting to come back in. Sandstorm's ready to take the stock.
Was basically a grounded nair coming out from Faison. Still picked it up. There's the side light, and he's waiting. He's trying to be very careful. Doesn't want to take too much damage, but it looks like he might be taking all that damage. That recovery just barely gets dodged through by Sandstorm.
I'm surprised there for a moment. Sandstorm had the D-Light bridge, which you can go into the neutral closer, which is unjumpable, and Faison literally jumped out because Sandstorm didn't go for the closer follow-up.
A little bit of a tough spot. We've seen a couple misplays coming out from Sandstorm so far. That's one of them. We also saw the D-Light. Was it D-Light recovery or D-Light GC neutral heavy? Either one, he ended up dropping that true combo earlier in the previous set. So those rare mistakes.
Yeah, that was the neutral heavy that he was struggling to hit, but he did end up showing he had it later on in the tournament. But Faison getting into the deep red, got the dodge read from Sandstorm though. Saw that dodge down, but he doesn't hit the down sig.
Found 2 pieces. Faison adding up some damage. That's going to be a disarm on Sandstorm. Weapon spawn comes right in. He actually, that signature gets immediately punished. Not sure what that one was. It was to the left, and Sandstorm takes it.
Dude, he's so good. This is something that I'm not seeing a lot from Hammer players, but unique to Sandstorm is his ability to hit those recoveries above the stage, like, frequently. It's not just a Russian Mafia thing. Like, he's doing it frequently.
Seen him jumping around the stage after that KO. There's the recovery. There's the side air for the follow-up. Except this time it's actually taking a lot of damage for Sandstorm to end these games out. 653 total damage he had to output that game. That's a little bit under 220 damage per stop.
Yeah, but it's Demon Island, right? A relatively large kill box. He's not really able to get those verticals, which sometimes Hammer players love to do, those nairs and dares to finish off stocks. So it is a little bit expected to have higher numbers.
Faison staying very grounded, hoping to punish the landing. Sandstorm is able to get down on it. Both of them over on that left wall. Sandstorm, the first one to disengage and get back on the main platform. Nice neutral light, back-to-back neutral lights. That's string damage coming out from Faison.
Went for the down sig. Faison, good movement. Saw the direction Sandstorm was facing for that recovery potential, so he dodged to the other side, but getting that damage built up. He needs this stock. Sandstorm was in sweat beads, but Faison couldn't catch the landing.
Nice D-Light recovery. Faison getting a nice early KO. 45 seconds into the game, and he has a nice lead on his hands. Able to strip the field of weapons for just a moment. Hits the side light. In comes the weapon spawn. Sandstorm, immediate pickup, and he starts swanging.
Just trying to get this damage built up onto Faison. Wants to get those dodge reads. Oh, he had the chase forward, but didn't go for the follow-up end light to catch that dodge up from Faison. Down sig comes out. Sandstorm able to even it up immediately.
And that was just kind of a raw sig that he threw out.
Yeah.
He didn't really punish too much with it. It was just, he was behind Faison, and out it came. Got the hit, got the KO. Still behind, though. Faison had such a nice lead early on. D-Light dare, tries to hit the third piece. Ends up taking 2 from Sandstorm. There's 3 from Sandstorm.
Yeah, some really good damage being built up on either side. Faison trying to chase forward. First side sig we've seen from Faison in a very long time. Ooh, missed the dunk down. Sandstorm able to dodge through it.
Ooh, weapon toss goes high. You see Faison covering low in that sort of arcing motion. Weapon toss was high. Sig came out low. He was also able to pick up the weapon as well, so that was a really nice maneuver from Faison to cover a lot of space and not keep himself at the weapon disadvantage after he picked his spawn back up. Here comes the spawn. He grabs it. It's going to be the scythe in his hands here. Dead even between these two players. Good punish on that. Use the strong downlight that has more force. I don't know what the heck
Wrong
that
direction. Little bit of a misinput coming out from Faison. Maybe he was trying to go for the spot dodge into the down air. Either way, still has Sandstorm on the corner here. Goes for just the gentle weapon. Toss the safe option. And the down air will do it. Faison with the lead.
And he's maintaining this throughout this game. That's really important. He had a huge lead early on. The lead has certainly gotten smaller here, but it's still something that he's maintaining. Last stock Sandstorm is impressive, though, and he's already up a game. Nice weapon toss. Could be finishing this one. Gravity cancel side light to touch the wall.
I have not seen that. I mean, usually, of course, gauntlets have that side air, but the side light does have a little bit of vertical movement, and that was just enough to get Faison up to that wall. But a stomp side air, and Sandstorm evens it up.
Faison able to grab that weapon spawn immediately. Used his iframes to stay invincible long enough to grab it safely. Sandstorm throwing out a lot of attacks here. Kind of at max range. Out comes the D-Light.
He really likes that backdash side light. From my conversations with Flambeau, it's generally better to go for the end light as your dodge punish because it's a 50-50. It catches vertical stuff and not just the horizontal.
Side light, in light, D-Light. There's the dare into the neutral air.
Went for the dare into the end bridge, but didn't quite get that follow-up. Recovery comes out. Dare nair, and Sandstorm gonna take another one.
That's how scary that great sword can be. You saw that Sig come out from Faison. Dare nair, boom, it was done. Just like that.
That is just a finger snap for taking a stock, and Sandstorm's so good at hitting it. His greatsword just great at getting these resets and just immediately putting you back into a blender.
That's going to be the possibility now of a Sandstorm back-to-back 3-0s. Still having to do quite a bit of damage to take these stocks out, but it did shrink. Now it's down to 6-16.
And we're going to a different map and a different pick for Faison. Coming in with the Petra for game number 3 on Mammoth Fortress.
Maybe feeling himself out of the gate with this pick as well. You saw the unarmed. A little bit of a string coming out, so I'm going for the gravity cancel D-Light to continue the string. Back-to-back side lights from Sandstorm.
Petra makes some sense. Of course, Faison known for having some strong gauntlets, and of course, Orb really good against greatsword, especially greatsword players like to play very grounded, so that down air approach can be strong, but Sandstorm doesn't care as he gets a side air in the first stock.
And that's a massive lead. Already coming out of the gate, and this kind of switch up from Faison, not able to catch Sandstorm off guard at all. That's worrisome for the Faison fans out there.
Oh, but Faison with the Gimp potential, gets a ground pound. Sandstorm still has the movement. Gravity cancel Lensig. Faison with the punish, but he gets the wall touch. Sandstorm hanging out.
Nice.
Ground pound evens it up.
Faison doing a great job of sticking around there, making sure to clean that one up because he did have it in the bag. Saw that Sig come out complete whip, but he is able to actually use the movement to get him closer to the weapon spawn. Nice. Immediate option from Sandstorm. That is not the first time we've seen him pick up a weapon and immediately start doing damage.
Yeah, that was really good from Sandstorm. Faison was trying to cover that weapon pickup with that N-Sig. Thought Sandstorm was going to be high, but he lands pick up immediate N-Sig to punish. Really good decision making from Sandstorm. Goes in for the dash N-Sig. Doesn't work out as Faison starting to get some damage.
Is going to be disarmed off of that. Sandstorm having control of the weapons. Back-to-back side lights. Faison feeling the Petra unarmed kit.
Good hop over the signature from Faison. He's looking really confident with his Petra. Ooh, good movement. Gets under the nair to punish, but Sandstorm with the movement gets back up to the wall.
Sandstorm completely disengaging. Knows how important it is. He gets to the platform and grabs the weapon, and what does he do with that weapon? Finds the down air, punishing that signature from Faison. KO off the top.
Faison really tried to be the anime kid in his high school, and unfortunately didn't work out for him as Sandstorm, the bully, hits the down air. Has the stock advantage, but can he get that extra credit?
Yeah, we never saw the after of that kid who says, I have the power of God and anime on that side, but I don't think
Video
it was,
ends there.
It wasn't a good outcome. I can guarantee you that. It was not good news for that guy. He doesn't win the fight.
But we are down to the final stocks here in game number 3. Faison on his tournament stock, fighting for his life in this loser's final. He wants to go up and get that salty run back against Stingray.
And we're kind of seeing basically a repeat of what we saw about Wrenched versus Sandstorm. You see how close it is here at the end of the game. And again, it's Faison fighting for his life, like Wrenched was fighting for his life. Doesn't want to get 3-0'd here, wants to at least take it to game 4. Taking some damage here, still has just a little bit of a lead. Trying to find his way in. Sandstorm is not letting him in.
So good at getting those 2 pieces. Saw the dodge coming out. Reset, goes for the follow-up, and Sandstorm going to take it 3-0 to earn his fight in the grand finals.
He really ended that one so clean against Faison. Really just tightening everything down, picking it up nice and easy, completely shutting Faison out from him. There was that punish with the down air, then coming back in. Nice, quick little ending. That's all it took. It was bink, 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 and then bink, bink, bink.
Yep.
Nice little 2-2-3, if you will.
Yeah, in non-rhythm terms, he was doing a really good job of going to opener bridge and then reset, opener bridge, reset, and then you don't know when he's going to throw out the closer because he's so fast on it, and he did a good job of waiting until Faison burns that dodge so he can get that final hit. Really good play from Sandstorm on the Greatsword, showing how it's done, and now he's got to get the run back against Stingray. It's going to be the grand finals between the two.
Now you see the numbers there. Now I want to specifically look at that Sandstorm damage dealt of 542. All of the other games it took 600 plus damage. It was trending downward, and we see that actually steeply downward here in this third game as it goes from above 600 now to under 550. So really tightening everything up. This Petra swap did not work for Faison. There were parts where it was looking really promising, and it was super close for a moment there at the end. But Sandstorm really brought it out, and he's going to be bringing all this momentum into his set against Stingray.
Yeah, I think the Petra gave him a lot of confidence, which is nice, but unfortunately confidence did not amount to a W this time. But still, Faison doing very well for himself. Of course, he's been spending the entire day on Twitter when he's not playing in his match going, "Oh, I'm sick, I feel bad, oh, I don't like playing while sick." But he got top 3 at the Mammoth Invitational.
Now we have this beautiful set that is about to unfold before our eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the grand finals of the Mammoth Invitational. Stingray versus Sandstorm.
And it's a bit surprising again because it's Sandstorm coming from the lower side. By and large, people would have expected Sandstorm to be the one sitting here in the grand finals, taking that nap, watching that loser's final, Stingray having to make that lower bracket run. But it was Stingray who knocked Sandstorm into the lower bracket, who earned his fight through the bracket, beat Cody Travis, beat Faison, sitting in the grand finals. If he wins this next best of 5, he's done. He's the Mammoth Invitational champion.
Now, if you're a bit of a history buff with regard to Brawlhalla and in terms of previous brackets, we've seen Sandstorm go down into the losers bracket before. Not quite this early. Sometimes they'll go into the winners finals, lose that set, go down, come right back up, and then it is a destruction fest in favor of Sandstorm. So he's won many a tournament through both routes. Coming through the winner's side, he's won it just raw in the first set. He's won it coming through the winner's side, getting after the reset. He's won it through the loser's side, getting the reset.
But let's bring up the stats now on the matchup between Stingray and Sandstorm. Currently favored Sandstorm 2-10.
Ooh.
That is a big favoritism to the world champion.
Ooh, that's a very tough ratio that Stingray is going to have to overcome if he wants to come out on top here. Every single stat is favoring Sandstorm so hard. Gold medals 0 to 19. Silver medals 2 to 4. Bronze medals. Hey, yo, they're pretty even on that one.
Bronze medal bros.
Except neither of them are fighting for third place here, so that equity is really not going to help them there.
Well, that's the big question, right? Will this be Sandstorm's number 20 in terms of gold medals? Of course, that's all PR'd rankings.
Yes.
But will this be Sandstorm's number 20? Or will it be the first time that Stingray goes home with a gold medal?
It'll be interesting either way. If Sandstorm wins, it's interesting because he made that really long losers bracket run, at least for Sandstorm. We've seen long losers bracket runs in the past. Sandstorm usually doesn't have to make this long.
Yeah, it's usually not until top 8 that he has to make that losers bracket run. So it's a bit of a longer one, but he's definitely been doing it, been looking really good. On the other side, Stingray hoping to make that 210 a 310, which honestly doesn't sound that much better, but it's a little better.
And think about the outcome of that 310. It's just like, look a little bit beyond that, and you have a gold in the Mammoth Invitational this late in the season. That's setting you up for some good stuff for the Autumn Championship and definitely the World Championship beyond that. So this has major importance for how the rest of this year is going to unfold. If Sandstorm takes this clean sweep easy with the Magyar, who knows what we're going to see in the Autumn Championship from Sandstorm. Could he play Magyar there? Could he win the World Championship with Magyar?
That would be something, to say the very least, if Sandstorm were able to win the World Championship with Magyar. And again, we kind of harp on this, but the only reason why we do so is because we haven't really seen Magyar in competitive until today. And I thought it was going to be Hardy MJ who was going to be the one showing off the Magyar. And then Sandstorm's like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling this thing too. And he's looking really good. As we get right on into the grand finals of the Mammoth Invitational, it is Sandstorm versus Stingray.
Now, this is actually probably one of the only times where you could say, oh, you're a Magyar fan? Name all the times he's been on stream and tournament. And, like, you could actually do that. If you're a Magyar fan, you could literally do that here. We're coming into Crystal Temple, though. You hear the beats going on in your ears. You see those soft platforms on your screen. And Stingray coming into this with the Ember. That's what we've seen him play so far today.
Well, yeah, he was on the Zol earlier, but this Ember was specifically a counter to Sandstorm on the Magyar. It's the thing that knocks Sandstorm into the lower bracket, and depending on how things go, might be the thing that takes Sandstorm out of this one and gives Stingray that gold medal. But Sandstorm with that weapon, able to have that range advantage over the Katars from Stingray.
Now, you mentioned that set earlier, and Stingray playing on this Ember was what forced Sandstorm to move off of the Magyar onto the Mordex.
And the gravity cancel sidelight. Really good plays from Sandstorm to get the first stock.
Going to have his choice of weapons here, going back to the Great Sword. Stingray is able to swipe that one out of the air as it's spawning in, using those soft platforms to keep himself high and safe away from Sandstorm. Nice neutral light. Ooh, see him going for more of them. That sort of jump, fast fall, neutral light, jump, fast fall, neutral light. He might have even been going for another one, but now he's taking punishment.
GCN Sig and another stock taken by Sandstorm. He's looking so incredibly good here in the grand finals.
Whoever designed that signature and then animated that signature, yo, they rule. That signature is so rad.
Oh, it's so cool. Absolutely adore that signature. Just a cool concept and, of course, great effects on it.
Oh,
another three-piece coming out from Sandstorm.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, three stocks to start it off in the grand final. Sandstorm is on fire. 85 damage put out by Stingray.
Oh, no. That is a 2-digit Stingray here. That is so rough in game one. Even dancing on that one.
Yeah, that was definitely a celebratory down heavy if I've ever seen one. Sandstorm popping off in the matchup for game number one.
Sandstorm hit like more attacks than Stingray threw out. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't want to laugh at that because, like,
that
Stingray is sick on it. He's so good. He's in grand finals in the Mammoth Invitational.
Winner's side.
But, like, that is what Sandstorm did to him. He made Stingray look like not the caliber of player that we all know Stingray is.
Yeah, I mean, he just really, that was such an
We
impressive
bodied
set.
him.
Yeah.
He straight up put him in a body bag and tossed him off the edge of Crystal Temple.
But here we are in game number two. Stingray going to try to make the adjustment here. Not getting run over the same way at the very least. He's not getting shoved completely to the outside where Sandstorm was able to get that gravity cancel. And Zig able to get that gravity cancel sidelight.
There's that sidelight. This time went for the turnaround in light. Oh, he went for that signature a little bit earlier than he's been going for it in the past. He's used it to KO 2 different opponents now. A couple previous 2 sets that we've seen. Uses it like really off stage when he's close to that diagonal kill box. Oh, not quite enough.
Some good pickups from Stingray with the Katars. Throws out the side Zig, but a punish comes out from Sandstorm. Off stage, down light into the side air. First stock to Sandstorm, but Stingray's looking better.
Yeah, we're seeing a much different first stock taken this time. 1:15 into the game. Sandstorm very close to being taken out. You see that D-Light coming out. He's looking for that KO condition, but it's not the D-Light that leads into the neutral light or more favorably the recovery. It's the neutral signature.
Yeah, nice neutral sig. It's been so effective for the Embers today for finishing off stocks.
Oh, yo.
Okay.
He's entering the bow state.
he's getting it, and he's really good with his follow-ups, right? That side light doesn't get the true follow-up into the down light, so he likes to go for that dash forward, dash back, really just trying to catch movement from Sandstorm.
Stingray's starting to use his range really well. Not only, of course, does he just have the raw D-light, the move itself, giving him a lot of range, but he's staying back, coming in with the dash side light, and then turning that into more.
And it's interesting because usually when you talk about this matchup of bow into greatsword, you're talking about the downlight from the bow. That's been the big tool for a lot of bow players to play into this greatsword. But whiffed punish from Sandstorm. Able to put Stingray onto the corner, doesn't hit the side light.
Oh man, Stingray being really careful with how he gets back to the platform. Gets over to the wall under. Nice neutral signature again from Stingray. Stripping the field, not giving Sandstorm the option to swap over to that hammer. Side sig. Stingray's answer back this second game is phenomenal. Look how close he is around Sandstorm when he chooses to be on top of him. His jumping, his fast falling, his movement left and right. He is like around everything that Sandstorm has. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive the fact that he wasn't mentally broken after game number 1. I think there's a lot of players who would have had trouble, but man, he is able to respond so well, able to build up this damage.
Man, those resets that Sandstorm was catching like Faison and other opponents with, he's not really hitting that against Stingray. He might hit one hit of the first one, then he goes for the reset, and Stingray is just all of a sudden, oh, he's behind him. He's so fast.
Ooh, but he got it. He didn't get the downlight. That's supposed to be unjumpable, but Sandstorm not able to connect with the down bridge off of that neutral opener, and Stingray one recovery away from taking game number 2.
One of the few times we've seen Sandstorm actually have the hammer in his hand so far this set. Stomp side air only in yellow. Second side air hits him in the orange. Goes for a third side air.
He was burning a lot chasing there. You saw both of them in sweatbeats at the same time. Outspaces the wolf. Denies the weapon. Great sword in Sandstorm's hands. It's going to be hard to finish off this stock with a great sword.
Oh, no, it's not.
He doesn't go for the follow-up.
What? Sandstorm. Oh, no. Great sword mains out there. And I'm talking about the players that have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on the weapon. They are all having their head in their hands after that one.
He was so slow. He didn't go for the down bridge immediately off the side light. And that is trouble. That gave Stingray the opener he needed, that whiff at the end on the side finisher. And that is game number 2, tying it up 1 apiece.
Man, look at that 620 damage that Stingray needed to finish that one out. Sandstorm, oh my goodness, that was so close. Again, we're seeing those almost downward trending numbers that it takes for Sandstorm to find these stocks this game, but what an answer back from Stingray.
Yeah, I mean, again, really good composure. It's a struggle when you lose game 1 that hard, and it is definitely something commendable to come back in game number 2 and not only bring it back close, but to win it out.
And to not just like get stoked that Sandstorm made that mistake and couldn't finish that, but to then turn that into actually getting the KO and taking the game rather than just, oh no, yeah, that was cool, but then I got hit by a straight side air and I'm done. So he still kept his brain engaged in it and turned it into a W. That's one of the reasons he has a W next to his name on the scoreboard.
Sitting on that winner's bracket, but a nice recovery. Stingray did get the wall touch. Down sig not going to connect onto Stingray. Sandstorm not throwing those out too frequently on those edge guards.
Now over here on the Demon Island, we are completely getting away from those soft platforms. Still have the tiny wall, but those soft platforms are completely gone. Stingray trying to control the ground as best he can. Also the weapon game, he has taken a lot of unarmed damage and he was already behind, so the weapon advantage not playing too much in his favor so far. Can't find a single hit on Sandstorm.
His movement around the boat just leveling up, but now he's got a great sword. And you're looking for those hits. Doesn't hit the recovery. Doesn't hit the signature. Stingray doesn't hit his own. It's going to be the recovery. Sandstorm takes the first stock.
And he's in a pretty good spot. Only in the orange. Has control of the weapons. We'll see where the next spawn comes in. Stingray's able to grab this one. He was favoring the right side while Sandstorm was on the left. A lot of jumping. See the down air coming out. Doesn't quite have the proper positioning to find the neutral air afterwards. There's the recovery. Stingray needs to find a KO here before he takes too much damage.
And unfortunately, he's on the Katars, which have
Oh
not been
no!
the
Oh no!
Hasn't even had time to think about how he's going to KO this stock. He's just thinking about how to get out of these strings. Reset attempt, but a nice side six. Stingray able to get the stock, but he took a lot of damage for that.
Now, I really like Sandstorm turning that stringer around and again trying to focus Stingray over to the left side, possibly leading to an edge guard situation. Even without that, he still might have been able to find a KO with a strong finisher on that. One of the rare, again, drops from Sandstorm here.
A little bit of tournament nerves from Sandstorm here in the grand finals of the Mammoth Invitational. But like you said, he's going for interesting directions with his greatsword. Very few greatsword players want to go off stage with it. Greatsword has Stingray in the red, doesn't hit the recovery. Doesn't go for the immediate nair off the dare connection.
Ooh, misses that one. There's the immediate punish. He went for the back-to-back neutral lights. That's a classic Stingray move, classic guitar player move. We see Stingray going for that a lot. Neutral light one way, turn around, neutral light the other way.
Sandstorm going immediately into the three-piece. Wasn't able to connect with the neutral closer there. He's going for the reset. Stingray able to avoid it.
Yeah, he was staying high on that, so he wasn't grounded to get hit by the turnaround side light. There we see the backup from Sandstorm on that one. Has a huge lead on Stingray now. It's going to be very tough for Stingray to fight his way back into this one, especially if it's getting knocked out here. Oh no, another game going to Sandstorm. That one was a 2-stock.
He's so fast at going straight into the three-piece. Like, you never 100% know when he'll do it. He's so good at mixing up. And then there at the very end, he just goes straight into it, neutral side, and gets the stock. And Sandstorm currently 2-1, one away from a reset.
He's continuing to have his damage kind of sit around that 550. Sometimes it's a little bit higher here. It was 565. Sometimes it's a little bit lower at like the 542 range. So very good average damage that he has to deal before he finds the KO. It's not super crazy, but what might be crazy is the character pick coming out from Stingray.
This is Stingray saying, I want every counter I can potentially have against this greatsword. Lance and Boat, both known to be pretty good against the greatsword, and we'll see how well it works out for him. But right now, he's just getting knocked off stage, burned his movement. Sandstorm tries to deny the wall touch, but Stingray gets it and gets back up safely.
Now, Stingray, the legend that he kind of made his huge splash, man, I really didn't mean to say that. I'm truly sorry, everyone out there. But the way he really made his way onto the scene was with that Orion in a Winter Championship. His Vector, I'm trying to find what level his Vector is. It's low down on there. It is a level 29 Vector. So compared to some of the other legends we've seen him play today, going to be pretty low, though we do obviously see the experience he has with Bo, saw that earlier, and of course that Orion that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a lot of experience. Oh, what? The rare situation where that down bridge actually works out in your favor. There's a lot of force on it, but it can be really slow. So it's very rare to see it mid-string, and Sandstorm's like, I'll just not do it mid-string. I'll do it on the edge guard and bonk my opponent.
You just saw that Bo insig come out. We've seen a lot of crazy things today, and we're continuing that with the Vector pick here in Grand Finals. Going to even up the stocks. Stingray not too far behind, but it's still around like 50 damage, which we've seen how quickly Sandstorm does things. Doesn't get the turnaround there. He kind of turned that one around like he was almost a guitar player on that, hoping for the guitar half-pipe.
Trying to go for that continued pressure. I mean, he was literally just playing a guitar character, so maybe that's the logic behind that one. But a side air, but Stingray far, weapon toss not going to connect. D-Light, double D. That was pure style and punishment. Sandstorm with a double D-Light ground pound. He didn't need that second down light, I'll tell you that much.
Nobody does double downlights anymore.
Yeah,
like Sandstorm does them regularly. We've seen so many of them today. Nobody does that anymore except for Sandstorm. That is uniquely him.
Hitting the great sword strings though, so good at the resets. There he goes straight in with the three-piece. Down here, goes for the weapon toss follow-up, chasing deep. Oh! And it doesn't even matter. We're getting the reset. Sandstorm wins it 3-1 for the bracket reset.
I don't think we're going to see the Vector anymore.
You sure?
We're seeing another set, but if it contains a Vector, I would be very surprised. That was utter destruction.
Yeah, that was control from Sandstorm. Complete and utter destruction, like you said. Stingray, even there, like Sandstorm, didn't have to go for that ground pound. He's going for extra, he's going for style, he's going for content, and he's going for gold as he now has to win one last best of 5. It is anybody's best of 5 though, because they're both in the losers bracket now.
Can't wait to see that YouTube video from Sandstorm that comes out next. How I accidentally won a tournament with Magyar.
Gone wild?
Maybe.
All caps, gotta throw that in there somewhere. Put a featuring as well of the biggest name that you could think of. But man, good plays from Sandstorm, and now it's on Stingray to make the thought. What's it gonna be? Is he gonna go back to the Zol, which did very well against everyone else? Or is he going back to the Ember, the thing that puts Sandstorm into the loser's bracket? It looks like it's the Ember for game number 1 in the bracket reset. Clear the scoreboard, it's 0-0.
Now you will see an O, or sorry, not an O, that just changed and that put the number in my head. It's an L next to both players' names. Now Sandstorm already was in the loser's bracket. Now Stingray has technically dipped down into the loser's bracket. That's where you see that 0-0 coming from. That's where the bracket reset comes from, and the L on the first stock is also going from Stingray, and that is going to come courtesy of Sandstorm's Greatsword. Hardly even touched on this first stock. What an opening.
And we're back on Crystal Temple, and I don't even know, man. Like, this was such a rough map for Stingray, game number 1. Of course, he's still putting out some decent damage, but just the fact of the matter is Sandstorm looks so clean on Crystal Temple with this Magyar.
I don't think there's anything that is map inherent that is leading to Sandstorm coming out on top, because we've seen the 2 soft platforms taken away. Really kind of no difference there. We aren't seeing too much off-stage engagement to where like a longer wall would help out either player. There's really not that much of that going on. We aren't seeing extended edge guards. Stingray hoping to patrol the ground, stay right in between those soft platforms, hoping he can find this KO. You see the side light coming out. He doesn't chase into the air too much.
Nope. Trying to play this one smart, but again, Sandstorm catches the dodge with the end light, goes for the 3-piece into the side finisher, goes for the ground pound, not able to connect though, and Stingray has the corner control, nice little end light, but it's not enough. Sandstorm didn't have a follow-up. He picks up the hammer for the Nair.
Gonna have his choice of weapon. Here comes the Great Sword. Weapon actually goes very quickly to Stingray on that right side platform. He's backing up. This is not gonna be good.
Sandstorm was ready for it. That's his reset route, right? Like, he likes to do that dash back, and that was the perfect punish on a Stingray. Getting so many hits, so much damage. Again, the wake-ups from Stingray. Goes for the double, wanted the triple. You saw the way he was moving for it.
Man, those double D-lights. Sandstorm is so cheeky on it. Neutral light. That actually caught Stingray just a little bit off the ground in the air. Goes for the downer. It was really high up. Not enough to KO just yet. Even went for the unarmed sider to add insult to injury. That is going to be a KO, but Stingray here in the Grand Finals reset. Game 1 of it, and he is red on his final stock.
He does deny the 3 stock at the very least, so his ego, will be not completely bruised, but the scoop up on wake up, and Sandstorm takes game number 1.
Now, a couple hits also denied the JV3 on that one, but are you really denying that much? Sandstorm is really steamrolling through this one.
It's hard to deny the absolute massacre that Sandstorm is putting on right now. He won in the Grand Finals pre-reset 3-1, and he's looking to just take the reset now with another 3-0, unless Stingray can bring out something, some answer to this Greatsword of Sandstorm.
And he's really finding his way to hit those strings now kind of more consistently than he was previously. He's catching those sort of bad dodge options that are coming out from Stingray, and he's really exploiting that now. 512 damage is all it took that game to get that. 170 damage average per stock when he was finding KOs.
Now, Sparky, this is a character you know and love, so I'm going to have to defer to you. What is the Vrax bringing in this matchup?
I'm going to be real with you. I don't know. I'm going to keep it a buck on this because he brought in the Vector and the Lance was a non-issue. Are blasters really going to be that much of an option here? Like, he's dead. It's 26 seconds and he's dead, and Sandstorm is in the yellow. Is there a character on the planet that Stingray could bring in here to shut Sandstorm down?
It's got to be so demoralizing for Stingray, who's done so much work to get this spot in the Grand Finals. He knocked Sandstorm into the loser's bracket, and it's Sandstorm just coming up from the depths like one of the Stratsky, one of the members of the Magyar family, and just murdering.
Now, we did see a lot of Sair usage coming out from his blasters, especially those fade back side airs, trying to put max range, move himself in and out of the effective range of those blasters. Goes for the side signature, goes all the way through Sandstorm, who got the great dodge on it. Neutral sig coming up, not anywhere near.
Sidelight side air, the recovery from below, though. Stingray playing from behind, full stock lead for Sandstorm. Side sig thrown out. I like the downlight, lots of sigs coming out, but it's Sandstorm who connects with one.
I'm not sure because we're seeing so many signatures come out. That down sig, one of the that was
He's
fast.
so fast.
That was fast. That down signature, like one of the few times we've actually seen Sandstorm make contact with that. But we saw that charge signature on the launch from Stingray. I wonder if he's trying to go for. It can be a little bit ambiguous for some players which signature Grax is actually using when he's charging it up. That may be why we saw those back and forth. The blasters are going to get the KO there. That's going to deny the 3-stock. Stingray not in a terrible position, but the Lance is coming in for him. Sidelight down air.
Yeah, the difference between the side sig and the end sig can be a bit ambiguous if you're not used to this matchup. And let's be real, not that many Vraxes at high competitive play, especially not in grand finals of a Mammoth Invitational like this. But Sandstorm doesn't care. He's getting this damage. One more hit. Doesn't hit the side sig. The chase dodge, but the dare. And Sandstorm takes another one. He is marching towards the finish line.
A 2-stock for him right there, 556 damage. I just cannot stress, around that range, he is so consistent with those KO options, finding him right when he can. Even after missing that signature, still finds a way to end that one up. 292 damage was all that Stingray could put out. Had Sandstorm kind of in the orange on his second stock, but still, it almost doesn't matter. We're seeing Sandstorm hit almost twice as many attacks, still find the KOs. Stingray's at a complete loss here. Do you just continue shopping around characters, or do you pick the Ember? He's going back to the Zol.
It's the final pick for Stingray. It's the Zol. It's worked against everyone else so far. Is this going to be finally the pick for Stingray to take one on the board and potentially take this to game number 4? But it's Sandstorm already in the driver's seat, foot on the pedal.
Hoping the cannon can be used a little bit better than Lance, even though he kind of propels himself with it, almost like it is a Lance, getting away from that neutral light that came out from Sandstorm. There's a side light, in light. Oh, he got the 3-piece on it too.
Okay, Stingray with the cannon. Not getting completely run over just yet. Throws out the unlight immediately, but Sandstorm's outside of it. Stomp, side air. Sandstorm takes the first stock. Goodness gracious.
Yo, that's back to the days of the egg soup shadow step. Only real ones know what we're talking about there. Gets a nice little side light to start that one off right as those iframes are done on Stingray. Sidelight neutral air. Stingray looking for the neutral signature. He found stocks with that previously when he was fighting against Faison. Not going to be the chance, at least so far, against Sandstorm. Weapon toss, and Sandstorm's actually able to grab the greatsword right out from under Stingray and keep it going. Continuing, keeping him weapon him starved.
Yeah, went in with a down in the neutral onto Stingray. Wanted to make sure that he couldn't jump out, but Stingray finds a response, gets that neutral air. Sandstorm playing with his food a little bit, didn't want that weapon pickup. Still have 2 more stocks on either side, so getting a little premature with the ego.
Oh, that knocked out the recovery. He tried to extend it off stage, but Sandstorm was just too high. He was able to get back to the main platform. Goes for the same direction option there.
Going for the Enlight read, but Stingray went to the other side. Again, that 50-50 really strong for the greatsword players out there.
We're pretty close to being even here. We're now 2 minutes into this game, and all of a sudden that stock is gone. Weapon spawn comes in. Sandstorm tossing away the hammer. Knows his greatsword's looking so good here. That D-Light gravity cancel neutral heavy puts Sandstorm into the red on the second hit.
He's just getting this damage built up. Really good recognition on the tail end of that last one to go for the 3-piece, the unjumpable version where he got that D-Light bridge into the end finisher. But Stingray does find a response. We're going into the final stocks here. Sandstorm 1 stock away from being crowned the Mammoth Invitational champion.
This is Stingray's final chance to keep himself into this. He's taken so much damage. All of his recoveries back to the platform getting denied.
Oh! It's the Russian Mafia from Sandstorm to finish it out 3-0 in the reset, and Sandstorm will be the North American Mammoth Invitational champion.
If a portal opened and it was future, or really current me, going out of the portal and talking to me and Taza, who were on the desk earlier, while we were talking about the Blazy versus Sandstorm set that was happening off stream, if future me would have said, no, actually Sandstorm comes back and actually demolishes everyone, I would have been like, shut up, future me, you're crazy.
I don't care that you have a portal through time, you're still somehow magically wrong, but man, again, Sandstorm, to your point, 582 damage. He's staying in that 550 range, putting out good numbies in the damage department, getting high damage per engagement.
That is going to deny Stingray the gold medal that there was such real potential he might grab on this tournament at the Mammoth Invitational, completely halting any of the momentum that he had. It was those back-to-back 3-0s down in the loser's bracket that started the train going, and Sandstorm just didn't stop.
Yeah, I mean, there's something special about a Sandstorm in the lower bracket. He just levels up, and I tend to forget it because he's such a strong player that sometimes he goes in that lower bracket and he's just a whole other beast. He tweets out, I'm doing it for content, and honestly, at this point, I kind of believe it because, man, that's a lot of good content for Brawlhalla Esports.
I enjoyed watching it. I'm sure he enjoyed playing it. Let's see that bracket so we can sort of zoom out and see the bigger picture of some of the amazing things that happened today. There you see in the top left corner, that Game 5 set against Blazy. Who would have seen the massive victory coming if you were looking at just that set earlier today?
I mean, not to mention, right after that, lost to Stingray 3-1, went down into the lower bracket, and you can see him on that second second column on the loser's side. He beat Kostelix, beat Walshy, sorry, and then got on to Snowy, Wrench, and Faison. Like, he is making the run through that lower bracket.
What's really crazy is down there in the loser's bracket, Walshy took a game off of him, Snowy took a game off of him, Wrench could not. Faison could not. Stingray could not once we got to that grand finals reset. So I don't know what Walshy was doing. It at least worked for one game. That was incredible.
He did something that third place couldn't do.
Oh my gosh. Walshy had an incredible day. We cannot stress that enough. Some of these players did amazing things today. It was such a fantastic day for Brawlhalla. Special thanks to HP Omen Oasis for sponsoring this tournament, helping us provide this beautiful Brawlhalla content for you. Mammoth Invitational. What a weekend this was.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. And of course, like Sparky said, we want to thank HP Omen Oasis for putting in the prize pool, getting us all set up with this beautiful setup. And of course, we got to thank none other than Foda, the esports guy himself. He's so excited. Shout outs to the esports team production. Of course, we've got Toast, aka Mateo. We've got Left Stick Down. There's more esports in the background, but Foda's very excited. He's been wanting to put this crown on the whole time. But thank you all for being a part of this. This has been the Mammoth Invitational, brought to you by Omen Oasis. Let's look at Atlanta. Let's see some Atlanta graphics. Okay, yeah, sound good.